Hi Akshat, hi Nishant, hi AG, hi Prisham, hi Vijay, hi Mr. On.
One of the biggest matches of Masters Madrid is coming right up. Sentinels versus Karmine Corp, the kickoff winners of their respective regions, NA versus EMEA.
Hi Drums Aliana. Hi Aditya, hi Maron, hi Mustafa.
Like these that signal a whole new chapter of this rivalry.
It absolutely is. Both these teams have massive fan bases behind them, people cheering them on. But for both these squads, they have...
Is that my sister?
Failures. At one time, both these squads were
Wait, so my sister was mod, no?
the teams with a lot of clout, but no skill. And now they're the two squads defining
Manmeet.
at the forefront of the VCT with some of the best players in the world.
And just because of that Swiss stage, we get to see them head-to-head today. Maybe some would say a little early, but this is probably one of the matches that people were expecting the most. And not only the people, also the players. Of course, for Sentinels, they want to go up against the big guns of EMEA, and for EMEA, it's never different.
Okay, I did hear something in the press conferences yesterday, and Martin was like saying that Bunny is good luck for him. So if that Bunny comes out, you know he's dropping 40k, apparently.
Le bon lapin.
You said it, now you cursed it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This desk, I forget the power that this desk has sometimes. But you know, these two
Insta broadcast में डाल रहे थे सिर्फ गाना हो रही है.
Be seeing this match in, you know, the first international event that Valorant has. I would think like alternate universe maybe.
Yeah, it is really shocking the comeback that both these teams have had. But I think the things to be excited for are first of all the map pool. We're starting on split. Sentinels looked unbeatable on this map in Americas, and it was the exact same for Karmine Corp. But they play.
Came to hi Vivek, बढ़िया बढ़िया. Who hi United. Hi Dhaval, what's up guys? First my hi Ayushi. Ayushi देखो पता है अक्षत हमेशा आके first लेके आयुषी कल ऐसे लिखता है.
This is a map about their protocols and how strong they are.
Thank you Prasham, thank you. जीजी के लिए mad respect, thanks Siddharth. आज तो सुबह 10 बजे से खेल रहे हैं उन लोग 10 साढ़े 10 से.
Protocols, that is the word, Mimi. Of course, Casey is going to try and disrupt and break the protocols for Sentinels who need to.
ऐसे बहुत अच्छे लगते हैं मेरे को जो कान के पीछे जाते हैं ना earphones. Do you know what earphones these guys are using over here at the event?
They know how to, as I said, disrupt your position, your thinking, and your interpretation of the map. But this opponent is not going to be an easy one.
Kaplan in the press conference last night, he said that this tournament was about prep, was about anti-strat, because there was not a lot of turnaround time for teams to switch up their strats. The issue here is, for Sentinels, 14 hours of prep since their game last night. You gotta sleep for at least some of those. And on the other hand, Karmine Corp have had a good amount of time for Ank to come up with a counter strat. They're so good at implementing that.
चुगली क्यों करनी है मजा आता है उनके चैट में IMs करके देखो भाई ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे को टर्बो वर्बो कुछ लेना पड़ेगा क्योंकि उनके वहाँ का मेरे को सब एड्स दिख रहा है भाई I feel like I look better with my hair behind. It accentuates my features.
Everyone's seen Sentinels comp before, but if you haven't...
Hi Dev, hi. Tuesday पायल and कृतिका. Height तो मेरे को पायल की चाहिए. Actually मुझे नहीं चाहिए, but उसकी height बहुत अच्छी है. मैं और तो सेम है. इसमें चूज क्या करना है? Already हूँ मैं उतना height की. बहुत tall हुए. कल मैं 5'3" थी पता है इवेंट पे. हूँ यार ज़ेरे पास बोला था शाम को खेलते हैं हम लोग 7 बजे से फिर वॉच पार्टी करेंगे बट मैं मैं नहीं यार, आज नहीं कर पाई। मैं उसको बोली आज नहीं, अपन कल से करते हैं।
This is two teams, number one seed in their respective regions, going at it for that straight shot to playoffs. It's all on the line here right now. I mean, we are expecting an absolutely incredible series between these two teams.
Especially given the map pool.
अरे आयशी, कल रात को मैं मेकअप उतारी थी ना, तो थोड़ा मेकअप रिमूवर चला गया था लेफ्ट आई में।
And they're the teams coming from the regions that have lifted trophies in the past.
वो वाला नहीं यूज करूंगी मैं वापस।
Coming out from Americas and from EMEA. There was no guarantee that we were going to get this game throughout the tournament.
Nope.
Swiss tossed the coin and it landed.
Let's go, Split!
We set our sights here on to Split, as you've already mentioned. Very good map for both of these teams.
क्रेडिट किसके साइड पे है?
It's going to be mind games on mind games, I'm sure, as we get deeper and deeper into
अब
the
ठीक
series.
है, आई स्टिल थोड़ा सा मेरे को हो रहा है अभी। सुबह तो मतलब बहुत ही चल रहा था, बट अभी थोड़ा सा बेटर है।
Being picked apart.
आई एम पुटिंग आई ड्रॉप्स तो।
Casey
इतना से इसके स्ट्रीम का आवाज बढ़ाने का रिक्वेस्ट कर सकता हूँ? हाँ, मतलब आई डोंट नो व्हाट यू गाइस आर हियरिंग, सो यू कैन टेल मी ऑडियो का।
Second did not buy the blast.
Is this
packs.
better?
Go for the boom bot instead.
Should I raise my
Full
voice,
utility
my
in the
my
sky.
my
Looking to try and play more
my mic
default
volume?
pistol. Punish the
Like,
aggression
is this
from
better?
KC, which may be happening in mid actually, as
Ooh.
Thomas took a little bit of damage.
Almost first blood going away. Sentinels here, just a bit of chip damage and away. Narrate spamming back and forth, exchanging with the bullets. No casualties. It is so slow going.
I was taking a look at Magnum and Martin, who were thinking about getting information over towards B Heaven, but they didn't actually spot that Sen are going for the walk-up.
It's contacts on contacts, but a stack of KC. They've got the players here. Pull, triggered, Prowler through, along with the decoy. A lot of noise being made.
And the mid-round audible here now. 30 seconds left. Sen were going to accelerate into the A side, but they're worried in case it's some kind of a trap.
Well,
Zelsis goes for more info, punished, but that is finally going to make the call. Sassy gets the spike down, planted for Heaven.
Exactly so, and I'm going to be paying close attention to this.
I mean, this is where the Sentinels protocols have been immaculate in Americas, constantly stopping their opponents from taking Heaven control. Playing so well around that area, understanding what their opponents want to do.
Absolutely, make the same argument for Karmine Corp here. Paranoia being held and primed, ready and waiting. Was a flash to set that right up. Narrate will fall. Nade, unfortunate there, gets stuck into the wall. So no rebound for Zek and the rest of now Karmine Corp willing to just try and take the fight straight through into Elbow. It's going to be some ground gains, but oh my, the bodies falling and toppling. Pistol round.
यस, तब सेन की साइड पे क्या? इसके बाद का गेम, इसके बाद का गेम हम बाद में देखेंगे। What's my hand with feet? I have 2 feet.
Which is that they
Everybody has 2
how their
feet.
opponents want to play on split.
Hello,
There is a meta that's
Joka.
developed over the course of probably the last year or maybe a little more, which is plan for Heaven, try to retake Heaven control as the post planners, and the retakers are going to end up flooding
Hi, Vanshika.
around that Heaven area. And Sen are so good at anticipating what their opponents want to do and stopping them.
KC side to United is some of the 34% people.
I'm sure they can upset some of that.
Okay, okay.
The weeds there, I mean, just catching on to one another with the bodies, but they're going to be granted a ramp control deep in the position.
And this does look like a round where both teams have opted for the opposite side of things. KC stacking 4 players over towards.
यार ये ऐड कैसे था मैं?
That things were going to come into them, and instead Sentinels getting a very.
मेरे को टर्बो लेना पड़ेगा क्या?
There was a lot of talk
Tagnik
in
आएगा ना, अभी
Americas
उसको बोलूंगी
after
fix करने।
Sentinels went on their fantastic run about whether this version
Hi
of them playing
Manav,
split
Chiro
was
they
just the
came
best in the
second,
world.
they didn't win.
And for me personally, it looks awesome.
Magnum by Jord है क्या?
At an event like this.
ठीक है.
And go up against other top teams like KC, for example, before you can make claims like that.
This might be one of the biggest tests they've ever had. Karmine Corp still danger here, even though they are on an eco round. You never want to count this team out, especially with how drilled they are. Look at them playing together, pieced together. But so are Sentinels, always side by side, not leaving any gaps, nothing to chance. So it will be nice and easy sailed round. Shin the last one left, and time ticking away. You're going to be paying close attention as well if you want to talk
It's like
about
मैं
general
point
matchups
नहीं
into this.
दूंगा.
I mean, on this map we get an absolute treat, don't we? Narrate versus Zekken on the razors with that head-to-head.
Yeah. I mean, what a head-to-head. That really is spectacular. And Tens has moved off the Yoru on bind, just unfortunately exactly aligned with when he could have gone up against Martin, as we were thinking of later on into the pool.
The roles might get funky. I mean, Narrate's playing all sorts.
Yeah.
Flexing into the initiators.
But here we go. KC with rifles back online, and Sentinels with a great buy themselves. Second picks up the judge. He was talking about how much he was playing that on Split during his rank game since being in Madrid.
That was advice he gave me in Korea. He was like, if you're losing your rank games, just force a judge.
Well, we'll see how it works for him.
Getting in their faces. It was definitely working out the other day in their match versus Heretics. Trailblazer straight in the middle, up the gut through the side. Prowler knifed. Zekken, he's set up for success.
Okay.
And even more. He's deep now.
Okay.
Looks like he wanted to try and overextend, but now here we go. An attempt to try and reclear into mid. Trip, Broken John might be in some trouble. Has to call for some backup and reinforcements. Fights happening all over the bloody place, yet still the movement is clean. Satchel there. Trip in his face, and the rate still wins that one out, but the side has been fully taken. Territory now.
2v3. He's not checked.
Forced to slow it down now. Side by side, Narrate and Shin going to be holding hands through this one, but they've got a lot to chew through.
This one way that Shin's looking to pop, very difficult for the post-planners to deal with. Celsius goes for a peek early on, trying to play Zekken in.
It's a bit of that information, yet close to
Right, close
close to the corner.
Oh.
Narrate plucks him out. Now brings it to the 2v2 with an aid rebounding. Did they know? Did he expect it towards
Right
the box?
close.
Clearance.
Oh,
Celsius
right
just
close.
wanted to
Oh!
Shin. That is nasty.
Sorry,
Nasty
pick right
business,
close,
man.
right
It's a
close, right
2v3.
close,
You
ऐसे
start
पे.
to see it. The signs are live here for
What a
Karmine Corp.
calling. यहाँ से मैंने आई जेलिंग किया उधर तक देखो.
Both Shin and Narrate, but at the same time,
Wow, that's insane, Chidori. मुझे पता था क्या था वो.
Look at the economical difference here. Sen have so
I'm
much
good
more
यार
money to be
वंशिका
able to
तुम
work
बताओ.
with. KC on the verge of not even being able to buy in this round. Great awareness though, really well cleared. All of these different angles. Very fast from Shin clearing out these two final players to trade Narrate too. So it's a big round and Magnum gets on his feet early. But things
Starting में बजना थोड़ा
in a really
देखते हैं.
rough spot right now for KC. They're coming into this next round with 2 Bulldogs and a Stinger.
Money is odd. Look quite weak. Martin going to be set up in a 4 position. Has the gate crash. Just to back out in case it's necessary. Sentinels opting for a much slower beginning. A bit of spam exchanged. Led Halen down on either side.
KC's
कहाँ जा रहे हो
retakes
जी?
have
Hi,
been
श्रेष्ठ.
fantastic. Both of these teams look amazing on the split retakes. But Sentinels will try and force the fights before that's even a possibility.
Flash. Chance of the repeat nades. Straight past each other. Zekken, he's already way further ahead than anticipated.
It's just so good. The way that he breaks the Prowlers whilst continuing to scale, whilst continuing to move forwards. He's done it with the knife and with the run and gun movement with the Phantom there. It just ruins what KC are going for.
Mechanical ability off the charts. Tomasi feeling the heat, turned up, sent out the paranoia, but now backs away. Trying to play for the life. Giving up heaven control, gives up B as a result. But maybe I'll be able to just pick him apart from the side here. Is he going to get lucky with a few stray bullets? Not quite. Sassy. Minor bruises, basically. It's going to be that plant down now with 5 players up and kicking. Martin holding that flash out wide. Magnum not expecting it, not anticipating it. Showstopper now earned.
This is what I'm talking about. Sen forcing the fights before the retake can
Saving.
even happen. The swing timing there from Zekken was excellent. It shut this retake down before it could even begin. And KC were getting so many
इतना
of these
energy है ना, crowd में
4-5
अच्छा लग रहा है
round wins
मुझे.
against FPX because
Hi,
FPX would
Ritain, they are better now यार.
fight to them, throw it
थोड़ा
away.
थोड़ा डाल रहा है drops. केसी का एक break है
Sen are
ने.
just not going to do that. If they get up
केसी का
early,
एक
they
player ने
have the
सेन की
discipline
टीम को
and the player
peanut
strength
brain
to be able to
क्या
close this
कहाँ
out.
पे
They've been
United?
working
Hi
on that
Harsh.
since October.
कहाँ बोला था उसने
Both
ऐसे?
teams
Hi Lakshya.
grinding away in separate regions.
What? Hi Tanishq. When did he say that?
But I think one of the biggest things that we're seeing here that's allowed Zekken to
What?
get the entry both of these times is that he's just disrespecting the Prowlers. He knifed one of the Prowlers, got through, and
Interview पे peanut
get a kill
brains
with the
बोला.
judge. And then this time,
गुस्से में आए होंगे.
Narrate thinks there that the Prowler's got a tag onto somebody, I think, or at least he's putting pressure on someone and giving him space to be able to swing. That is not the case.
गुस्से में
Zekken
आएगी
was
फिर ये
so
तो.
ready for that. He's 7-1 on the
Tony,
backside split right now.
Hilo soft.
Dominating. Much like last night as well. I mean, Sentinels, you talk about this team. Last one's out, first one's in. Haven't had much time to prepare for this one, but the form factor playing its part here. All the Sentinels players looking
मैं ना
warmed up and
सहती
ready.
है ना. भाई मैं होता तो सुन के नहीं लेता. ऐसे बोलने वाले लोग भी होने चाहिए लाइफ में. भाई मैं होता तो सुन के नहीं लेता.
And most of this pressure has been coming through mid. This time, Zekken moves his way over towards B main.
Spelling बोलो HILO soft.
Might have gotten a
Soft
spot
की
there.
spelling तो आती होगी.
Explosive. Yeah, as soon as he spots that paranoia.
SOFT.
Actually send that one out, yeah. Actually fantastic, but still close to the
Oh.
corner ducks.
Oh, still got one. What? How did he get one there?
On target, but a take it most
What?
likely. The nade rebounds, and Zekken, man, he's going to build himself
आज लाइक उसका मिस हो गया अल्ट, उसने कहा डाल दिया बट वहां भी मर गया। व्हाट हाय एम, मैं तो ना सहता भाई, ऐसे बोलना लोग भी जरूरी होते लाइफ में।
Easy as it goes, isn't it? Look at that, they can pick and choose the targets. Who wants to get the plan? Who wants to earn their ult next? Sassy, okay, you're up. Keep the war machine chugging.
And that's the big thing, right? Once you start to get momentum like this was only a bit of an anti-eco round. KC still had 3 rifles, if you want to call the Bulldog a rifle as well. But it wasn't a full buy for them. Sen used a big ultimate, but they managed to get another one online too. So this ult cycle is now going to start to push forwards, and things only get more difficult trying to hold off Zekken when he has the Seekers to be able to entry behind too.
It's a vicious cycle.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you so much. Shout out to you.
Zen playing on the defense side, where I think they've also looked spectacular. In fact, might have looked better if you were thinking about how you weigh up their attack versus defense side split.
Yeah, I mean, I would make that argument. Defense side, they have so many different looks on it now. Karmine Corp, as we've already mentioned, haven't really had time to pick themselves back up after the series of losses. The economy has never really been honest at any of these points. Look at them working with classics there for Magnum. I mean, now you're going to see hopefully a bit better weaponry. I mean, it's half armor, couple of rifles, still the Bulldog.
I killed an enemy.
Magnum.
World की बात कर रहा होगा, उसने ऐसे छोड़ दिया था ना.
Yeah, and another opportunity for Sentinels to mix some stuff up. Zekken, by the way, still 10-1, still yet to be punished more than one time. He's dominating.
Absolutely frying.
And this looks like, once more, the pressure's going to come towards mid. And Martine and Magnum have been trying to get aggressive in this area. They just haven't found the opportunities.
An attempt to take an early fight there, but Karmine Corp looking a little bit out of sync with the high-low, but Martine's been pushed forward, so they want to fight this.
I think Martine is just looking to catch Zekken as he powers his way up mid, trying to position himself into an unusual spot.
Oh no.
Really close, Trailblazer. Using the close corner, Martine!
I thought गया ये तो अभी
catch him, but still the trades there. Does Martine not have his gate crash? I'm not
क्योंकि
too
उसका
sure.
ऊपर फायर
He did
था.
a lot of damage to Sassy. So there has still been damage done there, even though it was a 1-for-1 trade.
Call is made.
Yeah, this push through is an excellent idea from John Cutie. No Sentinel on the other side for KC.
एक बार एक डॉक्टर से recommendation ले लो टोनी, ऐसे मतलब बिना रीजन के क्यों करना है अगर it's all good. मेरे को थोड़ा सा dry eyes है इसलिए मैं करती हूँ.
How deep John and Tens are.
It seems like it. Look at that narrate, watching for the avenue as a game of time is, but he is going to be granted one. No way! Walked straight into him, should have been a freebie. Was not.
Oh, spike इधर है.
It's got so much more to do now. Perfect paranoia. That's 10 setting his team up, but will there be anything to capitalize? It's him himself. He'll the one to follow through, man.
Absolute dismantling so far. In terms of the entry in terms of the lurk play there too. It looked like Narrate had it. His crosshair's in the right place, but I don't think he anticipated the timing being that quick. And this puts an enormous burden onto Magnum and Tamaji.
Running away with the early section of this half here. Horn sent wide. Paranoia only on the one. Zelsis. Hi. But as the instantaneous trade, Thomas, he does not expect that position. So it's 5-1. Sentinels really looking like just a mid-round calling. The ideas initially off the rip. Even when KC seemed to get that minor advantage with the first kill, there's always that instant trade coming out.
Crazy भाई, इधर मारा उधर टीटी ये क्या उधर चल गया भाई.
These are the kind of banger matchups that when one team when you haven't had the opportunity to experience how the two clash and collide, you don't exactly know which way it's going to go.
No.
And when you see it play out like this, you're like, wow, this is spectacular, the way that Sen are just handling everything that KC are throwing at them. But I also feel like KC are not actually able to define the tempo at any point in these rounds. Maybe this, and an eco round where they can take more risks, could be the one.
It's the time to do it. Peeking wide, Shin will respect it now.
Hi, Phoenix.
Shows presence though, so Sen are going to be wanting to re-clear B main just in case.
This Astra smoke does make it a little difficult to do that though.
तुम लोग कौन सा एजेंट खेलते हो स्प्लिट में?
Especially when Zelsis has the pit online, which he's gonna want for a post-plant situation probably. If things get dangerous, perhaps he could save it for a rifle.
Dynamics Sentinels. Stacker खेलते तू United. Honestly, expected नहीं तेरे से.
Over towards A right now, so Karmine Corp
मैं Sky या Jet खेलता हूँ. Really, Sachin, तुम भी Stacker?
Might decide to try to use some Sky util to pull people back away from the B site before this pop happens. but also that means that there won't be initiator utility with the sight hit.
Narrate's running away. No, going back to heaven. Close corner. Flash. Martin collects.
That's a great
जरा
punish.
बीसी में
Gets the
क्या मैं
kill,
बोली थी
and
उसको
it
मैं
tells them
आऊंगी.
to keep stacking B.
Here we go. Util being forced out of them with Paranoia going flying. The pull on top of it. Tens cannot get through. In fact, spam down to just single digits of HP. There's 20 seconds left. Narrate's still there with the rocket in his back pocket. It's going to be pretty monstrous here. Pit just to get themselves out. 14 seconds left. Time.
डर रहा था जरा वाह भाई गैक को ओ
Second, but Narrate 2 for 2 on the way.
Traded.
Karmine Corp, full control. And no
Oh.
more chances here. No more chances at all for Sen. That's the danger when you take it slowly. That abundance of caution that I was talking about prior. Doesn't matter if you're playing against the half-buy. When you take your time like that, these teams are going to punish you.
I think the big play. I mean,
Give me a sec, मैं Discord launch कर दूँ.
Second, even in a round where they
I'll join them on
lose,
VC.
But yeah, that is the combo of the ultimate there too. The Yoru ultimate, so that you can spam into the pit. The Raze ult that comes through, locking up the round. But the pick that Martin got onto Sassy told them exactly what the play was. And that's what they've been missing the entire time. They've never been able to read what's happening. And even if they got the read, Zekken bowled them over.
Karmine Corp back into it. Be more than happy with it. Celsius ended up using the cry here.
That one way is a little difficult.
Hello. No disrespect from Zekken. It's not for the
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, co-streamer, hello.
What's up?
At last तुम्हारा
How passive is
यार
position.
मेरे को चैट नहीं बना तुम लोग सब VC में बैठे हो.
Really far back in spawn.
Yeah.
every day we are
Martin
here
expecting
Yeah. Just us.
watching Misty Madrid.
to walk right
watching
past
plays
the
we
back
will never
wall
play.
there, holding its crosshair for it.
क्या मैं तो 10th का कॉपी करने वाली हूँ ओमन प्लीज.
With ramp control game by John QT, he's lurking
Yeah.
himself up there.
पहले मुझे एक बार
So
CT
that's
पहुंचा देना
good.
फिर देख लेना.
Most of his
कौन
team
सा
now
वाला? Black and
regroups and
white
meets
या
him
क्या?
from mid.
कौन सा को?
Shin
Yeah?
is looking very isolated on the A site. Narrate's trying to get into a position where he could help him. Now gets smoked off. That's going to be a danger signal. Alarm bells ringing.
Yep, Tens, ult. Does this a lot to just try and gather that information.
They're going the other way.
Like what he sees, yeah, going in the opposite direction. Players still ready here to meet them. Close to the corner, Martin. Has to do more than that, but he still
ब्रीच
gets
नहीं
one
कॉपी
kill
करोगे.
for
ब्रीच
making
मेरा
controls
देखा है
there
ना
with
तूने
Thomas'
ऑलरेडी
smokes
MVP.
himself
टॉप
off now,
टॉप की
pouring
प्लेयर हूँ
into
मैं.
the side
टॉप
of
की.
Sentinels, 20
Nice
seconds
flash.
left. Nightfall, Paranoia near sighted spike. Drop down, Karmine
Oh,
Corp.
bhai.
Rapidly approaching the
Tough
position.
period.
There's no way
Oh.
for Sen to bail themselves out. That is Karmine Corp. Again,
By
in
Martin
complete
ने क्या
control.
खेला है but ये
यूनाइटेड खेल टीम.
Lovely round there.
संभाल रहा है.
मेरे चैट में कितने लोग हैं? वोटिंग में नहीं पूछ रही. चैट में कितने लोग हैं? केसी की साइड पे.
Celsius not deciding to re-clear that area of the
वो
map.
Senko अच्छा ही
Gave
mid-access
KC
दे
good
रहे हैं.
info. Now,
They're
they
fighting
could have
outside.
been miles away from the play.
Why is Celsius
If they
doing
decided to commit A there, into Shin and Narrate,
वो
who was,
flash हुआ ना,
you know, in
वो मैंने
screams,
flash किया उधर
then
से भी.
that round could have been very successful for
तो
Sen.
रुक गया था.
They decided to pivot in the opposite direction and ended up falling straight into that crossfire from Tamaji and Martin.
Whoever wins this goes to the finals. Goes
Zekken, ult online though, to try and get
Seriously?
things back in the hands of
to the
Sentinels.
next वो like top 4 में चले जाएगा सीधा.
हाँ अभी थोड़ी finals.
I feel like
final
Karmine
of
Corp had
this
their most
stage.
success actually by
Of
trying to
this
play
stage.
for the late round information and the late
नहीं,
round
मतलब ऐसे नहीं
picks
बोल सकते.
rather than forcing the fight early on where you know
Top four
we
में चला
saw
जाएगा,
Narrate and Martin
समझ.
getting punished
Main stage
in
में
those
चला
earlier rounds.
It's almost like a stalemate just being drawn initially.
Playoff में
Still
right.
waiting for it out.
Finals
playoffs.
तो पे
Yeah,
He's going to be in
finals
trouble
में
here,
fourth score.
potentially.
La-
Forwards now with the
Oh!
ult flash into the corner.
Oh,
Rocket
no.
bounds. There's no kill there. Thomas is already repositioned. Spray by Tens.
killed him.
Wrangles the beast and eventually takes out Narrate, but the evacuation was successful. So Thomasy is alive, and now he's going to be setting his house back up with the orb up. He's got a free walkout into the site. Wraps back to the pillar.
सेंस सब सन की साइड में मेरे चैट
Players are weak. This is
में.
interesting,
Yeah,
but
but
an unusual one.
security लग रहा है.
Neural theft gives them an idea of where these players might be. The positioning's now highlighted, pointed out. 40 seconds left, but they don't have heaven control. No real way to play this one and fight this.
shot.
Doubled up together. The double swing is called.
Good
Celsius finds two. Flash through. Martin lucky for that one. Stray bullet just going wide, but it finds the
Thank
target.
you for the membership, यहाँ पे. Thank you.
25
छोटा बच्चा.
seconds, Tens is going round the world.
छोटा बच्चा नहीं, अब तो baby हो.
Trying to make this play happen,
Bro, देख
but
रहा है, Martin
Martin's
देख रहा है
already
इसके
read it.
ऊपर.
They
Watching.
know there's no noise being made here. Someone
But
must
will
be
flash,
going for a
assassin
flank.
flash.
He's missed the angle.
Oh no.
Trying to push the
Oh
players
no.
away. They're looking the wrong way.
Oh. Oh. He did
Oh
it.
my.
अगर वो देख लेते
Bro.
The one making a difference there.
so
अरे
cool.
Tying tiniest of differences.
A comedy or a tragedy, depending on which side of the equation you're on.
No,
But that round
dude.
came down to, as you said, the smallest things. Martin was so
भाई
aware.
मुझे लगा देखेगा वो.
He just believed that he could spot the head.
देखा ही नहीं बे एक
And then
बार
the
just
tap
थोड़ा
is
सा देखा
beautifully timed from Sassy to pull attention away.
Even
Tens had
Tens
no
उसको
idea where
flick back
Shin
भी नहीं
was.
कर पाया
Oh,
और
just
उसको
didn't
लगा
clear
वो
rafters.
सिटी से मारा है.
And
So
now
he picked
KC have won
CT
3
first.
rounds in a row to get themselves back into this. It looked dominant for Sentinels, but they have lost
नहीं
their grip
दिखा
on
होगा
this
ना
one
उसको
so
वो
far.
तो मैं आपके
Oh, here we go, the paranoia play.
Yeah, dimensional drift sets
कितना
it up as
funny
well.
दिखता है यूरो भागते हुए.
Multitude of targets.
हैं?
Too many.
Exited out, yeah.
Far
He
too
just
many.
He just
Martins
opened
to
his
deal
heart
with.
there in
John
between four.
QT is just playing
I
anti.
think misclick
That is
हुआ है.
such a nice play.
Oh my.
Sentinels have
नहीं.
destroyed
खेल
it.
रहा था वो दो को फ्लैश
नहीं,
देखा
वो-
ना.
इतने सारे लोग
A lovely
नहीं
set play
करेंगे
from
वो.
Karmine
I
Corp.
don't think so.
Looked fantastic when they ran it in
मेरे को तो misclick लग
EMEA,
रहा है.
but with 3 players there from Martin,
अगर उसने जान कुछ
bit off a little more than he could chew. And Ten's got the punish.
थोड़ा doubt हो रहा है मुझे.
So this does look like now a round where Sentinel should be massively favoured. Magnum's positioning is the one that I'm looking at, down mid. Wondering if he could get some kind of flank timing to turn this round. But it does look very much like Sentinel should be favoured.
Should be right. Narrates down already onto the floor. He's caught
Bro.
the back head a second.
And nobody in behind to try
Nobody
to get the
to
trade.
follow. Ah,
Oh.
spray. Magnum almost there with it. Nasty, nasty stuff.
So
3
much
players
danger.
moving,
Come
pivoting.
on.
40 seconds left. Making their way over towards mid, but they're making all the noise in the world. So Narrate is hot on their heels. He's right behind them. He's making a call for it.
But he can't afford to make noise, so he's got to travel more slowly. And that's allowed Sentinels the timing to be able to get into the site. Surely somebody is going to be watching for this.
Spike planted.
Surely right, but doubled up.
Now this is where the Astral could be useful. Not going to be comboed, obviously, with Martins.
Position
By this
बढ़िया है.
crossfire setup. First point of contact, close to hell. It's John QT. Boom
I
bot.
feel like an 8 for half.
Will clear him.
And
Feels
actually,
his position up top. Celsius takes the fight.
oh, it was all
Nice.
trying to distract as well for
देख
Shin
रहा है
to get
पीछे
that
भी देख
timing.
रहा है हाँ.
And now I fear
अब नहीं देख रहा.
it is
अब
simply
देख
too late.
और जैसे ये भी करने जा रहा है.
Realizes it, not even going for it, despite the money.
Round में
Two
Bruh.
players still basically brought down.
Hi Shrikant.
You can feel the tension, man. I mean, how back and forth these two teams are. So closely.
आर्यन किसकी फोटो लगाए हुए हो?
It is gutting
तो
though
नहीं
for
हो.
Karmine Corp. When you've been having a lot of success, letting the rounds tick down and playing for kind of late round advantages, and you decide, right, we've won 3 in a row, let's change stuff up and go for an aggressive play at the beginning.
हाँ, I think उसको लगा इधर सब blind
And that's
थे
just
हाँ.
Martin not quite realizing that one of the players
He
wasn't
saw
caught
2
by the paranoia.
flashes. Third वाला बंदा और
Even if they
he was
all
on the
had
left,
been,
वो दिखा नहीं था.
Might still have been a bit too
Moment
much
he
there
opened
for him
up,
to
John
deal
Q
with.
दिखा उसको.
But Eng is now going to call a timeout. We're headed into a tactical pause for Karmine Corp. Like I said, they tried to adjust the tempo there, but I feel like everything they've been doing in the early round, Sen have had the advantage. But it is so difficult to play patiently and slowly with their composition when you don't have a Cypher or a Killjoy or something like that giving you information.
Double duelist. I mean, it necessitates, I think, as well, some of those aggressive plays that you see. Because otherwise, you're starved of that mid-round information. You don't have a clue really where players might be landing. When the rounds go late, that seems to be where Karmine Corp are favoured.
But we
I
are
think 8-4 होगा.
on to our 11th round, and this is only the first timeout that either of the coaching staffs has taken.
Right.
Yeah,
Let's see
playing
what-
things, you know, trusting their team, even when they were down 5-1, I believe it was, to
भाई मैं
begin
कुछ
this.
सीखो ना मुझे
So
जापानीज
Eng is now
लैंग्वेज
going to have his input. The only head coach
The
at
only
this
language
event
I wanna learn.
who's won a Masters before.
arigato gozaimasu का हम तो नहीं.
Which is madness, but that shows you
Ohio.
how new a lot of these
Watashi wa
teams,
namae wa
rosters,
devadi
coaches are to the big stage here at Madrid.
My name is
एक और
It was a
बार वो
very
मुझे proper
unusual
बोलने नहीं
qualification process.
बता बता
It does feel a little bit like a new era of Valorant,
Kiso,
if
kiso?
indeed they can
Please
win out
go
against the
hold
old
that
guard,
up.
of which
Oh,
Sen,
Ramme.
frankly, are kind of represented the old guard here.
नहीं यामते खुदा सही
Sassy,
is please help me.
Zelsis, Tens, all
Yeah,
been
but
to
Sit please, sit
very,
please.
very,
Please.
very many of these
please
Masters
तो क्या
events
बोलते
or
हैं?
ये
ones
क्या
that have a long
conversation चल
time
रही
ago.
चैट?
Please help me यामते खुदा सही बोलते हैं ना.
Young and
Yeah,
spry,
please help.
looking to try and
या
take a
नहीं ये
big
पूरा
scalp
प्लीज के
early,
लिए ही
but
होता है वैसे. Just saying.
got offset.
Onagai,
Disadvantage in the
Onagai.
rounds. A flash repeat through.
Oh.
Stun. A little bit too late, Martin. Rips the head clean off second
Oh.
shoulders.
And they
But
decide
still
to
going
fight
their
that.
way.
I mean, a massive fight there.
Onegai.
Comboing the Prowlers
Onegai,
with
na?
the Boombot,
Onegai.
so they have even more
Onegai.
utility to try to stop Zekin from
Onegai.
entering. That's the
Just
first
the
time they've
only
actually
अबे क्या बात कर रहा है
gone to the
ज़रीफ?
tip of the spear.
Flash connects. Second one used now. Sassy, no more left available to him. Sees.
That is a big seize.
Let's connect, yeah. Stops him in his tracks for just a moment. Smoke, finally.
का क्या है? वो they have an Astro wall for
Pops
it.
up.
और main का plant नहीं
Finds up the
देंगे.
site. That's going
दे
to be
रहेगा, हार्डर का plant दे रहे हैं.
God into them. I think Thomas is just setting that one down,
Default
but
कर रहे हैं.
they realise backside is going to be cleared.
Ayo.
Planting a default spot. What's the call now for Sentinels? An aggressive play into the spawn. Paranoia. Oh my, it's almost perfect. Thomasy though, he's got the escape.
Astro wall use नहीं कर पाएंगे ना.
Plant down at the back of his head, just a TP away, having control, not giving up at all. TP, heard by Tens, breaks it. No funny business allowed. The Ray already in, leading the charge and through the back. Twisting and turning Tens. He's brought back up, but it's a 1v3. And now he's got to weave and dodge and juke. Diffuse being stuck by Shin, half on it already. Too much to deal with, too much to deal with. Surely it is.
Anti bro.
Looked impressive there, that spray control. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried for a moment.
अरे यार देख ना ब्राइटेड बार बना रहा है यार.
Frankly, the numbers just a little too much there for Tens to deal with. What a retake from KC. That's probably the first one where we've seen them have a proper execute on that. They really nicely come out of this timeout with two big plans. One to stop the early round aggression in the way that Zek was dominating them in those first 6 rounds. And the other to be able to set up a clean retake there. Cosmic Divide, the flash through with the double blast back, perfection. They have a chance to be able to
आएगा ना
tie this up
गेमिंग
with
हाउस
half.
दिखाती हूँ तेरे को.
Wouldn't that be something after that blister and pace?
ऐसे बुलाते हैं Zerif को.
Almost equalised.
With a major tool in their back pocket in regards to Narrate's ultimate. We've seen Sentinels run some of these slow rounds. And in fact, it was a bit of an eco when Narrate used his showstopper before to be able to get success.
Prior conditioning by Sen here.
Excuse me, 5th class नहीं middle class हूँ मैं.
With the Trailblazer.
This time though, the Prowler not catching on to anybody until
मतलब
it hits
5th class
Sassy.
नहीं middle
So I think
class
we can be
हूँ.
fairly sure that that isn't where Zekan's going for. Wow. He tries to go for the info peak, punished.
Shut them down.
Boombot to set it up here. Neural theft as well, so info gathered. And notice anchoring spot, but what do they choose to commit into? A call again made to just contact through.
You do not want to give a timing here for Narrate to pop his ult.
Lock the
That's what it comes down to.
Jump into the side.
Nade rebounding. Satchels now in towards the back of the side. Shin! Anchoring position! And that's 3 in a round. Rocket might not even be necessary. Narrate.
Oh no,
Fuse
no,
running out,
no.
doesn't know where to fire it.
Nahi,
Pre-fire
cancel.
into the corner.
Hello.
That is ridiculous. And now just Tens. Last alive. Disconnecting, snapping the cord and the tether. The C's not there with a paranoia. Blind as a bat. 6-2-6 for Karmine Corp. What a return to equalize.
Incredible comeback, powered by an excellent timeout as well taken.
मेरे chat में क्यों बोल रहे Zerif तेरी engagement हो गई है?
Both, I suppose. Thomas, she's also playing smokes, but Shin and Tens up towards the top
हाँ
of the
इसलिए इतने
scoreboard.
time उधर जा रहे घर
Shin
पे.
with a perfect cap put on the end of that.
Absolutely impeccable stuff from
जी
the
भाई.
anchoring position. Now earlier we heard from
मुझे भी कल
Narrate
पता चला.
before this
Chat
match
में
as
बताया.
well, heading into things.
बचा.
See what he had to say.
इतने कंजूस है रेफ, ये एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था मैंने तुमसे. खर्चा बचा दूंगा.
ठीक है यार हम अपनी फ्लाइट करके आ जाते हैं यार.
हाँ.
तो बुला के तो देख यार कौन सा तेरे को बोलते हैं फ्लाइट होटल करवा.
हमने खाना भी ऑर्डर कर लेना.
खाना भी खुद मंगा लेते यार. अटेंड करने भी नहीं बुलाया. अटेंड करना यार. फीलिंग मैटर्स. फीलिंग.
पता चला हमें कह रहे हैं कि मेरा भी मंगा
I was thinking about playing the game that's in front of me and learning as I go.
सुन ना मेरे चाची उधर उसको भी भूख लगी है. मंगा रहे हो तो
So it's
वो भी ऐड कर
really
दो.
important for us to just learn from every match. I didn't really have any doubts about whether or not I'd make it to the international stage. For me, I don't really think about winning or losing, but me personally, like every game that we played in EMEA, I just felt like we
मैं तो
couldn't lose.
बोलता अगर देखो what is the
Yeah, but
app?
again, no connection.
How to
Martin
deal with
towards
this
the back.
shit? What
Go
मैंने
wide here, but the dizzy Narrate is
ठीक है उसके बाद नाइट क्लब भाड़ा करके
He's
सब
on
दोस्तों को
one.
लगा पार्टी कर.
Almost there for the ace, but 4
Best shit.
kills eventually shut down in the end, but 7-0.
मैं बताऊं
Merci
best.
to the French fans.
अभी इतना भाड़ा भरने के पैसे तो फ्लाइट ही कर दे हम लोग
ये
की.
भी अच्छी बात है. ये भी अच्छी बात है.
करो यार,
Fans of
खुश
Madrid
रहो
just to watch us
जिंदगी
play a
में.
video game. It's really an incredible.
नहीं
event,
मतलब
and
हो
I can't
इतना
believe it's
जगह वगह बुक कर रहे हैं उससे अच्छा हम लोग को फ्लाइट ही करके दे दे.
Arena certainly filling up with quite a lot of that. The cheers from the blue wall.
तो डबल खर्चा नहीं हो जाएगा?
नहीं फिर पार्टी नहीं लेंगे ना हम लोग.
And with all of the success that Zekken had on the attack side,
You wanna
playing
change
Raze,
prediction? No.
now our eyes are going to look towards Nuray, who you just
How
heard
about
from.
13-6
And
वाला थोड़ा
Martin
left right
together,
लग रहा है.
the double pronged tip of the spear. Does that make it more of a fork? I suppose the Karmine Corp, the Karmine Corp two-pronged fork.
13-10 win.
Karmine Corp's composition, the double duelist, I think it does look better on the attack side than the retakes. You know, not so much in that mid-round battle on defense.
मैं सोच रहा
But they
मर्डर
weathered the storm. They won 5 out of the latter 6 rounds.
Music
They
तो
were
है
able to tie
भाई.
this one up. And now we get our second part of this big discussion. The things are even here. It resets. We know that Sentinel's retakes
वो
have
admin बंदा
looked
एकदम एज पे खड़ा अगर उल्टा गिर गया
unbelievably
तो
good.
कोई आज मेरे को मोनो ने चाहे एक्सप्लेन करके बताया 4 वर्ड से ज्यादा सेंटेंस बोल के उसमें फनाटिक डाल दो तो फनाटिक का रिप्लाई आएगा ही आएगा.
हाँ?
Familiar scenes from the previous half of how slow going it was just off the rip.
एक सेंटेंस अगर कोई चैट में टाइप करे.
To allow Karmine Corp's players
Yeah.
to mostly try to take space on A.
Forwards, I mean, you've got 4 players of Sentinels.
बनी को दरवाजा खोलना आता है.
The smoke as well.
Flash pick.
लाओ बनी को लाओ.
How is it killing? Hello.
Even
Zekken
as it
ने किला मार
goes
रहा.
2 for 2 here. Karmine Corp, in the meantime, walking away through, going to be hearing them on the ropes, and now the sound cues betraying
नहीं
them.
pick मत कर pick मत कर.
John deciding whether or not to swing, tried to find a timing, didn't
सुन
quite
रहा है
manage it.
वो.
Tens still with paranoia, so they still have flash nade to be able to put pressure on these elbow players. Martin, though, is very far away. Do they anticipate this?
हाय अभी.
Pulls away. Could be exactly what they needed. Trip wasn't broken.
They're changing topic.
Away in again.
किधर मारा था आज तो वो pick
Opens
करना
himself
मारा
up,
वो.
just
Oh,
showing
impulsion
himself
आ
at the back. Nade. Rebounds. Paranoia now.
Tensions push it.
Kind of connection if there is going to be any
I
sort of
think
follow-up
KC
from
wins.
behind.
Oh, no
Martin.
way.
He's going to call them.
Yeah.
It's off to John. Low enough,
Position
dodges the
देख के
flash.
समझ गया था.
Expecting and anticipating, but now 2 players to deal with. The reposition is immaculate from the rate.
अरे
And with a pistol round under their belts, they're going to be more than happy with it.
वो मिड वाला engagement खराब हुआ.
Great attempt there
वो ही
from Karmine
went
Corp.
into the
I think
vent,
they
but वहाँ पे
looked
दो बंदे मर गए.
coordinated as
चलो
a team.
Zekken ने दो
You
मार
can see
दिए.
that they had a clear game plan going into it. That got
Ball
disrupted a little
two.
bit by the camera. Their
Bunny
team was
is
thinking
coming.
about calling the audible and going to punish the players in mid. They
Ankkita
decided, no, let's
Ankkita
just
and
come into
Maharani
sight,
in
play a post
different
plan.
are same. Bro,
But
different.
Martin's positioning, even though he was
Yeah.
stripped off, ended up being really important.
पिछले जन्म में अंकिता
That pistol
महारानी
means
थी.
so much.
Yeah.
You're tied 6-6. You've taken the lead for, I think, the first time in this map.
मेरे घर के नीचे हाँ.
पानी
Feeling
किया वो
control
वाला.
returning a little bit for
क्या कर
Karmine
रहे हो
Corp.
उधर?
Too used to being on the back foot. Hasn't happened too much, really.
No, and it's another one of these rounds where we're just seeing
ये
both
थोड़ा
teams
डरावना तो है बंदा.
rotate around away from each other.
Bro.
Race
Great.
hunting.
Bro.
Yeah, he's hunting. You can smell the blood in the water. Backing down, wants a little bit more as well. Just some stray warning shots popped off.
इसको मार के इसको
It would be a major ultimate to try to get up.
That's part of the reason why he's playing so aggressive.
And I
Seems
think the
like
other
that.
reason is both of these teams want to play disruptive against the other team's retakes. You see them on paper, both of these teams have ridiculous retake win percentages, especially on split. So trying to play aggressive and catch timings in the post plant, one of the best
Good
ways
over.
to disrupt that.
हमारी.
That's an anticipation from John Cutie there.
जज के लिए तो
Expecting it.
एंगल भी नहीं था वो.
Surely no
We can run
danger
for the-
around.
I don't believe so. I think these players are just
नहीं,
going
वो
to
आए
look
भी
to
नहीं,
fight
bro,
this
side
fight.
के
They
अंदर
do
तक
not
नहीं
want to
आए.
start
छी छी.
the ult cycle going for KC.
अब
It's
मरेंगे
disciplined.
ना.
उनको पॉइंट थोड़ी देना है.
या
time there.
और अपने दिन
Probably going
में.
down.
हाँ.
Martin did actually manage to pick up a kill, but he was nowhere
Yeah,
near
Zarif.
getting the ult online. So this is going to be a pretty dry bonus round with some
इतना
good
तो रैंक
weaponry.
में भी होता है यार. What is
But
this?
no
ज़ैरिफ
danger
से नहीं होता ना.
from
ज़ैरिफ बोला अरे
the
जब तक है टाइम मैं तो भागूंगा डिफ्यूज पे.
We've seen KC
Oh, obviously.
not really rely on too many
Try your
set
best.
play
Best होता है
ideas.
1v5 में
They
ninja
threw
defuse bro.
one in, two, I suppose. The B
Yeah,
retake,
किसी ने.
and then that aggression with the
Yeah,
Euro
yes.
ultimate and the paranoia.
ये
But on their attack
वो
side,
best होता है.
we could still see a lot of new
Yeah,
stuff
yeah,
that
but
KC
yes.
have cooked up for Masters Madrid.
वाह याद नहीं आ रहा
एक
बट
बार
यस
याद
वाह.
नहीं मेरे को तो याद है
See,
एक
being
ही
one of
बार
the
किया
more
आज तक
creative
भाई
teams
ninja
that we've
defuse
got at this
1v5
event, really
situation में.
innovating in terms of just the compositions, even ways to
Absolutely.
counter strat. Looking up through there with a flash prowler.
ये वाला control
Right
बहुत
through the
easy है
snake bite.
उनके
They do
लिए.
not care.
But how?
Tens just taking a peek there from heaven. Punished.
Smoke
ओ.
through मारा.
अरे अरे
Also
वापस आ गया.
spotted. Boombot lucky.
मैं वही सोच रही थी वो
gas
देख
Away,
नहीं रहा है
hightailing it,
वापस.
but guess
मैं
what?
वही
Right
बोल रही.
behind him is Narrate.
अरे
उनको थोड़ा सा मिड छोड़ने खेलना चाहिए
to
ब्रो.
apply pressure.
Sentinels are trying to hold the mid.
The first
उसमें
one
पिट
got
रहे हैं.
punished. Zelsis
एक
also
मरने के बाद
Party
fall
में
back to the
केसी भी
side.
तो वही
catch
कर रही थी.
somebody.
पहले
Exactly,
मिड पे
यार,
पिक
किसी
ऑफ
को
हो रही
पकड़
थी फिर
Worrying
उन्होंने
here
छोड़
if John
दिया.
QT gets
Yeah.
pushed away. But Shin
इनका भी same ही वो
taking
lesson ही
the
होगा.
fight.
Here it is. Walking
But
right
it's
into it.
better
Good cross-set
than
placement
the
from
Sentinel
Celsius, and he
proper.
recognises it as a threat coming
Look
from
at
behind
the
Sanchez.
pass.
Through! What is that?
Nice, John
QT quality tactics. This man just hitting nasty.
Justice pick off हो गया. John को यहाँ मरना नहीं है
Shot
बस.
C's avoided.
वो पूरा
Narrowly
नाम
now,
लिया
but
है
two players
उसका.
left to stand here for Karmine Corp. Spike in their possession.
Look at this flank. This is really nice from Zekin and Sassy. It's going to be unexpected. Magnum's stuck in the middle of the map. He doesn't know where
But
to go.
John का reposition ज़्यादा
They
better
only
है.
have 25 seconds.
Wandering about 20
John's
seconds.
ready.
This fight, this fight,
क्या
this fight
time
is so
है?
important.
Oh no,
यार.
4 HP bro. अरे प्यार से जाओ भाई, प्यार से जाओ.
Oh, but वो मर गया, वो मर
They
गया.
are miles away, but they know it.
4
Playing
HP bro.
towards B so they can get a job
Four
and get a
HP.
move on. But
Oh, he thought he did it. He thought he did it, but it didn't.
time to
Yeah.
spare. Horn thrown. That's a critical mistake, honestly. He might not have time now to
Panic कर रहा है
reposition.
Magnum.
Backing
जगह ही
to
नहीं
the
है.
pillar.
आ गया
Fast
already.
through
Panic
Satchel.
कर
Easy.
रहा
And
है.
that's
मुझे
just good
panic कर गया
comms.
था वे.
Knowing that Magnum was that low, all adds
चलो
up.
चलो
For second,
9
just
क्या
run him
बात
down
किरण
with
भाई
a
enjoy
classic.
लोग enjoy.
ऐसा सर्व कर लिया उसने भाई, मेरे को लगा हो गया था.
I'm amazed
क्या हुआ,
frankly, that John
man?
was able to get both of those
party
kills.
Hi Siddharth, you subscriber. Thank you so much for
मैं
subscribing.
चाय लेके आऊँगा इसके
As
बाद.
Narrate went for that blast pack peak.
यही एक चाय है क्या?
कहाँ गए वो दिन जब
Not
Saturday
quite
night
there.
चाय नहीं होती
Now
थी.
John's aim, fantastic, and the spray control too to be able to pick up the second.
नहीं Thursday night भी, Saturday night भी,
KC are gonna
Wednesday
need to
night
have
भी. ज़रीफ
super tight play.
हाँ 2 दिन पहले भी छुट्टी लिया था ना तू?
कुछ भी हो.
दिन पहले तो मड्रिड शुरू
दो
हुआ.
हाँ
कब छुट्टी लिया तुम्हारे?
उसके पहले वाले दिन डाला था तूने.
ऐसे वो लेने वाला था छुट्टी
मड्रिड
जैसे
के आगे वाला. ये बैक टू बैक
जैसे
ट्रेनिंग
इसको
शुरू कर
पता
रहा
भी
है.
नहीं था किसका मैच है. मैंने बताया था.
वो अच्छा हाँ वो अलग बात था. This I was misinformed. I was misinformed by our influencer manager Fatima.
Going wide. Sassy. There is danger here for him.
नहीं सब फातिमा करे. एक इसको YouTube खोल के देखने नहीं होता है. टाइटल लिखा हुआ है पूरा.
Bloody
अरे
thing.
तो पूछा
Narrate's
जस्ट
already
करके
into
बोला
the back
आज
of the
तो
side.
नहीं है
Magnum
लाउड
now
का
with
मैच.
the plan.
अच्छा नहीं है.
Narrate
और
wants to
ठीक है.
go hunting for a little bit more, but this
मतलब
time
तुमसे
aware
लाउड
of
का
it.
मैच देखना आता है.
Both of these teams trying to disrupt that retake
Are you-
potential.
are
It's
you
only just
Aman's
equalising now
fan?
4-2-4. How does this get played?
So
Into the
निकाल
post
देना.
plant. Players close up. Into the position still with the paranoia available. Flash through. Now the paranoia. It's there. Spraying forwards.
Yo,
getting
bro,
close
bro, bro,
wide.
bro,
Damage
bro.
done
Bro,
to
इसका
Martin.
हाथ
Rest of
gyroscope हो गया
lives.
देख.
Alive and kicking into the back of the side is Magnum tucking.
Nice one, John.
Jing.
Nice रे.
Intense forwards. This is
सेकंड को मारा
relentless.
उसको.
by
भाई देखा ही
Sen.
नहीं वाला फिर.
पता नहीं क्या हुआ बट खत्म हो
Really
गया
lovely
round.
play.
हाय विशाल. बर्थडे में क्या डाटो है ना विशाल?
From tens and
भाई इसको लगता है अपने को ये पता नहीं है ये सब. I am aware रमन.
तो मैंने बहुत देखा है.
बोल स्टार्ट तक कोई नहीं. ठीक है भाई.
Really solid awareness to be able to punish
देखना.
Narrate, who went for
The
that same
moment he
piece of
was
pressure.
taking उसका teammate
Something
ने
now that Sen are
गलत
expecting.
खेलता है यार ये मैप पे.
But in terms of just also the duels won, I mean, tens is swinging,
लाउड के
not
अगेंस्ट तो वन
completely
साइडेड
alone,
मार रहा था
but
यार.
certainly going to try to take the 1v1s, and they're winning them.
both team are let indeed.
So now the score is 8-8.
देखो ना ये चारों
They get
टीम
to
आज
take
के
advantage
अपने
in
अपने
favour of
इंडिविजुअल
Sen.
लीग्स के
KC
हैशटैग
can't
1-0.
buy.
अग्गू
Sen
सो के
Hart
नहीं.
primed to take the lead
कोई भी वन
back.
साइड मैच नहीं जाने वाला pretty sure. Unless कोई टीम एकदम
Such a high
Mentally
degree
hard
between
है
these two
वाला.
teams here.
भाई टकरा
Sen
गया
just
वो.
got spotted by the Prowler.
Yep, spotted.
नहीं,
Horn.
साथ
ओ भाई.
हो रहा है
Some help
थोड़ा
here.
scene
Decoy
to be
forwards. Showstopper.
Boys, Zelsis
Relief
का होना
from
थी किसी
Zekin.
को. अच्छा
Now
एम
just
इन
to
उड़ा
try and
दिया
spot
उसने.
that one
Oh,
player. He's got the
Ramson.
timing. He's right past them. Ships in the night. All the way through. Shin wins it out, but still the follow-up there
What
from
are you
Tens.
doing
Hopping
there?
across the
Nice,
box. This man
Reten.
is just hunting them down.
Bro ये बंदा
I
कहाँ
think
घुस
that
गया बे?
fight in mid had gone slightly
हमसे
better.
आया था ना
Narrate's
starting
timing
में.
might have been worth
तुमने देखा वो
something.
सैचल करके
But now
दीवार
they're
पे
stuck
टकरा
in a
गया.
1v4.
हाँ.
They have the timing to be able to go and
John
hunt for
knows,
it.
bro. He reads it.
Yeah, of course.
He reads it.
Sentinels deal with that. It was
My
scrappy, but they
advice
came out to the
बिल्कुल
good
नहीं.
in mid.
बहुत understanding है आपकी.
That was
Hi,
absolute
Atharva, what's
chaos.
up?
But
प्लीज ऐसे चीजें सोचो भी मत. प्लीज.
when things
Why do you
get
join
really
esports?
messy,
Because I am not that good at the game.
the way that he plays around all of the smokes and decides to go in aggro,
ये वाला
he just
ये मत.
looks really aware.
ऐसे मैं भी जाऊंगी मिड पे स्मोक के बाहर पीक लेने.
मैं भी सोच रहा हूँ टेंस की तरह से स्ट्रेच रेजोल्यूशन खेलूं फिर मैं उसकी तरह खेलूं.
We saw some
ऐसे चीजें जरूर बोलते मेरे को बहुत हंसी आती है.
One in particular.
मुझे
One
तुम
in
दोनों की बातें सुन के बस ऐसा
Here we
लग रहा
go.
है
Fast
कि
up mid for KC.
Narrate
ऐसे
is punished.
दिमाग में सोच रहे चलो देखो इनके साथ तो इन कभी नहीं करना है.
Especially when he had the rocket available.
नहीं मैं
Early
दूसरे
Horn
डिसाइड
broke
मुझे
it.
चलेगा.
ये देख रहे हो यही ट्राई नहीं करते हम ट्राई आज
देखो.
मैं उल्टा सीरियस खेलती हूँ for
I believe,
me.
Oh,
of
anda.
Vulnerable onto narrate, so that he only needed
Yeah,
half a
maybe
Brown
second to
anda.
take it down.
तुम
You are pro, thanks, Aman, thanks. Hi, Amit.
राउंड अंडा मेरा
And
कोका से
land it,
पिंडी
not
हाथ
get
में
caught
और
with utility in your hands.
भाई मैं 90 पिंग पे खेलती हूँ
Very
एक्सक्यूज मी
sharp.
मेरा 200 पिंग है
Pressure
मेरा
back
चाहे
on
90
KC.
पिंग है फिर भी मैं एसजी ही
Silence
खेलूंगी
settling in,
चाहे
isn't
100
it?
आए फिर भी एसजी ही खेलूंगी
Karmine Corp don't really have that advantage. Maybe just hoping to fake some presence with Marty on the other side.
Sen
but
is
the side with the
marinating
jiggle
them हाँ
is
क्या
good from Sassy.
क्या
He gets
फिर
that
dinner
information
में
now. Gets himself back.
भाई चैट बोल रही है मैं कुछ नहीं बोल
Sentinel's
रही
not really biting that one. Already to full
बट
rotation.
मैरिनेटिंग ये वाला टर्म इतना
Coming
यूज
through.
होता था ना आगे इतना रिसेंटली यूज ही नहीं होता
But time to spare for Karmine
अब होता है
Corp.
कुकिंग होता है ही इज कुकिंग
Fake and switch and pivot.
लेट हिम कुक
And Martin has been
आगे
continuing
होता
to
था
put a little bit of
मैरिनेशन ऐसा
pressure
करके
onto John QD's setup.
किसमें सुना
He
था
knows
मैंने
that there's
शायद
a Cypher playing
दिस
here.
गाय
He
स्टोरी
knows
ऑफलाइन
where
टीवी
the
बहुत
strip
यूज
is
करते थे वो
too.
लोग
His clone caught it. Didn't break it, of course.
आफ्टर दैट दे ग्रू अप
Hi,
Doesn't make
Saksham.
too much noise
Ankkit
up here.
admitted she's not good. Yeah, because I'm best.
Feels like B now, but breaking the trips as well. It's all over the place. Celsius.
व्हाट आर दे ट्राइंग टू अचीव What are you trying to achieve? मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा हूँ।
Swings out wide. There's an operator. Hello. What a
इससे कुछ भी कर रही
surprise.
है।
12 seconds left. There is no way in hell.
ये वाला राउंड कुछ नहीं किया
Martin has any chance in this round now. Just got to give it up. Waiting at the sidelines now, and the rest of the team going to be simmering.
Economy crushed. This is where Sen has started
अगर
to pull
इवन
away.
मार्टिन ने
And it's not
ये
based
रैम
on
को
आशीष है बड़ा यार।
It's based on punishing
तो
again that
इनिशिएशन
level
थोड़ा
of
लेट
aggression
करना था
from KC.
ये ट्रैप तोड़ के इनिशिएट कर दिया पहले
तुमने देखा शिन को अच्छा वो
They
अल्ट
did win
करके
one of the
फुल
previous
भाग रहा था
important
यार
rifle rounds by
But-
going for a slower
but
pace
variable
retake,
पे जाना चाहिए ना
stopping the rate from getting inside that
That's
smoke.
the
But
first contact
these rounds,
Weird.
they've just
और
shut
ये क्या
Karmine
tattoo है
Corp's
बे?
early round
What the
ideas
fuck?
down.
व्हाट द
And
हेल
now Sen are primed to pull away
बस मुझे भी
to
गले
a
का टैटू
3-round
करवाना बट ये क्या
advantage.
है यो
Only
ये
2 away
ये
from taking the map.
बस ज़ेरेफ का दिन बन गया
This is where
Yeah.
things
That's a good
really matter.
Aman, मैं
And these
Sen.
players who are new
Going to
to a
have the
stage
energies.
this big,
जो
most of
हॉट
them,
गार्लिक चीज पास्ता खाओगे नो
ये टाइम आउट
going to be
किया
listening to their coaches here, getting that input and trying to
साइबर
stabilize
डिफेंसेस लेट
themselves.
इंडीड
They did look a little bit shaky, I would say, in the game against
बहुत दिनों
FPX.
बाद है हाँ भी कहा था
I
यार।
don't think it was the best performance we've
Wish.
seen from KC. Today looks a bit
लेकिन तुमको
cleaner.
लगता है मुझे स्पोर्ट्स में जाना
How are
चाहिए।
they going to
चाहिए
perform
partly।
मैं
in the
जाऊंगी
big
लेकिन क्या मुझे
moments,
कोई
the
लेगा?
ones that test you and add all of that mental weight?
कितना अच्छा ये बनाया ना इन लोग ने ट्रांजिशन
You're
ऐसा।
outside of that EMEA finals. There really
This guy
hasn't
can
been
breathe
anything
through
bigger.
his tattoo.
Think about the
हाँ
stakes
क्या?
of this one. You win this
मुझे तो लगा था
series.
मुंह से लेते
Book the
साथ
ticket to the playoffs. Not just
क्या
a
बोला
couple of
इसने?
days rest, but listen, it's
क्या
preparation.
tattoo था वो?
You going through was
मेरी सिलेक्टिव इयरिंग है पता है मैं मतलब कभी-कभी ना
And that's dodging the other.
पूरी कन्वर्सेशन ही मिस कर देती हूँ।
Oh yeah, that lower. I mean, we call it a lower bracket, but I mean, the losing teams. There are no bad teams.
Thank you आशीष।
राइट हियर इज थोड़ा सा
So
ब्लॉक
KC here have
don't
some
know how.
ultimates that might end up making the difference. Martin could get
Builder,
the dimensional
he was
drift
good.
online
We
this
got to know
round.
today KD has been
Cook
diagnosed with
something
cancer
really
since
interesting
since the tournament was going on.
Not
Paris
counting
bhai, you are
on
saying like
the
one
way
tournament
they-
behind.
Sen are favoured here. And look, Zekken with the op. Yeah.
Adjusting.
Nice one.
Nails a shot straight into narrate. Backing away here
He's
with a
on the
paranoia.
backside.
Has to respect the TP. Through into the back of the site. Karmine Corp going to be given this one. What's the call now? Grouped up. Looks like it. Ready to try and take this fight. Shorty. Close flash. Satchel. Great movement.
Bhai,
Zekken
बच गया बे।
is blinded up entirely there. Couldn't see
नहीं,
the bloody
बेहतर।
thing. And I also have another goal. What a step
What?
forward, what an adjustment.
Bro, मेरे को भी
Right
चाहिए
before
ऐसा
your
movement।
troubles.
Really, that's
Now the
something,
fight
bro.
taking shot. 2-0.
अरे
They can't withstand it.
ओए
This kind of
भाई,
pressure is
क्या
way
उसको भी
too
मार देता
much, and
होगा।
even Shin spotted out. Poor Shin.
Bro, that's some insane
That is an
insane
amazing
movement,
round.
insane,
बताना
Second.
चाहिए
And the setup from the rest of this team there
insane.
too. Tensor has a paranoia through for him to be able to blast back
भाई
back onto
शॉर्टी
them.
में अगर ऐसा कॉन्फिडेंस ब्रो
Insane value from the blast backs. He's full blind when he decides to use the one to disengage.
Get the hell out of here.
And then goes back in with the shorty.
क्या फॉर्म है लेकिन का है
And
ना
that's
मस्त खेल
following
रहा
up on that blind.
क्रेजी
इसको भी मार देता एमो खत्म हो गई थी
The game plans of Karmine Corp. Picked apart, plucked apart, the threads are unraveling.
तो है
This round, it's a must win for KC. Rifles.
Wait.
Oh, शादी में गए थे, congratulations.
Offload all of them.
ज़ेरेफ आगे देख रहे हैं भाई मैं
Aman, I'm not sure यार, my eyes are burning a lot today, तो मेरा आज का sure नहीं है मैं।
Trying to see if Flash connects, getting that information forwards. Dimensional drift going to be clearing out that site.
Discrimination कर रहे हैं।
To go ahead. They know it's now fully cleared out. Straight bullets.
Wait.
Oh,
Sassy, he's a
no.
kill trick.
Ah,
Set that
Oh,
one up,
no.
rocket forwards. Everybody narrowly avoiding, just dodging away from the fuse.
उसके आगे आसपास भी नहीं.
Running
Oh shit!
out,
Oh भाई
second.
बच गया.
Damage.
वो ऊपर जाके बैठे
Big
कर
damage.
रहे
Sassy though, he's regrouped and refound that
Narrate बेचारा
angle.
try तो बहुत
TP
कर रहा है बेचारा.
broken, no gate crash for you, but still.
Alt मार के नीचे गिरा, वहाँ से ऐसे मारा
Backlines
उसको.
here, flash repeat of Martin seeking to do some damage and take some risks, potentially tear away a couple of these players, because they are disadvantaged. And this is Sen looking all the way now, set up for that 12th round. It's going to have to be hero moments. It's going to have to be individuals putting up big performances. Another flash. It's perfection. It clears them out in the open. One player left to stand. It's Shin.
It's just not possible, man. There's
Just
just
left, bro. He just left.
absolutely no way.
Bro, पांचों है बे, पांचों है सारे प्यार.
The Sentinels retake utility there.
Bro,
was
मतलब तुम देखो ना
perfect. There
domination
is
दिख रहा
no
है.
other word to describe it. They
Playing
put
so
pressure
good.
over
Right.
towards ramp, grab a kill. They back off. They dog out through heaven.
Derek क्या खेल
They
रहा
have
है?
this kill trip to be able to set up at the start too. They then
मैं
have
रेस हूँ 24
another
में.
paranoia to layer on
Yo.
top of it.
आशीष देवकर को कोई बताए mods.
That catches onto Martin.
Yeah, see, this
So
is me.
many
उनके सवाल का
ways to
जवाब
do
दे.
this. And Casey's
क्या देख
got
भाई,
aggression,
बाप
cannot
तो.
find any timing.
मस्त.
They can't disrupt it, can't stop it. The war train keeps on going. 6 rounds in a row have taken Sen from losing to map point.
It's all in from Karmine Corp. This is it. Showing her hands a little bit early, forcing out the nade. Second, the timing through the wall. Paladin spots him, and the race finished. Run and gun. Drive by, going wide. Anger in position of Sassy. A safety in numbers, and numbers
तो
are
भाई ये भी
but he
बाप
doesn't
कसम
need
फोड़ दिया बे.
it's done bro.
खत्म.
It's
Man in
done.
class of his own when he's really
मैंने
on
38
fire.
क्यों नहीं बोला भाई?
And
50
once more,
membership मिलती मुझे.
Porsche left alone with the things, but that is
38 बोल.
Sentinels
It's
leading
done.
the charge and leading this series.
What
Kisan आता Sen
outrageous dominance in the second
भाई
half.
but weakest गलत
The
form
first,
था, honestly.
full credit to KC. They came back into it and made a go of that.
They really did.
But when Sen got onto defense, there was no
KC 2-1 बोल रहे Frighted. ठीक है
Steve's
Frighted.
out, of course.
Sticking to his
Absolutely
team.
Electric first map and even more to come.
स्ट्रीमिंग चैलेंज होता है. स्ट्रीमिंग स्ट्रीम हर दिन स्ट्रीम क्या होता है सक्षम? आप कितने साल से खेल रहे हो? वैलो तो जब बीटा में था तब से खेल रहे हो.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the
Lol,
stairs,
Sanket.
clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
बीट सिंह क्या है बे? वो सारे किल्स बीच में देखे. थैंक यू मेट. स्ट्रीक लिखना था, ऑटो करेक्ट ने करेक्ट को रॉन्ग कर दिया. वाह भाई, ऑटो रॉन्ग है वो. फिर ऑटो करेक्ट नहीं, ऑटो रॉन्ग. मैं भी बीटा से लोडिंग में हूँ.
Red Bull gives you wings.
सक्षम जले पे एकदम नमक डाल रहा है. हाँ, अबे ये VCT का ऐड नहीं है साला. मेरे को लगा ये VCT वालों का ऐड है. ये क्या है? YouTube पे लगा तो ये फिक्स करते हैं हम लोग तब तक। 1 सेकंड रुको, अपन फिक्स करते हैं। बोला भी था बंद रख। जो मन के ना कोई तो नहीं है जो थोड़ी हर को किसी को हाय कैट से हाय बनी हाय। ओ मुंह में मुंह डालता है ये, मुंह के अंदर। रेड रेड बोलना क्या नहीं। मुंह पे क्या ग्रीन गाइस, क्या बोल रहे हो तुम लोग? स्ट्रीम ही करती हूँ मैं राहुल। मेकअप रिमूवल नहीं, मेरे कुत्ते ने मेरे मुंह में टंग डाला करते हुए। काश मेरा टिश्यू पेपर रहता है। नहीं मतलब एनी एवरी अपॉर्चुनिटी नो, एवरी अपॉर्चुनिटी। सही है भाई, सही है, सही है, सही है।
him, but he's not done yet. He teleports towards heaven yet again. He re-pushes into this space, and as this retake, this is cut a little bit forward in this round, as this retake is coming out from KC, and Sentinels is stuck back sight, watch Tens on that little mini-map again, because he's gone all the way up towards heaven, and is late rounds, finding the perfect position, setting up their players for these plays when risks need to be that need to be taken, but also just finding great calls on both sides of the map.
Yeah, exactly. I think it is that movement that is going to characterize them, and I think that is something that they're going to need going on to Lotus, going on to that next map, because even though Shin was a very good strongholder for the majority of their defense, giving us amazing rounds to watch, I don't think it's going to be enough, and definitely shows up how prepared Sentinels was for this split. As you said,
काश मेरा टिश्यू पेपर होता। सही है, सही है। वैसे डिलीट क्यों कर देता है मोरल? मतलब डिलीट ही कर देता है मतलब मोरल। हाँ
that Zekken was just brilliant with his movement and with his interpretation of what the next movement was going to be for them.
Oh, look at that. We have 84% in favor of Sentinels.
Wild.
And I think that, you know, that Proud also agrees. I mean, we were surprised that we actually heard the Sentinels chant over there. But of course, KC fans...
जो छोटा white वाला है वो बनी है, जो बड़ा वाला है वो Bolt है.
It could be anybody's game, even as we look at the fan reception, right? But right now, it is going to be time for the AIM Lab shoot-around, so let's check in.
मैंने नहीं कह लो, मेरे को इधर दिखाई देता है message removed by Moron, message removed by United. मेरे को यहाँ पे Moron लिखा हुआ आया है.
Sentinels had such a hard time against KC was this player.
I think that there is a couple of things that made the match and the score seem closer than it was. First, that crazy second pistol round that we saw when KC just had this amazing good play using the Euro and the TP that they set up at the beginning of the round. And another one of those factors was Shin as a strongholder, as I was saying. Them a more iconic duo, this guy and defending B.
Has he ever lost a 1v2 clutch on the B side of split?
I just want to go back to EMEA and watch that ace that we couldn't see, but he managed to defend time and time again, and it's so complicated. I think that also he's...
कोई दिक्कत नहीं, मुझे हर चीज से दिक्कत है निखिल. क्यों delete? मुझे हर चीज से दिक्कत है.
Absolutely. Across that first map, both teams really had such a great read. I think they both had this idea of really forward committing to fighting in towards their opponent when they're
Bro,
in
ये
their
right
post
में
plans
जो
to
वो
stop
brown
these set
analyst
retakes.
brown
And I
dress
really
वाले
think that's
analyst
what
नहीं
got
है.
KC in particular
Brown
on that
analyst,
attacking
yeah.
side, right? When
Sorry,
Zekken was going
Fatima,
brown
if you're
dress वाले
listening.
analyst.
ideas, but it was the exact same thing
अरे
for
तो मेरी
Sentinels.
बात
KC
सुनो,
had that same
वो
idea, but they managed
आंट
to
में
shut
की
that
तरह
down.
नहीं लगती
They
है.
did such a good job
वो latest
playing up
Spider-Man
against that forward aggression and still
ये इसमें
managing to play these set retakes.
वो आंट में की
And
तरह
not
नहीं
only
लगती
that, they
थोड़ी.
also managed to win, I believe, almost half or even more than
मैंने ध्यान नहीं दिया, मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा next वाले
It's
map में.
having the right
Bro,
read,
please
the right
देखो.
response, and what
Please
the
ध्यान दो.
information that
ठीक
you
है.
gather, even when you're
ऐसे ध्यान दे रहे
having
हैं.
one player down because of getting that information, the fact that they're showing sync into following onto the steps, into knowing everything that comes after. has
Thank
to
you,
be
आशीष.
also in low
पीछे वाला
stakes.
स्क्रीन अच्छा है.
So
स्क्रीन
some
का है पीछे भाई, मिरर है वो.
are already on that map the other day, and it was only because of that crazy performance that by
was
Narrate he managed to
hard.
close that one out, because FPX, trust me, a 13-10
Can I
is
get the
not
names?
that
How will
much.
I?
And
I don't even know.
specifically,
Deleted by एक मिनट. राहुल
that we got from Sentinels
Leo.
and how we struggle on that on their attacking side.
पूरा
I'm worried.
copy paste.
Well, we're going into
Copy paste
Lotus
form.
right now, and here no big surprises here on the Asian composition. But Mimi, I think that definitely we're gonna have our eyes on each and every one of these players right now, and of course the Tense Omen again.
In this first half, what I'm watching is Sentinels post-plant protocols. In their match against
ओके अमित.
दिखाया नहीं एक बार यार
राहुल
मुझे.
मैंने क्यों लिखा है इधर? फाइन लगेगा अब 1000 का ना. बात तो सही है भाई, बात तो सही है. यूनाइटेड 1000 भेजना जरा. करो 1000 सुपर चैट फाइन करो.
If they can do that
Sad
again,
हो गया.
they have a real chance to close out this series 2-0.
Yeah, exactly. And for K-Corp, we know how important for them is the aggression at the beginning of the round, how they're going to be fighting for A control time and time again. But I assume that Sentinels is going to be very ready for it.
Well, let's find out if this one makes it to a map number 3 and send it back to your casters. Here's Bran and Sideshow.
नहीं करने वाली मैं अमन वो.
All hope isn't lost, really, if you are a Karmine
ठीक है,
Corp
मैच के
fan.
बाद देखेंगे.
Lotus is a map where they are highly specialized on. They have
मैं हेड मॉड हूँ, मैं कुछ भी कर सकता हूँ. वाह 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 वाह. हाय सक्षम. Tomorrow's your birthday, Ashish. Happy birthday in advance.
beginning. Already, it looks like it's gearing up for a lot of aggression out towards the middle of the map.
Looks like we've got a
Let's go Lotus. Let's go Lotus. No one picked Breach. Am I the only Breach player?
Straight for the sheriff.
Mirror teams.
KC trying to take tempo right at the beginning of this round.
चलो let's
Walking
go.
up with the paranoia prep, trying to take the fight to Sen.
Horns.
थोड़ा थोड़ा लग रहा है किसी का.
Signs of life, Joel.
मुझे भी feeling तो आ रहा है.
Timing there. If that had been a tad earlier, KC probably would have stayed to try to take
Fnatic
the fight. But now they're
against
anticipating that
तो
John's
मस्त
नसीब अच्छा निकल आज तुम.
and they've read it correctly.
Nothing wrong
करो
with
कुछ
that
अच्छा
here.
ट्राई. सक्सेसफul हो गए.
They're
Yeah.
just talking a lot about
रिकार्ड में
mobility,
air pressure
but
हो
I
रहा है.
feel like that's going
कुछ
to be
receive
key
है.
on both of these attack sides.
लॉल आ
इसको
गया.
सीन है मेरे कान में.
I think with mobility comes confidence. You
बताओ
have to be
मुझे.
confident to be able to make that play.
बताओ.
Trust the call, take the swing, and so far that's been one big area where Sen are looking better.
Take the swing.
Missing a little bit for Karmine Corp. Maybe a symptom of, as we already mentioned, a new guard versus the old guard. Sentinels have got some experienced players. So do Karmine Corp. Don't get me wrong. Magnum himself was
I can understand all this.
Same content.
एकदम से पूरा.
Yeah, mirror
See
comp.
it, a bit of an explosion. The pivot here over towards B.
Leo. Oh, nice damage, babe.
Chunk load of damage. Has to back away and respect the nade now.
And that's their star player.
Spike planted.
There's no heals online as well. No chances there for him to get top back up. Contact call by Karmine Corp right behind them. That's 3 players looking to set their sights on the link. Distraction plays with the Prowler. Peeking
भाई 3 लोग हैं. Yo. उनका आवाज नहीं आ रही. Yo, जल्दी भाग.
Taking the time here to reposition up towards heaven. What a call made. Still nearsighted. Blinded up.
Nice one.
He will fall. That prior damage.
Bro.
Clearing him out into the site. It's getting dangerous.
Main अभी भी है जिंदा है main में.
All over the place here.
Let's go.
Damage just wandering right into him. Celsius.
कोई डिफ्यूज नहीं कर रहा bro. Don't worry. Oh मैं कहाँ है?
Celsius.
Nice.
Left whatsoever for Karmine Corp. Struggles here. The opening.
ये क्या हुआ?
Oh, सबका हुआ. I was scared से मेरा हुआ.
मेरे को भी लगा.
I was like, oh no. Net.
And immediately Zekken calls to push heaven.
हाँ निशान मैंने नोटिस नहीं किया था वो.
Again, strong start, right?
Not your standard smoke. They get inside of it very quickly.
निखिल please रोज ना हाया करो.
Dominated on split to be able to win the post ban and secure a
1 centimeter ठीक है.
So neutralizing that early round.
That was a centimeter according to
playing
me.
Dynamic post ban that looked superb. You can only go for those plays if you're feeling really confident and very in sync with your teammates. I think that's been a clear difference today for Sen.
What the hell?
One to keep an eye on.
Bro.
I don't actually think that Martin
What the hell?
swing through this gap between the turret and the wall. He can jump.
What? अच्छा अच्छा Celsius देख रहा था.
He's through.
Oh.
He's past it, but
And he's
Celsius is
dead.
watching. Yeah. Very aware of it. Now the door
Oh.
opens wide. So this is Sen's protocol to clear through C. Oh my.
Nice
Okay,
nade.
could have got dangerous. It's all good though. Nade. Tom's out wide.
Sentinel's classic.
Do you die to the
By the
nade? Do you
bundle.
Die
Ah,
to
GG.
us. And now just Shin left standing. I feel like I've been saying that quite a bit, but it is the eco round and early days yet for Loaders. Still.
Vivek bhai, please control kare.
They got the expected one with 4 players surviving.
Oh, इनके मोर की आवाज
We're
नहीं आ रही.
expecting this to be a pretty attack-sided map. Sentinels versus Heretics.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we saw.
Yes.
Right, Heretics got
नहीं
a
सुना
really
तुमने?
big
मैं
lead. I think
सुनाऊंगा.
it was an 8
कहाँ से आ रही है आवाज?
goal, and Sen were able to
आती
bring it
लोटस में मोर की आवाज आती.
हाँ.
it back. Incredible attack sides, and both of these teams have been good in that situation. So it's
Navid
not
bhai,
over
हाँ,
for
बोलो ना.
KC if they can't build some momentum here in the first half, but it is going to be very difficult for morale, for the way that they approach the map, for their confidence.
Pushing through with a Prowler. Next wave of util here. Paranoia and a satchel. Only grant some access to B main. Rest of the map not really being played. In fact, Karmine Corp wants to do.
मेरे हिसाब से तो 2-0 ही होने वाला है. मतलब इन लोग लेकिन बोल रहे हैं कि इसी का लग रहा है मैप. मेरे हिसाब से तो लेकिन
हो सकता है.
They hit the jump spot. Yeah. Wow. John, not even.
यार ये
aware of
तो
the fact that they
हर
could have
कोई
walked all the way
aware
back up
रहता है
there.
इधर
So,
का.
first kill.
कौन सा
Direction,
जिसका?
similar scenes for
Rebel.
Sentinels here, just to try and clear through
I
the front
think
section.
उसने शायद क्रॉसिंग नहीं देखी थी. उसने
Timeout.
बॉल टूस नहीं
How
बनाया.
How deep Tens is.
I mean, he's going walkabouts.
He could win this round for them despite being down 4v5.
Behind them, they don't seem to be aware of this at all.
Not even slightly.
There's been a gap in the defensive protocols, a need to force these players out wide. The
Why
damage.
no
Done to
way.
them, the rate, looking to the
He
side.
missed the teleport.
Missed
Oh,
the
bro, what timing पे
Catches
ही.
him. Judge in the face second. To trade by every part of the definition. Prowler forwards jumping.
Nice second.
Damage. The shot's going wide. Second. There's no way he's getting away with that.
I love the attempt though.
Anti.
I really respect it. It felt like there was serious danger in that round. The timing that Tens found was
बायरन हो जाए उसके बाद जाऊंगा.
extraordinary, and I think possibly one of the reasons why John got a misread on what was the
All-
defensive setup.
पहले तू नाना चालू कर निखिल.
That's the unfortunate play though.
एक काम कर ले पहले.
Both got seized there towards the back of the site.
I was disappointed
Shin
भाई
and
बंदा.
Narray. And Tens, he just missed it. You can see the frustration there. I mean, he was absolutely dominant map 1, so he expects to be able to win those.
वाह ऑफलाइन स्टिल लगा मेंबरशिप होता है रे. Defrosted. C control पूरा रखा है bro. Even if they don't take A.
More keen to fight over C, man. Look at it setting up with the paranoia and a few players.
Trying to deny the
Nice
outposts
रे.
on both sides of the map.
Yo.
Good plan.
Nah.
ऐसा
ये
हो नहीं
second
सकता।
map है आदि।
There's no return
पहले
fire
V2
from
मार
Thomas. He
देते हैं।
can't take the fight and stand his ground, not with the
मैं तो
Odin.
बहुत try किया, मुझे no नहीं होता।
He's going to try and get in behind the showstopper engage here, instead of being a vulnerable victim on site.
अच्छा हुआ।
Showstopper, Tomsy.
अयो।
Through near sighted with the Prowler. Second Forcer just fired a rocket blind.
मतलब हम लोग अगर guys यूज ही करेंगे ना तो हमें मत क्यों
Plays
बोलना
down
यार।
now for
अगर
Karmine Corp.
Zekan कर सकता है तो हम तो कर ही
Choose
सकते
to take this one, or do you choose to take the save? They're looking, hoping for a bit more. That's an odd one.
कितना
That's
टप्पा
not
खाया
entirely
वो और
something, but the orb still does the job. Cuts off that one sight line, and now it has to be the call, surely.
I think you got to save here.
Yeah, you have to.
सेव ही कर रही है और क्या?
They want to make a go of it.
The economy on Shin and Tomasi is just not good enough to be able to go for this one, I don't think.
Yeah.
Now they're backing away.
And that's a huge win for Sen here. Sen, by the way, getting into their very standard post-plant setups where they have Zekan up top. So they often tuck somebody in towards the box. They have a one-way
पहला
smoke
Sen
as
जीते
well.
आदि।
कैसे अपने मैप में
Hi Mom Stealer, hi
That really
Mercy.
is the crucial duel when
Hello,
Sassy is able to
Ankush.
pull that pick onto Tomashi.
Last map
That's the real
नींद
one.
आ रही है नहीं थक गई
I
मैं।
think affect हुआ है। लग तो
Astounding
रहा
as
है।
well. I mean, the consistency
Thoda
with
thoda.
second frying just builds up these ults
too
like
much
nothing.
respect shown
Yeah,
bro।
absolutely.
मतलब
And you can
C
see
पे
that the
just
clear
वो
game plan there
1v1
from
में
KC
करके hold
was,
कर रहे हैं।
we're going to fight over all tops on both
They're not
sides.
even trying to push
So
up।
they had a
A
triple
control के
play
लिए
over
शायद अब आ
towards
रहे हैं
C,
शायद, हाँ।
fighting very heavy
A
for
control
mount
देंगे
control
maybe।
because that's
Who
where they
doesn't
expect
know
Sen to start
about
the round.
Rosal,
And then they had a
bro? What are you
crossfire
even
set up.
talking about?
But it just ended up with Magnum kind of wandering around
इसके
in the
बारे में?
open. He missed the timing, didn't tuck,
Rosal.
couldn't play the cross with Tomashi
ओह
properly.
अच्छा।
Ended up giving away his life a little too freely. And
Bro, he
Zekan has
controls
started
the
this
RA,
map, much as he started the
और
other one,
I'm on Sen's side.
dominating.
नाउ देखो।
Just rolling.
वैसे मॉली लगी भी नहीं। Seize मॉली।
A fight to contest over the A rubble control. Sentinel's happy to concede it. So Karmine Corp going to just place Shin into that forward angle. He's going to be getting a lot of mid-round information.
Hey Hell boy,
for his
कैसे bro?
team.
What's up?
Lots of juicy tidbits that Magnum could use for some potential calls.
हाँ चार राउंड निकाला KC तो
These
फिर
are the
सही है।
situations on defense where it's so difficult to get a
Abhi to
read on
1-3
where the
है।
attacking team is going to end, especially if they have a really competent IGL like John Cutie.
Deadlock use हुआ था EG ने
So
लिया
this is
था।
going to be a lineup to try to clear out Shin if he was playing
Gotta
behind
learn
Rubble
this
or on top of it.
lineup.
But Shin
Where is
was
it
playing that jump
going?
spot angle a little further forward.
Show
So he's not really
me.
going to get caught by this.
Might even get value.
I mean, he's in a
He is
very
really-
exposed spot.
Really pressing forwards. Now has to respect it. I mean, he was just trying to get ahead of the wall. So they couldn't lurk out, but now backing away.
Yeah,
Few
नहीं
stray
दिखा है
shots.
And this is where KC start to lack
Oh, the-
information. 45 seconds. They know that Sen might be pressuring
Okay.
A, but are they really there? Is it a fake commitment?
Crossfire. Not even quite. I mean, Martin's just trying to play, weaving in and out of this wall, see if he can get that time with the door.
It looks like a fake. I mean, Martin's seen that there's nobody really
कल
pushing.
मैंने देखा था यार मैच last night
Calling as well for the rotation.
थोड़ा सा
Paranoia forwards. Martin!
मेकअप
Can't
जब
do
निकाल
seconds.
रहे थे
Zekan
तब
was doing not in that last
Yeah,
map.
flash
Can't get
करते
out of
हैं।
it with the satchels.
Is this going to end B? Straight into Shin.
Shin! Could have been a difference maker, might still be.
Got you.
With only 12 seconds
Yeah,
left to go,
3-3.
just got to get a move on into the site B. Plant, Magnum, forwards, pressing.
अयो
Forwards, the players.
अयो
dropping. All over the place. The time pressure maybe just getting to them nerves. Getting frantic for Karmine Corp.
Those are the kind of confidence moments that I'm talking about, where it feels like Sen are very strong in those kind of spots. You see Zekan or Tent in a situation like that, they're taking the swing, they're taking the fight. Feels a little more tender, tentative from KC, and they're getting caught out. A half clearance by Magnum. And it does look like that at the moment. You see Sen are fired up. They believe that they have had the most difficult run. I mean, their
Time
run
out, time out, time out. Take a break.
Their run here, fighting against Heretics, then fighting against Karmine Corp.
Refresh करूँ
Two
रुको.
big heavy hitters coming out from EMEA.
You got to think.
I don't think वो आगे है, but if you want me to refresh, I'll
Two of the
refresh.
potential strongest teams at this event they've had to go up against early.
QC तो मुझे पता नहीं कहाँ से आया क्या
And
है।
Kaplan clearly not happy in the interview at the arrival at having to be last out first in and not having that prep time.
I saw him at breakfast. I don't think he got sleep.
वो हार रहे हैं, हम तो हार रहे हैं।
He's come in here, and I feel like the whole team has just got an aggression about them.
Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, they're fired up. There's a certain rage about it with the way that they're carrying themselves in this one. They are determined. Doesn't matter how many obstacles you throw up in their face. Doesn't matter if you give them the #1 seed, the #2 seed, VMEA. They don't care. They're on a warpath right now, and their goal is the playoffs.
I remember, this map tends to be attack-sided, so they need to be stacking up as many rounds as they possibly can. Karmine Corp are no slouches. Assuming that KC don't get mentally boomed here, they will still probably put up a good attack side themselves. So you can't let off the gas.
What is this cooking? Okay. Fast play, paranoia.
But Sen don't bite. They don't go for an aggressive reaction somewhere else around the map.
My 10 minutes, sorry, I don't have the funds right now.
To these ult coming online as well. The lockdown's one away, the pit too.
Kills are all of course. Back end of the time.
Hi Pratik, कौन से zone हो आप?
On the one side, nade as well. Through. There's a couple of kills collected on either side. It's still Sentinels out on top of that one. Whether the weaponry or otherwise, but they've got the protocols, they've got the aim, sharp as anything.
2 4.
The two players that were dominating the duels on split, Tens and Zekken, just continue. Anytime you see them in a duel, obviously here it's against the Sheriff, but it just has tracked all series long. You see them taking a fight, you expect them to win it. The way they're swinging it, you know they expect to win it too. It's been monstrous.
जब साइड छोड़ के खेले तभी करते हैं उसमें प्लान में मुश्किल है ना पीछे से स्पैम करता है
Just decisiveness.
If you don't have Gecko, the problem hoti hai.
But they expect to be winning every single fight. Look at it swarming. The
easy round, boys.
Thank you, Pratik.
5-1. I know we've already mentioned. Listen, it's an attack side of map. Everything points towards it so far. All the data doesn't matter what changes they made on Lotus. It's still pointing to that direction. There are still chances.
Exactly.
Right now, like there's nothing really going for Karmine Corp.
Hi Brinda, how are you? नहीं अमन.
How many rounds they really need to
Shoot नहीं था. I'm just tired.
We don't know that.
कल से.
Didn't look like they put together too much defense on the last time that we saw them play Lotus, but their players were still good enough in the game against Heretics to give them rounds every now and then, which was more than you saw on the other side. They're a very dangerous team. Even if they get outplayed in the macro, or even if the map doesn't lend itself to one side or the other, they're still going to find those win conditions. And here, you have huge ults up.
Why so serious? I'm focusing on the match and trying to learn what's happening so I can learn from what's happening. I'm trying to learn how they're thinking.
Beef on the movement?
Acknowledge, yeah, beef on the movement. Massive one, in fact. He sees Tethered.
Bhai, cheese dal diya bhai.
In fact, the second one, I think, a revive into this.
That's wild. That is wild.
Unfortunate.
And I said beef on the movement, but I think second through a blast pack to disrupt that, and the C's came through afterwards as well.
थोड़ा सा flash out तो होता है.
A little bit unlucky towards the end there. I think that nade was meant to be.
Yeah, okay.
But I mean, amazing reaction instantly from Sen to stop that from finding any value. And they've neutralized the threat again, slowed the round down, denied information for KC, and now they can go wherever they like.
Through the site, that's one trigger onto it. Thomasy! Time to shine, son. Time to step all the way up, and he certainly has done so. Still in control of Tree. Broken forwards, rotations found. Bringing it through now with the paranoia to really set that one up. Shin giving them this space. Down. Goes towards 15 seconds to spare. It looks like they're going to give them that space. Now planning to retake their own.
This pit could allow, John Cuty's going to commit pit here, and this can allow them to get back into the site and help them flood.
एक refreshing juice मिलेगा.
From really finding too much value.
Yeah.
Even Tense as well, holding the TP as well.
Topped with Bunny's saliva.
Into the corner, barely expecting it, but it's traded almost rapidly on the approach. A counter pit online, layers it forward.
Oh, John, क्या QT का no, never mind. Let's go 2-5.
Going our way finally. Looks like it's been a bloody long time at that, but that second one is on the board.
Tenzalem का बस.
Took a lot, don't get me wrong.
कुछ सालों में.
Ones had to be expended.
Yeah. Sen made it extremely expensive, and I think that's the silver lining to KC winning the round there if you're looking at it from the perspective of Sentinels. But a lot of ults being drained on both sides. This play, though, it just wins the round. Right?
One.
In this situation is going to respect the nightfall, worried about being pushed from one angle. No, he holds his ground, steps up when his team needs him, and puts one on the board.
United, पहले वाला मेरी टीम ने राड़ने वाला है बेटे.
Fire, Karmine Corp, come on. Satchels through for Zekken. It's fast and the double satchels, both being used to punish potentially.
Oh!
From Tenzi's just taken out.
Caught him.
Completely punished.
Bullet to the dome is all it takes, and yeah, that's the punishment of sticking that one. I suppose he thought it was clear. Door opened up, rotating out, falling. Pivot, getting a move on, out towards the seaside. Now it is entirely open. Util still going to be used to clear it. There was a seize and a nano swarm.
His teammates speak नहीं किए.
Now the question is, what kind of post-plant aggression do we see here from Sen? I felt like on Split, their post-plant aggression was timed well. They played together. A little more sloppy for KC. Here, we see John with a bit of a timing.
Bit of a timer, but he might just miss it here. There's a Nightfall as well. Boombot forwards, Nightfall. The sound cue is going to be missing from a few of these players. Elsis is in a one-and-done position. Blinded. Satchels. Martin barely grappling onto that one. A satchel forged just in case. Cuts it up. And now everybody playing from Mount. A backwards position, but smoked off. Immaculate stuff from Shin. Let's go down to the spray. Down here. Damage done, but a bullet's flying through and true for Karmine Corp. The rate. Able to stick this half. 1v2, 1v2, not sticking it out wide. And the patience played by Karmine Corp will get the job done.
That's more like it. That's what you
Let me screenshot these chats. हाँ ना? Screenshot कर बाद में बजना. Remember from yesterday. Thank you, Himanshu. Thank you so much.
One went to check waterfall, the other mount. But they got the play there. The punish onto Tens through a snakebite nanoswarm to stop the rest of the team coming in. Isolate Tens, get the swing and punish. Very nice from KC.
फर्क है. मैं आदि यार मैं तो सन के साइड हूँ.
Puts KC in a much better position. And the ults still nowhere near for Sentinels after that huge explosive round in round 7, where both teams utilized the entire war chest.
Follow from the Prowlers, just a handshake there, front section of B. No real aggressive map control other than Shin. He's holding close to Mount, refreshing the one way. He's going to be able to TP out of dodge if there is any danger.
Now you can see pings here though. They're getting ready to put pressure B and actually crush this C setup. Shin has got to be so worried about this.
That's why he's holding it. Paranoia, but still, it's going to come from multiple angles in the end. Does have the TP forwards. What a call! That's confident. Just swinging right through. Narrate follows it up, and listen, there's no one else watching for it. That was the danger there. He ended up losing that fight, but they don't. That's exactly right, Josh, what you're calling for. That confidence is back, and it's boundless right now for Karmine Corp.
Opportunism, looking to take the timings, even if they're not playing together.
Wow. Wow.
KC find themselves in another 5v3, very similar to round 7.
Gaming कल try करूँगी मैं.
Forwards past it, Tens. Tethered to the floor. Can't see his Elsis just to watch his teammates back. He can be trusted with that at least, but will fall. Spike dropped out in the open. 2v4, make it a 1v4.
1v4 ये अब तक ये पे है.
No chance whatsoever here. He's on the opposite side of the map. Only 20 seconds left. Will be the save.
Yeah. KC finding that mid-round aggression. Sure, the previous
देवेन वो बाहर थी यार.
found themselves the player advantage situation.
हमारे बिना 20%, yeah, I think so, but Fnatic thinks otherwise.
Why they're able to actually win them.
अभी देखना कैसे क्या वाला ग्राउंड जीतेगा. कौन अंकुर? Hi Chase.
And in this round, it was such a nice audible called by Martin there and Narrate, deciding to take the swing through, using Shin almost as bait over towards C. Pre-planned or called on the fly. Shin was completely alone on C. I mean, this team is big brain enough that they might have set that up as a bit of a fake there. Like, look, we're playing Mount.
मैं खेली हूँ girls only. हिमांशु जीते भी थे हम लोग.
Either way, lovely setup by KC. And you were asking a question earlier, Bren, as we go into this Sentinels timeout. How many rounds does KC need on their defense side? Because this is generally an attack-sided map. And I think now that they've got 4, you're feeling relatively comfortable. Even if Sen take all the rest,
at minimum.
A4 half, you can definitely come back from that on Lotus.
You can work with that.
You need things to go right for you, obviously. You need, you know, either a pistol or to start rolling with the rifle rounds and get the ults online. It's not a given. But there is actually reason to celebrate for the KC fans right now.
Not even watching a game. I mean, obviously there's not a game going on right now, but they're all facing away from the screens. I respect it, man.
They don't need to look.
They are the loudest ones in the building, and they are taking up probably 1/8. Maybe that.
Yeah, the loudest per capita. But there's a lot of Sen fans here too.
There are.
Yeah, I mean, I like that.
क्या बोल रहे हो पास में ऑफ कोर्स निखिल 8 बॉल से पूछे 8 बिट बोलो 8 बॉल से पूछे
Just ruining the KC fans.
हिमांशु सेज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कैरेक्टर है तुम रेना ट्राई कर लो
That's funny.
Do like Camino's chat, see what happens. See what happens. Telling you, probably 100%.
Zekken now has a judge. Does this mean we're getting into something a little more pacey?
It's got Proas, that double satchel plays, can really take the space quite rapidly. This time, again, a lot of players at Karmine Corp grouped up behind Mound, looking to try and fight this one eager, in fact.
That one Prowler makes them think that it's going to be the split push again.
Open the door. They're trying to get proactive just in case to punish those players.
Yeah.
Nice idea as well. Shin using his second smoke, but here we go. Follow-up fight. Now he doesn't have a smoke for the one-way here. Paranoia is excellent. They're all grouped up right towards the back TP on top.
That's amazing.
This man is terrifying.
What an angle to find.
All the way forwards, judge in hand, Shin. It's away with it. Still, reinforcements arriving. Narrate can't withstand it though, the pressure. It's too much, it's immense. This man is a thing of nightmares.
The mobility, the confidence.
Bro, last guy is there. Uske
Give the people what they want. One left
CT
stand, counterpart on the Omen. He knows Shin is around, he knows Shin is lurking.
सुन रहा है सब सुन रहा है
देख सीटी देख
To spoil the clip.
Please यार इस
अरे जा अरे टेंस का जाना
You saw that the counter paranoia there thrown from Shin.
अरे जा रे
Nobody else was able to get the punish in that kind of way.
क्यों जा रहा है
अरे
Teleports up top. He's not been caught by it.
अरे तू जा
It is shooting.
चले जाता यार सिटी
भाई मरी जा रहा तो ठीक है कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं
ऐसे थोड़ा
And it really is terrifying what Tens is able to do on Omen. It's
दो
fitting
राउंड
him like a glove.
ये राउंड ड्रॉप नहीं जाता अगले राउंड तेरे पास आ जाता है
That's how you know he's different with 2021. Not just the agents being played, man, but he didn't play for the clip.
लॉल उसको पीछे
Down Shin.
अरे यहाँ मर जाएगा वो
Very true. Keep the rifle going.
Now in that round there was still a little bit of danger, right? I mean, Shin got the pick on
क्या था?
Tens. If Narrate had been able to punish Tens too. Oh, sorry. Shin got the pick onto Zekken.
हाँ वो ओडिन स्पैम कर रहा था ना
Maybe KC could have come out with something.
मैंने देख लिया
Two more rounds.
नहीं वृंदा फुराइटेड केसी की साइड पे 2 दिन लगातार जीजू के आगे दर्शन में आज मिस कर गया पफ मतलब you are the reason they lost.
For rubble control, something they have not been doing very much of.
Do you realize what a mistake you've made?
Could be a large entry piece of utility, but they could also save it for post, as Zekken now had Showstopper online too.
Thank you Ratnesh.
What?
Now, he's going to tell Zekken as a player that decided not to use the ult though, just taking space on site.
There's a chance of it. Everyone setting up from Karmine Corp side. Backwards, spots ahead, vulnerable.
Look how nicely though they've saved all of this utility for the post plant here. Sure, the spike isn't down just yet.
No you.
But they're anticipating the fact that KC are going to be playing retake because
No
of the
you.
ults. And the threat is more dangerous
No you.
than the action.
If I walk you still have to run
Footsteps.
No you. Oh
No way, Magnum! Nasty shot, nasty business. Here, Tens.
bruh.
Perfect. Magnum through the back now in the site control gained. Here, close to the corner. Shin, instantaneous with it. The trade sticking now. Thomasy onto it, but destroyed.
Ayyo.
Smoke! 2 players caught. Surely that's the fuser now. Another attack from Magnum, but it's just him. 1v1. Him versus Zelsi.
आ रहा है
Through the defuse.
हाथ पे छोड़ा के
Puts him to bed.
केसी सपोर्टर ओए
अरे केसी सपोर्टर नहीं हो लेकिन अच्छा पूरा गेम अच्छा है यार गेम अच्छा चल रहा है रीटेक अच्छा था
Really lovely the follow up on the paranoia and Martin's entry through. But
मैं तो सन की साइड पे हूँ बट यार कोई अच्छा खेल रहा है
many of these post plants are set up with 2 layers from Sentinels. A few players playing further forward to draw all of that utility, and then a few players further back playing the spam game. You know that we see the same thing when it's planted over towards C. You have Tens in a more advanced position on top of the box, a few players playing out towards Mount. It works all across their map pool, and we're straight back into things.
ओके पफ बताना मुझे लाइक करो यार स्ट्रीम को क्या करो स्ट्रीम लाइक नहीं करे तुम लोग अब तक तो 4-50 लाख तो लाइक हो ही जाने चाहिए थे नहीं कोई नहीं अमन कोई बात नहीं दिव्यम कोई बात नहीं
Expecting perhaps to call that pivot here. On either sides. You can see it, the territory being slowly gained.
Sassy taps the orb. Once the rest of his team's got ready, that's Nightfall online.
Here it is. Through with a Nightfall, Prowlers. Reaching the targets, a few of them are broken in time here. Now potential for the retake. Still that danger with a showstopper in the back, walking away.
That's just spam.
The rate finding it onto tens. First kill for them, and this is going bad to worse really for Sentinels here. They still can't get a safe plant down. Util flying through along with the rocket. Martin, unfortunate really not to get that one. Satchel through into the back, pushing his teammates right into forwards. Magnum is there, collapsing, spraying them all through. John QT. But everyone's there to collect it out. And so a 7-5 half. Karmine Corp, a sneaking suspicion that they're going to be happy with it.
Very happy. That's an extremely solid defense side.
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है how many कोई के तुम 100 दिन खेलोगे तो पक्का प्रो बन ही जाओगे, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है.
Flooded back in there using their same retake setups and the timing for Magnum to swing around the side when the rest are putting pressure up on top. It all worked really well.
Signs of life from Karmine Corp. Really excellent stuff on their retakes all around here. Still a steady lead for Sentinels. Steady lead, I should say. Let's send it down to the floor with an interview with some special guests.
Special guest, कौन से?
Down on the floor, and I'm joined by Mama Zekin and Mama Tens.
Oh, Mom!
Parents. Those mothers. Mama Zekin, we saw you in Americas cheering on your son. Now you're here in Madrid cheering on your son. How does it feel to be able to travel the world and support your son as he pursues his dream?
I feel like I'm the happiest mom in the world. Woo!
So cute!
Amen to that, sister. I love that. And Mama Tens, I found out this is the first time that you've ever watched your son play on stage. How has the experience been? All the fans here in this building.
It's been amazing, incredible. It's a dream come true. I met so many amazing fans of his. I'm gonna cry.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Guys, give it up. It's a beautiful thing for sure. Have you been enjoying Madrid?
Yes, it's beautiful here. First time to Europe.
First time to Europe. First time to Europe, everybody. Wow. All right. Mama Zekin, how has the Madrid experience been for you as well?
So cute. Bro, she's so
Biz right here, baby. Let's just send it back to the cast. Let's get this party rolling. Give it up one more time, guys.
Oh my.
Tens की मम्मी full emotional है मेरा बेटा stage पे. Zekin की मम्मी वो.
Your side. We need to pick you up for the broadcast. For the crowd work.
Grand finals. Mama Zekin out there hyping.
Full मस्ती कर रहे हैं Andy. Full मस्ती.
I mean, I'm loving the hype though because this match is delivering so far. We got to see excellence from Sentinels when it came to split. It was close in the first half and then they pulled away. And I think KC may have done enough here to feel confident going into the second half of Lotus. Doesn't mean they're going to win. Doesn't mean they're even favored. But when you look at what's on the board, 5 rounds on defense, normally KC very good on attack. You've got to be feeling good.
Definite chances. Stay in the series. They have a chance of things here, but players are grouped up and they're meeting side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Prowler will it afford anything? Right into the face. It's a Martin. Not even with a shorty, but he will go down. And Anna Swarm's tearing him to shreds.
And KC decide not to commit off the back of that. Certainly Sentinels getting surprised by how deep KC got before the trap play was punished. But there are a lot of players still here on the C site.
That noise re-hit. The danger is still here. Like you said, players anchoring into the seaside. Zekin holding into the corner. What a peek. It's a Karmine Corp classic. They've just got it. Look at themselves.
Every kill me.
Out of the woodwork is what it feels like.
Really nice. All of that fundamental prowess that we saw from KC being demonstrated here. Certainly.
Hello Ashi, welcome back. Long time.
Starting to showcase the strengths of what made them a team to be feared. His pistol round was a great call coming out from Magnum. As long as they can secure things, John Cutie's denied the miracle. I'll be feeling again, really good about their chances.
सब low है.
Tools for it. I mean, a lot of players weak the
Let's
rates
go.
chooses to put an end to it. So
एकदम
pissed
lowest
around.
HP वाले ने मारा है.
Should,
Guys, मेरे
you
घर
know,
पे
as
आ
long as
जाओ,
things
ठीक है?
go
Stream
correctly,
Stream अगर off हो गया तो मेरे घर पे आ
end up being that 7-7 equalization.
And that's Magnum that actually gets the kill there, but there's so many little set plays that we saw from KC when they were playing in EMEA, things like
यार बेसिक समझ आता है यार, ये तो मेरी मम्मी भी टीवी पे थोड़ा देख के समझ गई कौन जीत रहा है कौन हार रहा है क्या चल रहा है.
इतना तो समझता है.
Now we see Magnum picking up the Outlaw actually. Nobody on Sen buying armor, of course.
तो मैं भी जानता हूँ. वाह, वाह.
Going for that force buy.
Few pieces of util.
And how many times have we seen this in the series? No real possibility
मेरी मम्मी को तो
for the team that lost the
सबसे
pistol
अच्छा
to do
लगता है.
anything because both teams just kind of rotate around each other. I feel like every time a team's won the pistol, we've seen this in the series so far. Dodging that variance.
मेरी मम्मी को सिर्फ एक ही प्लेयर मालूम है.
Like a pack of wild animals.
हाँ.
Free sight for Karmine Corp.
Yeah, and a great plan. And now,
बाकी कुछ
once you
लेना
get the
देना
plan
नहीं
down
है.
this easily, you have the mental bandwidth to start thinking about how do we optimize our ults. Right, so do we want to try to load them into
मम्मी को
narrate
मेरे
because
favorite
he's already
players तो सारे
halfway?
पता है, but एक booster उनको
We want
अच्छा
to try to
लगा था
prioritize Martin, perhaps. These kind of things you can really start to ponder. But there is still pressure here onto Tomashi.
The fact Sana committing utility into this, things they really did purchase and buy. If
Ui.
squeeze the players out towards
अच्छा
Mount.
हाँ, मम्मी ने दिखाई दे
Time ticking away, running short. Free clearance, caught by Karmine Corp. So through the back there, and Sentinels realise that there's really no chances of this. They're making another call now, moving their way forwards.
And I think just looking to try to die to Spike here. But Sassy is going to take a little bit of a time in.
Players are caught out in the open. They're going to be able to die to the spike. Yep, okay.
लॉल उनके सामने स्पाइक के अंदर घुस गए इन लोग.
To be honest, from Sentinels, not allowing KC to get close to any of the large ultimates. That's very important. Lotus, I think...
कोई बात नहीं देवम, कोई बात नहीं. Anti they played very well.
Ult cycle dependent. Especially with it being attack sided and both orbs being accessible to the attackers too. It's a mixed bag of a buy though for KC. They've come into this bonus with some unusual weaponry. I'm interested to see if Magnum can get anything done with this Outlaw. He's the sole player holding back the A push, and Sen have committed 4 players to dominating that fight.
Yeah. 4 players with light armor too. Lots.
Yeah, that's a great point.
From.
Great point. 4 players that would die in 1 shot to Magnum.
There's that extra danger. So you can see the decision making being used here by Karmine Corp. This smoke setup as well just allows them to hide, play not quite an anti-flash position, but at least hiding from the initial haunt. If there is a call from Sentinels to refi when the orb is tapped.
7 is all Sen get.
Loading up the ult orbs onto narrate, making sure that Nightfall gets online.
You can see the pings over towards Rubble, pointing out the 3 main positions.
एक group देखना
Like
पड़ा
Thames would be playing if they
मैंने
got
जोक
it
मारा
posted up in an aggressive
है.
spot.
हंसना है, ठीक
They're
है.
gonna go through the motions there, making sure that they clear all of these angles.
Will they break the door and go in?
There is nobody home whatsoever on air.
बहुत slow है.
It's a weird one. Look at this. I mean, back and forth as the call's going for Karmine Corp. Looks like there's a lot of uncertainty.
I mean, Sen are basically just playing rotate through spawn right now. They're not trying to anticipate this so much as just rotate.
No way. Don't know what gave that one away still to kill. All Sentinels, first kill going their way.
They've anticipated this pivot.
Up. Yep, they're looking for it and expecting it. Out towards B, smoke still. Up into heaven. What's the call going to be here? With only 15 seconds left. The chance really to try and fight them aggressively. Haunt, broken, Boombot now. 11 seconds plan. Finally going down, but what is the fight? Yeah, right through. Sees, no connection. Second!
What the fuck?
Oh, the hopes and dreams torn away in this round.
Bro, what the?
And caught. Cheeky flank timing.
भाई क्या घूम के दिया है उसने?
That was a really bizarre round though. Sen were rotating through spawn, off noise cues, off reads, and just trying to stack the correct position where KC would end. They're not worried about leaving balls because
रिप्ले एक और बार दिखाओ भाई कैसे घूम के गया फिर इधर मारा उधर मारा ये आया ये इधर मारा घूम के ओ भाई और फिर उसका क्यूटी ने उसको बैकअप दिया.
just running around having no idea where things are going to end. But the reads there from Sen were perfect. They got the right call on where KC were going every time.
Let's go, boys. Good job.
No damage on that bonus.
Yep, really good job, boys.
No damage, but a healthy buy on either side. Vibes Merchant making sure everything is in order. Go TP forwards, dash it across here. Sees
ये था आज का बस अयो what no guess what bro what he was in nade that season he got one
मतलब मरा नहीं और ऊपर से एक को मार भी दिया
हाँ HP भी देख उसकी काफी है
giving up space entirely of Rubble, not even posting a player up deep onto A. Karmine Corp giving it up.
Certainly very willing to rotate around the map themselves on the attack side. And Sen now a bit frozen in place, expecting this to be an A re-hit. Even when Sassy doesn't really spot anything over towards Rubble. Zelsis has all the utility here, but he is just one man.
He's caught here still with the Ode, and it's a very big gun and a lot of targets to really choose. And Beam down, spotted! Beam in! He does! Noise into the back, he had no clue about it. Snake bite. Everything being utilized on top of it. Ruins his day there, but still getting two. The position he was in, pretty miraculous. He's made it an even job for Sentinels on this retake. 4 position of Magnum. He's hoping for an easy kill.
अरे तू मेरा जोक नहीं समझा United रेफरेंस नहीं समझा तू उसका
So Magnum, he's done his job. Pulling out that utility.
कैमरा ऑफ तू रेफरेंस नहीं समझा
shoulder to shoulder Sentinels.
ब्रो डीप लेवल जोक है वो तू समझा क्यों नहीं है यू शुड अंडरस्टैंड तू तो करता है
One Sentinels in charge.
3v3 post plant where KC in theory could have planted anywhere, could have positioned anywhere, and Sen still got the site.
जो एजेंट का नाम है वो भी तो है
Bundling up the KC post plant into a tiny corner and landing a snake bite onto them after Ten's TP'd in behind.
देख मोरॉन समझा
This amazing that Zelsis gets 2 out of that situation, but it basically just equalised part of the luck with Jhin, I think, getting away with it at the start of the round. Yeah. But it's that snake bite combo there with Ten's being able to.
ये तो OTB नहीं जाएगा
एक्सक्यूज मी अभी समझा तू भाई कितना अच्छा हाई लेवल जोक मारा मैंने ग्रुप में
It kind of gave Sen too much space there to do whatever they wanted. But that is 2 huge rounds in a row from Sen. One to make sure that they didn't take any damage from the bonus round, and the other to knock the economy of KC. If we're talking about Lotus being attack side, being momentum based, well, Sen have just stolen all of the wind out of KC's sails.
Essentially back-to-back gun rounds being won from the retake protocols. Not just that, I mean, they've earned themselves up to some pretty serious ults. Utility and kit looking nice and clean for Sen. They've got a showstopper. Zekin's not having a world-class game, don't get me wrong. I mean,
भाई सब पता होना चाहिए यूनाइटेड दुनिया में क्या-क्या चलता है समझा ना दुनिया की नॉलेज होनी चाहिए
Tens has been that guy. Oh yeah. From map 1 to map 2, Ten's performance has been amazing. When they need him to get aggressive, like for example in that retake.
आयुषी अपना इंस्टा ग्रुप वाला जो
up in the middle of sight. They pop it up. That allows Tens to only focus on one angle, teleports forward, takes the one fight. Again, fighting off the back of John's utility. Bada bing, bada boom. He can do it all. You need an Omen entry? Call me up. that's Tens, man. He's looking awesome. He really is.
भाई 24 को नया एजेंट आ रहा है आई एम वेरी एक्साइटेड अभी 24 आ जाओ विशाल 60 मंथ
that we can buy a Karmine Corp.
And you either need a really good set.
Aishi, you're not there? Q?
Or you're looking to try and, do damage to the economy and draw out ultimates.
5 years, OP.
Close range weapons.
ट्राई करोगे मैं सचिन याद दिलाना मेरे को प्लीज 2 दिन पहले मेरे को याद दिलाना सचिन 20th को या 19th को याद दिलाना Bro, what the fuck? Please. I go now. जाओ घूमो. Thank you.
Martin was just stuck in the corner with a judge
for 5 years.
And I don't think he realized that people.
विशाल ने कल स्टोरी देके बोला अरे ओ थाईलैंड से मैं भी हूँ भाई.
वो लोग का फर्स्ट मैप भी कॉन्फिडेंस लो दिख रहा था अब तो और.
This very reminiscent actually of one of the earlier rounds that we saw from KC where Martin and Narrate pushed out through B trying to find that timing. And here, Sentinels on defense, being proactive, clearing out that area in the mid-round and catching KC before they could set up.
ना एकदम नहीं दिख रहे.
याद दिलाओगे ना सचिन मेरे को 2 दिन पहले प्लीज.
Core aiming to win
वरना
that
ये
fight out.
दोनों ही
They
मार
don't
रहे थे
actually
पता है
have
बाकी टीम को तो
a
कुछ
hold.
करना भी नहीं पड़ता था इतना ऐसा
Potential
लगता
mistake
था
there. Lots of pings to a variety.
या तो सेम डे ही याद दिला देना रात को तो मैं डाउनलोड करूँ.
It's going to scatter, flow forwards here.
I'm always the baby.
Same with John QT. They're not going to know how close these players potentially are with the alarm bot being broken. Sees into the back.
भाई क्या मैच चल रहा है विशाल देखना.
Spraying away and praying. Just hoping that the reinforcements arrive, but he backs himself into a deeper position, tucked to the back, still danger, vulnerable, no way in hell. Second showstopper, but there's players right behind him, they don't have a clue! Shut down, close to the corner, is shittily surviving, keeping his team alive in this round. It could go in any direction.
And the rate is still struggling to get the plant down.
Some of these fights, the way it goes, I mean, flip a coin, you have a better chance of guessing. Still, up onto the ropes, that's forwards.
भाई उस पे कितना लूट
Do Sen expect it? Do Sen expect it? Do they expect it? They do not, John! Brought down. Angles watched. Forwards now. Sassy, keen to take the fight, keen to trade it out. Through the box, though. Couple of straight bullets, and Sassy's dropped down. Everybody watching. Eventually, the adjustments are there.
Well, that one was dangerous for Karmine Corp, but they come out on top. Magnum's position in pit ended up being so important. But there were moments all throughout that round where things could have flipped in either direction. So much of it coming down to timings that they find on one another. This, for example, not even a half clear from Zekken in that corner. Too many positions to try to guess at. Great aim from Magnum there. Big readjustment. Pulls KC back within 2. And they can start here to work some of their ults and start to build a bit of an economic cushion.
Be the win con. One away, Martin built it up. That's the rocket. Prowler, Boombot. This way for Util to dissuade it with the Nanoswarms, both of them being deaded, and Celsius putting the Odin to good work. Look at that, spraying through into the angle. Timing. Both double swinging through, but they're vulnerable up now. The nade goes flying forwards. A connection. Celsius couldn't withstand it.
It was official nade.
With the lockdown as well, you have to respect it. Sassy's overstaying as well, complaining that somebody would open himself up into that sideline.
The plan for Mound this time, instead of the more claustrophobic one on site, allows KC to play 2 layers of this, and they still have Martin's showstopper to work with.
Surely they win it. Well, looks incredibly favoured. At least with the ults. Horns. What's the back? Sentinels are already in. Showstopper. No one to break it. Couldn't let loose with the Prowler defuse. Burning away. Half into John QT. He finds it, still focused. Oh, what other util do they really have? They've got to play it side by side. Time working against them. Paranoia 10s waiting for the timing. Flips the switch and now moves forward. But so do Karmine Corp. So do Karmine Corp.
No, bhai, ready hai jo.
Of the front section of the site, and a decision is made for him. John QT. Hightailing it out of there.
Well played by KC.
Ready to end
Adapting to what Tens was trying to go for. Sentinels, you could see, were expecting KC to have already fallen back to Mound. They thought that they had the site roughly for free as soon as Martin got picked off after using his showstopper. That was not the case. Both teams really messing with expectations. And it's Celsius, a headshot through the wall there that actually sets up the nade kill.
New agent, अमन मुझे भी देखना है यार. मैं तो मेन करूँगी. उन लोग बोले ना कंट्रोलर आएगा नया. मैं कंट्रोलर में हर गेम इंस्टॉल करूँगी.
Mind games on mind games in these retake
बोलने दो सर्वर में जिसको जो बोलना है बोलने दो.
But Celsius once more has been left alone over towards C, and KC, like 5 hungry wolves, staring towards a snack on the C site.
Just that, I mean, vacuuming up these orbs. Granted and given the C mound area basically every single time. There's no plan in action for Sentinels. They did manage to take rubble.
Rank reset है क्या 24th को guys? नहीं ना?
We haven't actually seen
कितने rounds होते हैं? First to 13 rounds wins Himanshu.
We just haven't seen the fight actually occur. Do they believe that Tens is not on top of rubble because they've seen Zekken?
They're not going to use a volley to clear it. One way.
They do not like
एक कंट्रोल ले लिया इन लोग ने. देख लिया बोले चलो भाई चुपचाप सी चलो.
He knows that there hasn't been any re-aggression on C.
You have the first information to her.
See, Magnum did not give that one up already. Through forwards. Well, John QT. It's an unorthodox one. Just went closer to pillar here. Now sets down a Viper's Pit. This is a difficult one. Karmine Corp. What chances do they have? What is the call to be made out forwards in front of it? Lucky to be alive. Still smokes on smokes. Who knows which direction this one's going to go into with a nightfall now. They don't know anything.
Bro, what?
That is disgusting. Pretends he's forwards and through, eventually removing that pesky problem that is the IGL. Two players, forwards to the right, has fallen. Shin, last alive. John QT, miraculous.
Bye.
Sen somehow get that one through, despite the fact that Magnum was able to pick off 3. It looked great for Sen though. That opening kill from John QT, get his pit online. I'm amazed, frankly, that KC even got the pit. The spike.
Hi damn Sid, यार मेरे को काफी loud आ रहा है.
Pit used, Nightfall used as well.
Unpredictable है मैच में, हाँ बे कभी भी जा सकता है इधर-उधर.
That is excellent awareness. They've often been using Tomashi's smoke to be able to get into the C site, and John QT just reads that for the first kill. And a little whiffy towards the end from Narrate and Shin. Otherwise, Magnum had given them an opportunity. Devastation for Zeish.
MAT से चुराया है, हाँ.
2 rounds ahead again.
चुराया है क्या होता है?
Maintaining the lead.
Oh wait, क्या होता है? दूसरा वाला है तेरे पास United. Just saying.
You should making a difference in so many of these moments. Acro game being.
Hello. Yo.
Not us. उनके तरफ से.
Good one. Both the IGLs can be working overtime to try and get that edge.
बहुत सारे राउंड में
into C again.
Celsius.
वो चल ही नहीं रहे ना उनके strong players.
Deep off angle, there was a chance he could have been punished, but safety for now at least. But the snake bite fades. Here's the second go, I think. It's Prowler. Satchel's up above. Doesn't exactly where it's favored. Close quarter combat. They don't have to sight just yet. They know where John QT is. John needs some help. John needs some help here. Swinging wide. Sassy will be punished for it. Casualty. Line of fire and a line of action here. It is a bit futile is what it feels like. Karmine Corp only just getting ground underneath the plant. Paranoia that forces it out and a satchel forward smoke fading away.
Bro, his ace.
Oh, he's on one right now. On for
it's his ace.
One more.
It's his ace.
To it. John QT.
Spotted.
नहीं देंगे.
3. Spotted and shut down.
That's a wild situation. I mean, Sentinels realize that Tomaji is 1 away from being able to get his pit online, so they can't just allow him to go for the plan. They're forced to go aggressive. This entry, excellent from Martin, and wasn't really expected in this spot. But yeah, they're forced to go for this level of aggression and run into Martin's Odin here because they need to deny the plant, otherwise they're going to be retaking into a pit. Unfortunately, they lose the round anyway. And now Tomaji has pit up for the next, and Sentinel's economy is getting stretched. I mean, look at this. 10 is the top of the scoreboard, and my man's about to come into this round with a Sheriff.
Sheriff and half armor. Guardians, I mean, a few rifles, don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's...
I'm going to need someone to drop him a gun.
At least.
I mean, I know that he can get work done with the Sheriff, but you want to put your players that are in the aggressive positions in the best position possible. And here we see Sentinel's coaching staff taking the timeout because this is crunch time. They have a chance here of being able to close out the series against the #1 seed from EMEA. Book their spot into playoffs, set themselves up potentially as tournament favorites if they make it through Heretics and KC playing like this. Other teams will certainly be having words about that. There would be little to doubt if they could close things out here.
Most people ahead of this tournament, Karmine Corp Sentinels penned in as most likely finalists, really. The two teams that look the strongest coming into this event.
40 relevant parties, excuse me.
So back and forth.
But I think you kind of have to favor KC's chances of being able to pull this round across the line. Now, C's fade combo.
Is it 11-11?
Sorry, C's nade combo. Very possible here.
Not using it. Horn though. Again, have to deal with that one. Not sure what that lineup is, but
it's a different lineup actually. Sassy was throwing it previously from B, now throwing it from A. Still not getting broken.
Sen perfectly happy to follow that trail of noise. They've stacked it with a lot of their players. Prowler forwards. Martin satcheled in to clear that space and take up control of Tree. With them breaking the Prowler really does feel like an A hit. It might still be so. Sees nade. Timing taken for it. Guess what? They want to go forward. It's a snake bite that takes him down.
There's so many layers to that.
It really is. First wave of Util, second with the paranoia and with the satchel. That has really Sentinels in the driving seat.
But Magnum broke the alarm bot on B. No response from anybody there, so he's calling to narrate that B may be clear. Is Tomashi gonna try to fake this with a pit or something? What are KC cooking? They had a free B side to go
B side पे वो बंदा.
and they're still going A.
Coming in, Ten just walks forwards for the information. It's brought down 3 versus 3 still. 2 players at the back of the site. What is it called? Double face! And straight down. Equal parts on either side here. 1 left standing. It's the rate. In a 1v3. To avoid his team being put on map point, on series point.
He's worried about Celsius. But Celsius is still tethered to his turret. 15 seconds less. 10. Just no chance, surely.
Anything taps it, hoping that a few of these players will be out wide and open.
Oh, okay.
Unbelievable! Endless seconds available. Celsius is miles away. The Nightfall going to confirm that he's not playing towards Rubble.
Narrate 9 below.
Oh, bhai.
Ridiculous! That is one of the most important clutches that we've seen in the tournament so far.
What a clutch, bro.
Narrate somehow saving his team. How does he line this one up?
I mean, what was that? 0.3 on the timer or what?
Oh भाई क्या बढ़िया मारा यार इसी बात पे स्ट्रीम लाइव हो जाए. क्या? Look.
I'll be the stoic one.
Somehow he expects that apparently.
Yeah. Not shocked.
None of us did. Magnum is buying an outlaw here to get his team up to map point, knowing that Sentinels are on an eco.
Oh, this is
The
insane.
ults are all in favor of KC, really. There are still ults over on the side of Sen too. Do they choose to use them?
Hard stacking. There's 5 players. I don't know what gives this read away. It just seems to be a gamble. Celsius forwards.
Tens is set up for a paranoia. Are they going to try to clear this?
Yes, they're going to be trying to fight this one. Paranoia, forwards, haunt, broken, tags it, in the smoke, forward, Sancho's backwards, about a second!
Bro, they got 3
The Sentinels, no way!
Bro, no way!
Jaws of defeat, they're trying to take it back. Magnum has taken so much damage in the mix of things. 3 HP.
Run ले लिया उसने. Bro, 3 HP. Bro, what?
That is utterly ridiculous. The 5-player gamble stack just at the perfect time. And not just that, but
bro,
the play of the horn being broken. I mean, look at the way the Martin is playing that. They played the exact moment that KC were about to commit. All of them with utility in their hands, ready to exec. And Sen, the aggression pays off big time. They could not have found a bigger moment to slam the pressure back into KC. We're into this, the final round of regulation. It's already here. Shambolic buy for KC.
It's bottom of the barrel. It's all they're working with. It's desperation. Individuals need to step up to even stand a chance of staying in this series.
Emotional roller coaster doesn't even begin for the players there on stage. You go from elation to devastation.
1 HP.
Tense there, Prowler connected. Gives them that space freely. Karmine Corp will spike in a different direction. Now Shin does have his ult. There's a chance he can pivot.
Martin has the showstopper, but he took 124 at the beginning of the round. He took a long-range phantom headshot.
Lockdown being used here to just try and make it feel like this. I mean, it's a good call. Sentinels have been playing super reactive off of the time cues, but the lockdown's broken just from the minor amount of util. Now the showstopper forwards Martin.
He turret से मर जाएगा ये. No!
He has to send it
He
flying. Timmy, lockdown.
HP नहीं है ना उस पे वो टैरेट देख लेता तो फिर GG होता उसका.
It's frantic in nature, but eventually going to be sticking it. Shin backing away, Pit will stay up, and this retake is happening at a blistering pace. Forwards, Celsius dominating the angles. One tap to force out the util, but this could be it. All on the line for Karmine Corp, and the calls are being made here. Fighting up close, fighting forwards.
Bro, didn't go.
The hopes and dreams ripped to pieces. Shin desperate for it, tens forwards. And it can't come down.
Bro, no way. No way. Bhai, Odin. मजा आ गया बे. मजा आ गया यार, क्या है मतलब, क्या इन लोग यार, कैसे? Oh fuck!
Sen being able to take this map with a 5-player gamble stack over towards C that takes the win. It looked poised, it looked ready. It looked like it was going to bind. But the final map denied us. And Sen denies KC. They're spawning playoffs now. This team still...
किसी को अभी भी पोल में कुछ वोट करना है या मैं बंद कर दूं? किसी को पोल में वोट करना है, कुछ स्ट्रीम लाइक करनी है, जल्दी जल्दी कर लो गाइस.
Taking out the win against the winners of EMEA kickoff. And what a game it was. Sen, definitely the better team there on split, but a hair's breadth between them on Lotus.
I mean, the smallest of differences. I was convinced we were going to be seeing bind. I was convinced it looked like it was preordained, man. But it's Sentinels moving forwards in the playoffs. They'll be happy for it, I'm telling you. Kaplan and Drew been gaining grey hairs at a rapid pace. They haven't had a break, man.
मस्त खेला ना.
Finally, a bit of peace and quiet time
आज तो अलग ही वाला बिजनेस है भाई, मजा आ गया.
First team in the playoffs.
And you've got to be thinking, they're looking like one of the favorites to be able to take the entire thing. Because chewing through, and listen, they
This
had
is
some close maps, some
insane.
close games, but chewing through both of those
और you were
teams
supporting?
who are looking so hot in their regional matches.
कर दो एंड पोल, कर दिया भाई. 20 जन और है जिन्होंने वोट कर दिया मैच खत्म होने के बाद. थैंक यू गाइस. अभी टाइटल अपडेट करना है मुझे, 1 सेकंड गाइस. I got a copy title.
Against who? I mean, there's too many unknowns. There's too many unknowns. Too many other good teams. I mean, we're barely any way into this tournament, and we're just seeing such high quality of play. It's just insane. It's insanity.
It really is. It's also just incredible individual ability being brought to the big stage by
मेरे पास इसमें ये नहीं है यार.
so hard to increase that
कीबोर्ड नहीं है जरा.
the retakes, the discipline,
टाइटल अपडेट करना गाइस.
the IGLing that John Cuties brought in.
जब स्क्रीन का टाइटल अपडेट होगा ना मेन वाले का, तब बाद से हम कॉपी पेस्ट करेंगे इधर, ठीक है?
Teams like Heretics and KC are no slouches individually. One of the big things that's powering through are those individual performances coming out from players like Tens.
सिर्फ टीम नेम अपडेट कर दो ना, बाकी सेम कॉपी रखो. कोई मॉड्स है चैट में जो नेक्स्ट वाले टीम्स का नाम लिखेंगे दिस वर्सेस, बाकी का टाइटल सेम टू सेम रखना प्लीज. एक्सक्यूज मी, मोर ऑन एक्सक्यूज मी, फुनाइटेड. ओ फुनाइटेड, नेक्स्ट मैप के बारे में बात करना था, जरा डालना.
These are what dreams are made of for Sentinels, but also KC, that is going to be going through your head over and over. Very difficult, actually, to get those kind of moments away from you.
Yeah, I'm taking a gander, trying to see if the interview's ready right now. Will be, I hope so.
हाँ हिमांशु, मेरा पीसी कौन सा है, मतलब क्या, कौन सा मतलब क्या होता है?
What's up, everybody? Let's give it up for Sentinels one more time!
Yes!
I'm here joined by QT, and we're going to have a little bit of we want to hear the feelings after this matchup. Estoy aquí con John QT, vamos a hacerle unas cuantas preguntas sobre este partido. First of all, after failing to win Ascension, getting back to with your coach, getting here, making it to the big stage. Now you're on to playoffs. I assuming that you're feeling amazing and crazy.
Yes, girl.
Is actually IGL and
कहाँ गए मॉड्स? अभी तक तो मॉड चैट में थे.
It's not much different. We just have our process that we follow. We just trust our protocols. We're approaching the games the same as we approach them in Americas, pretty much. Just making sure we understand how the other teams play and how we want to play, and just trust ourselves, pretty much.
Le he preguntado sobre, obviamente, se tiene que estar sintiendo encima de una nube por toda la
भाई क्या फास्ट बोलती है ये.
Y estar ahora aquí, ser además el primer equipo que se clasifica a los playoffs. Le he preguntado cómo es de diferente prepararse para América que prepararse para aquí. Y dicen que básicamente hay que confiar en sus protocolos, en lo que tienen preparado, y que la diferencia realmente es mínima. Okay, you say that the difference is not really there, right? But coming into today's matchup, knowing that you barely had any time to rest, how was the preparation, if there was any, especially, you know,
किसकी तरह अमन?
and everything that we saw?
The preparation wasn't that long, to be honest, because we had no time. We just made sure to trust ourselves, discuss the veto, and the coaches watched the games. I also watched the game, and we pretty much just predicted the veto. I watched their Lotus's play. I was very aware of how they played, and they didn't change much, so it wasn't that hard.
What was the hardest thing to adapt within the game for you?
The hardest thing was just to make sure.
Dhundo, Aman, dhundo.
Like yesterday, we definitely played bad and we still won, but we were very shaky, making stupid mistakes, stuff that we're not used to do. So I just made sure that everyone stayed comfortable and played well.
Le he preguntado que también cómo se ha preparado con tan poco tiempo, ¿no? Después de que ayer fueran el último partido y hoy el primero. Dice que tampoco ha habido mucha diferencia entre lo que Karmine Corp ha hecho en días anteriores y lo que han hecho hoy. Con lo que más dificultad han tenido, sí que ha dicho que es con mantener las energías y no cometer los mismos errores pequeños que cometieron en el día de ayer. Well, thank you very much, Ankkita. Let's hear it one more time for Sentinels as they make it to playoffs. Nos vamos a ir a un cortito descanso, pero no os preocupéis porque tenemos más partidos. Don't go anywhere. We have another.
तू मुंबई का क्या है विजुअल मेरे लिए कुछ लाया नहीं तू वहां से चिप्स मेरे भाई ठीक है भाई एक ही चीज पसंद है मुझे यार वो भी नहीं लेके आया यार ठीक है भाई 4 पैकेट चिप्स नहीं लाया है
पोस्ट मैच इंटरव्यू में क्या स्पेनिश में क्यों बोलते हैं ये लोग पोस्ट मैच इंटरव्यू जो लेते हैं
उनका जो लोकल लैंग्वेज है ना उसमें ट्रांसलेट करके देते हैं पूरा
हाँ बिकॉज़ लाइक वहां का क्राउड भी तो सुन
भाई मैं कब से म्यूट होके सारे क्वेश्चन के आंसर दे रही थी जो भी मैम बात पूछ रही थी ना इसलिए
तो कहाँ पे हो रहा है ये अभी ये
मैड्रिड
अच्छा
तो एक बार इंग्लिश में बाकी सब के लिए और उनके लोकल लैंग्वेज में वहाँ के लोगों के लिए
अच्छा
मामा तुमको ये देखना चाहिए था यार अपना पैसिफिक वाला 3 लैंग्वेज में कर रहे थे भाई
यार ये अच्छी लगती है यार मेरे को ये सीक्रेट लैब
ये पिंक वाला देख यार
घंटा पिंक
शट अप यार इतना मस्त है वो पिंक
बोली बे
सबसे सेंटर में दिखाया वो भी
ब्लैक बेस्ट
कलर की बात है
हाँ चेयर तो अच्छी है लेकिन अपने मनपसंद कलर में ही लगे ना
ऑफ कोर्स यार
तो मिलती भी नहीं है वो अलग बात
जेरेफिस एगोन टारगेरियन
साइबर्ट की भी नहीं मिलती ना शायद
कैसे इल्जाम लगा रहे हो तुम
जेरेफिस किसकी
साइबर्ट
तो मैं देखा भी नहीं उनके चेयर्स हैवंट सीन द चेयर्स
ये पे को पिंक में दिलाओ गाइस पिंक वाला ले लो कोई गिफ्ट करो ना
ब्रो को न्यूज़ सही है क्या कि वो एक आई जब लगा देते उन पे केस हुआ कि मुझे विंग्स नहीं आए इज इट डील बेटर था बरोबर कलर ब्लाइंडनेस डजंट अफेक्ट गेम प्ले एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ टेन नो
भाई एप्पल है क्या इन लोगों का
क्या
स्पॉन्सर
नहीं ये बीच में एप्पल का क्यों है मुझे समझ ही नहीं आ रहा एप्पल नहीं है ना
एप्पल का एक ऐड तो आ रहा है एप्पल का ऐड था का शायद कोई नेटवर्क एड है
अबे इतना बड़ा एप्पल का ऐड ही चल रहा है अभी मेरे सामने
नहीं वो ट्विच का ऐड है हाँ
अरे एक एक्सटेंशन लगा दो क्रोम में उसका नाम है प्राइवेसी वर्जन ये पॉपअप ऐड होगा ब्लॉक कर
उस सड़ी के क्यों ऐड आइडिया दे रहा है चैट को ये तेरी भी स्ट्रीम की गार्ड मारी
नहीं इसके नहीं होती और ट्विच वालों की वाईटी में आएगी
यार मेरे पास तो यार मैं तो सजेस्ट करूंगी लोग प्रीमियम ले लो यार म्यूजिक भी पूरी यू नो
वैसे ही पैसे नहीं है साला एक मोमो की प्लेट ऑर्डर कर
क्या हो रहा समझी नहीं मैं यार इन लोग स्ट्रीम पे टाइटल क्यों नहीं अपडेट कर रहे यार जैसे अपडेट के बारे में बोला सारे मोड़ भाग गए बे बेशरम तब बेशरम स्प्रे पेंट व्हाइट वन टू पिंक कलर लेकिन मैं तो उनका व्हाइट वाला भी नहीं खरीद सकती
किसी और की बात अपना बता
अपना बात कर रहा हूँ भाई किसी और का क्यों करूँ मैं
सब देखा सारा भाई उधर से निकाल ही फ्लो में मैं फाइनल देखने जा रहे हो
भाई वो कौन से अंबानी थे जो अब बैंकरप्ट हो गए?
ये गाने को क्या हो गया ये बीच में टिटिंग अपडेट हो गया टाइटल नाउ आई कैन कॉपी
हाँ वो ही है अनिल अंबानी है
मेरी भी हालत ऐसी ही है एक टाइम पे बहुत क्या था मतलब मोमोज के लिए तो
now good now I can start a poll who will win today
Welcome back to day 3 of Masters Madrid. It is time for our second match of the day. China's #1 seed Edward Gaming versus Pacific's #1 seed Jenna G. I'm Mika Fabs back on the desk once again with Mimi and Kakuka. I hope you ladies are ready for another banger match today.
I was hoping for more from that first one.
I know. We wanted a map 3.
But this series is going to be so exciting as well. I feel like it's been a long time coming for the
क्या
best.
बोला था ज़रा फिर किसकी जैसी दिखती है
Their new form with Gen G taking over that crown in Pacific to have a match.
Yeah, exactly. And especially after EDG getting the final win against PaperX, I feel like everything is coming to fruition. Sometimes when we talk about the placements from the teams coming into the tournament, I think that both these teams really deserve that top one. Gen G proved it the other day, and so did EDG.
Oh yeah, there were a lot of big surprises that happened the other day, and that's how these teams came to this point, right? But there was also a lot of trash talk about this match, and I just love it. Here's what Munchkin had to say about this match. Are you ready, Kang?
Not like full trash, like recycling talk maybe, but both these players.
A little light,
but saying, okay, and you can't stop that.
I won't stop you. I'm never. From the beginning of LCQs, many Japanese fans call me the god of operator, but now I want them to know I'm the god of duelist.
Every Kung quote is so hard.
It's so metal.
It's so metal. Bones to like pieces, or how was it?
Yeah. Yes.
He's crazy. You know what? If ever Valorant has like a heavy metal kind of theme, and the lyrics of like the opening song should be like Kang Kang's quotes.
I was about to update title. मैं कब से बोल रही हूँ टाइटल अपडेट का विशाल मेरे पास कीबोर्ड नहीं है वो पीसी में इसलिए मैं सिर्फ कॉपी और पेस्ट कर सकती हूँ I cannot type anything to update the title.
No. Yeah, I think it's great. I think that the evolution that we're seeing within the players themselves and the personalities coming into.
तू बता क्यों ऑफ कर रहा है? ये कोई टाइम है ज़रिफ?
Well, I guess when you talk about EDG, you usually talk about Kang, but there's so many other players that are really delivering.
There's actually nobody else to talk about.
जनजी के बीच में भी स्पेस नहीं डाले कोई बात नहीं गाइस कहीं से पढ़ना जनजी हाय
Nobody, come here real fast, my friend. Hello. Good to see you. How you doing? Oh, stand right here for me if you don't mind. Yesterday, you guys overcame a massive challenge by defeating PaperX. And now, today, you enter a new era here where you have an opportunity to overcome new challenges. Is the next challenge to win the tournament, or are there more in the way?
那其实，在昨天的比赛，你们也
Now
完成
she
了一个极
translate.
致的挑战，打败了 PRX。那你觉得接下来会不会有更多的挑战在等着你们？或许是赢下这整个所有的比赛，又或者说还有其他的挑战，你觉得在等待着你们去完成的？
我觉得今天的对手来说，对我们的话是一个挑战吧。如果今天能够顺利拿下的话，我觉得我们后面的旅程将会一帆风顺。
I think today our opponent is definitely another challenge for us. If we can overcome this, maybe after this we can do everything well.
Right, well, I think a lot of people would love to see that. Good luck to you, my friend. Back to you guys.
It looks like they're just about ready for every single challenge. And I mean, EDG got revenge on PaperX. So I think after that history and finally managing to overcome your demons at international tournaments, right? I think like you'd be ready for just about anything.
Yeah, I mean, they've played this team 3 times before at global events, have lost every single time. But in this one, it felt to me like the final evolution of EDG's style. When we first saw them at global, they were this chaotic team who was so focused on individuals, a lot like what kind of FPX is now. But in this match, they were so slow and controlled. They were very focused, especially on the attack side, of playing these really patient mid rounds, waiting for PaperX to mess up, and then finding the gap.
Yeah, and actually that is something that you can expect from PaperX, right? Not the messing up, but actually, you know, they're going for the aggression. They're doing a little bit of those funky plays. I think that adaptation also is going to help them throughout the rest of the tournament because the opponents and the teams look more like PaperX than the conventional teams, especially with how the meta is shaping and how the regions are advancing and moving forward. So good to know that they can get that revenge, but is it going to be enough when put up against different kind of playstyles? Like for example,
नहीं मैं बहुत पहले से बोलती हूँ शाल जब ये दोनों थे ना चैट में जब वो वाला मैच खत्म हुआ तब से बोल रही थी
playing that super slow mid round heavy style trying to embed lurks but both
ये दोनों ना मोरन और फ्राइडेड विशाल मोरन और फ्राइडेड दोनों थे चैट में जैसे ही मैच खत्म हुआ और मैंने बोला टाइटल अपडेट कर दो गायब दोनों
I have to tell, there's almost something eerie about the way he plays. There's always something uncanny. He's always at the right place, at the right time, every single round.
Yeah, exactly. And that is something that made a difference completely on the previous matchup. Seeing the way that he was finding the space, that he was finding the right time, and that he was giving the right information to the rest of the team. I think that we highlight so many IGLs around the world. And it is time that EDG evolves, moves away from that tag. Oh, yeah, we have Kanka. He's good on the operator. Haha, we do duels. To actually thinking of them as a very high contender team.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, his evolution has really, I think, mirrored the team.
I came in after you said कोई mods है देखो मतलब मैंने बोला और तू आ गया समझ रहे मैं बुला रही थी और तू आ गया
after global event. Well, this is the time he's ready to rock up and teach some people because his lurks were perfect yesterday against PaperX. When we talk about exploiting that gap, getting in these mid rounds, it's all this guy. It's all this guy.
Yeah, again, as I say, it's eerie, it's uncanny, it makes my spider senses tingle.
He's not on this team, so I don't see why it would be eerie.
Well, that's true. No need to be shocked or anything. But I feel like, you know, when you talk about EDG, again, you talk about Kanka. It's the way that he is also evolving because, you know, you usually lock him onto the duelist role and in the super opper of EDG. But now you see him actually flexing onto different roles. He brought out the KO, for example, a while ago. And he is no stranger at all to events like these. And I believe, Mimi, you did sit down with the EDG duelist. Now maybe flex to talk about his return to the big stage.
I'm joined here by Kong Kong and our translator DJ. Kong Kong, welcome to Madrid. I wanted to start off by asking you, this is the first event EDG has been representing the CN International League.
So sweet.
Changed from previous events to now playing in the league.
In game some demons.
是代表着我们 CN 联赛建赛区第一次参加这个世界性的赛事嘛？那你觉得和之前相比的话，来到这次马德里大师赛有没有什么不一样呢？
我觉得这次参加马德里可能更多的是背负 VCTCN 的一些荣誉吧，所以说我要先为兄弟们登上这座山，然后为兄弟们插这面旗。
I think like we kind of like take the pride of our season league for all of my brothers from CN. I kind of like
dinner time.
This mountain for them.
Have you seen the
है ना विशाल की तरह बाद आया है आज.
On that quest, I want to ask about some of your games that you played in CN. For EDG, it feels like sometimes when we watch you play, you see kind of different versions of this team. When you played against a team like Case, it's a very like put together team, and when you play against FPX, sometimes it gets a little bit more chaotic. Do you think EDG is a team यहाँ पे दिल फेंक बना दिया यार उसको मतलब वो भैंचो
其实我们会发现 EDG 在面对不一样的对手的时候，其实你们的打法风格会有改变。比如说你们在面对 PC， 可能你们会更团队一些的那样去玩，但是在面对 PRX 的时候，你们又会可能也会打得比较冲啊，比较有是那种打得比较有侵略性那种。那你们会根据队伍的不同来改变你们的打法风格吗？
我觉得这是一个弊端吧。然后我觉得我们现在
अभी करेंगे उन लोग आएंगे
在他们
दूसरों का भी एंट्री होगा इंटरव्यू होगा फिर चालू करेंगे
的时候，然后我们做到不要被他们的节奏所影响到自己需要打什么的东西。对，我觉得我们现在应该做的是做好自己。
I feel like if we change our play style, depends on who is our opponent. It's kind of like a disadvantage of us because we want to like play our own thing, no matter who is our opponent. For example, if it's PRX, we don't want if they play chaotic. If we discipline and do our things, I think that will be better.
Okay, very interesting. Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have, but thank you very much for joining me, Kanka.
Usual suspects.
Usual suspect देखी हुई है यार.
Well, Kang talking about scaling mountains and the next
Hi, क्या तुम्हारी स्क्वाड आएगी किस चीज के लिए रेड?
This was their first global qualification, and right out of the gate, they took down Cloud of all of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, Genji's debut showed that Pacific was not a fluke. It wasn't just a one-off to go out there and beat a team like Paper X. The squad was here to play. Loud came out playing some funky comps. They went back. They changed onto a Yoru on their ascend. They did a lot of stuff that I think would be really hard to deal with as a team seeing it for the first time. And Genji adapted to it incredibly well. Again, comparable to EDG. This team does a great job at slowing down these rounds, not letting themselves get dragged into the chaos, and instead setting up to find the right mid-round idea and adapt to even these weirder comps very well.
And we've been so excited to see, you know, faces coming back and new faces. Lakia is one of them. I think that he had a good day. The fact that we're seeing Texture in such a good form coming into the international stage. Those are the kind of players that will make a difference, right? The one that has to be the explosive player and also the one that has to bring all the knowledge and all that calmness onto the stage.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, you mentioned Texture, right? He was a player that was already one of the best duelists to come out of Pacific, and you set him up in a team that complements his playstyle perfectly.
Of course, Red Teddy, मीडिया शेयर में अपना डिस्कॉर्ड डाले, मैं ज्वाइन करूंगी.
An entire tournament that was Pacific kickoff.
I was honestly kind of disappointed watching him play all of last year and being tossed around on all these
Okay.
I mean, you meant the other day.
No. Think about how many different agents he was playing, how often his role was being switched on. No, he gets on this team. He's playing Jet. He's playing Duelist. He's playing what he's good at, and he's damn good at it.
And he's probably one of the reasons why.
अगर मेरे 200 सर्वर ऑलरेडी नहीं हो गए हैं तो मैं ज्वाइन कर लूंगी.
Run that Genji had in Pacific, and I think the fact that he's able to translate it here. And by the way, I do not think that he's still 100%. It's amazing, and we'll probably take Pacific very far.
Well, let's see if we have more from Genji with Golden Boy and Munchkin.
Munchkin, come here, buddy. Oh, it's been so long. We got to get the
नहीं, promotion वाला section है ना अपना Discord में. वहाँ डाल लो.
You had asked him if he was ready for today.
Promotion section है ना Discord पे, वहाँ कर दो.
And why is that?
इतना इजी होता है. हाँ यार, सेक्शन डिस्कॉर्ड ज्वाइन करने में क्या है? मैं तो फुडाइटेड का भी डिस्कॉर्ड ज्वाइन की हुई बहुत साल से. पता है फुडाइटेड का भी एक डिस्कॉर्ड है. फुडाइटेड का ही है ना कि विशाल का है?
मैं darker than black बोला भाई, dark नहीं बोला. Dark एक web series, I know that.
All right, welcome to Map Select presented by Omen. This is match 2 of the day, and we're going to get started. EDG, do you want Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So Genji, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
Ben Bind.
Bind. EDG, your ban.
Hi Shivam.
And map number 1 from Genji.
We pick Icebox.
Icebox. Side on Icebox.
Hey Kushbhai, what's up? Long time.
And map number 2 from EDG.
लेकिन देखो रेड टेडी में ज्वाइन करूंगी, लेकिन कभी मेरे को कोई सर्वर ज्वाइन करना हुआ और मेरे 200 हो गए तो फिर मैं लीव भी कर सकती हूँ. बुरा नहीं मानना, पर्सनली मत लेना.
Okay, next set of bands starting with Genji, you have Ascent, Breeze, and Sunset.
Sunset ban होगा, I think.
ये लोग ना लिस्ट बना के आते हैं, तो ये लोग ना.
भाई ये जेंजी का लेफ्ट वाला जो हाथ में मोबाइल पकड़ा हुआ है वो इथोस जैसा नहीं लग रहा?
Bro +1. Yes.
या सभी
गाल फूला हुआ है बट
Because of the hair.
JK 02 King turn 100 मम भाई को ये एक मूवी 365 days.
Ban Sunset.
Ban Sunset. Your ban, you have Ascent and Breeze.
365 days.
Ban Ascent.
Okay. So map number 3 by default is going to be Breeze, Genji, side on Breeze.
रोमांस तो मेरे को जमता ही नहीं है.
Attack. All right. Good luck to you both.
मैं पूरा दिन स्प्लिट देखा आज.
क्या गूगल वहाँ रोमांस थ्रिलर लिखा हुआ है?
It's romance in caps lock bold italic.
चलो फिर से कूल म्यूजिक आने वाला है.
थोड़ा सा गिर गया था क्या हाथ से पैदा होने में?
अब ट्रेलर देखे.
ये अलग है.
अब ट्रेलर देखो तो
भाई क्या म्यूजिक है. इतनी बार सुन लिया बट बोर नहीं हो रहा है.
ये वहाँ के लोगों का जो ये फैशन कट है क्या? ये वाला हेयर का ये कटोरा वाला.
लेकिन ये तो कोरियन है.
देख सब कटोरा कट है. माथे पे बाल होने वाला शायद फैशन है।
क्या गाना है वे, क्या गाना बनाए।
A battle for that sure spot into playoffs. China's #1 seed versus Pacific's #1 seed. It's EDG versus Genji. And we've seen, Mimi, just how hard these teams can punch, even against the best of them all.
They absolutely can. EDG has been a team on a long rise, climbing mountain after mountain. But their next opponent, the new kings of Pacific, Genji, have been impressing everyone on the run-up to Masters Madrid. And this is their chance to lock in playoffs early.
And it wouldn't be the first time that we see a miracle run in a Masters tournament. And I think that not only making it into playoffs would be enough for Genji. They should be hungry.
बैटरी पावर्ड भी होता है, मतलब बैटरी होती है ऐसी।
But think about for EDG as well. Every international tournament they've attended, they've gotten better. The placement has increased. They ended at a crescendo last year at Champions with a new CN League in place with them on top again. There's definitely that pressure to succeed, to make it international, to represent China the best they can.
I love that you brought that up because, like, you know, you're just reminding everybody that EDG kind of had a later start than all of these teams, right? And now we're seeing them here dominating so many others, and it's going to be a memorable performance for them for sure. Especially since, as you mentioned, we're seeing them getting better and better and better.
They're the only team at Masters Madrid who didn't make a roster change into 2024.
That's right.
They are really the last, like, I guess, old guard team that is fully intact.
How
did
we get here where they are the old guard in a tournament? I think it's crazy and outrageous. And also, if we think about the map that we just saw, knowing that Genji is the team that has played every one of them that has played every single map that is out there in the map pool is very interesting to see where EDG wants to be taking things, and also if Genji is going to be changing things around.
Yeah, we're starting out on Icebox for this series, and I think this is an interesting matchup because Genji have been so damn good on this map. They're yet to lose it in 2024. 5-win streak. The last name they took down was Loud, who a lot of people considered one of the kings of Icebox through the history of that team. They play the Gecko KO composition, playing around those dizzy flash combos, and they're so good at it.
And it's perfect, right?
EDG,
they do not have that much into it, and we see in the agents already.
Yeah, and no changes here. EDG have been playing this comp at home in China. The comparison is playing into that Sova versus that KO. Both these comps play pretty similar when they're on the attacking side. They don't have that Sage Wall, they don't have the Harbor utility, so on their B hits they have to be fighting forward, going for space.
Hello, what's up? ये देख रहे हैं.
And Texture, two Jet players that we know are incredible. And how
Watch
well
party.
to take space
Yes, I also
and allow that flank to come down.
Yay! और एक्चुअली मैं खाना खा रही तो मैं पुश उठ ऑफ
making and being the difference. I want to not give them the space that they want and actually finding not only the lurkers but
मतलब जिंदा हो ना, मेरे को टेंशन हो गई थी 2
We're all
मिनट
set for a second match of the day. Let's send it over to our casters. It's Mitch and Tom.
अबे यार इतनी जल्दी.
Thank you so much, Mika. I'm very excited for this one, Tom. It looks like we've got a pretty juicy series in front of us. You want to throw out a favorite before we go into it? Any predictions?
Oh, that's brutal.
Throw you into the bus today.
I think I'm slightly leaning the way.
Yay! What's up, Zere?
Been in slightly better form, but EDG
Hey.
are one of those teams that they're on the war path, is the way I want to put it. They are slowly improving, better and better, and their game versus Payprex showed they could weather the storm. They've got slightly different weather conditions as we kick off on Icebox, and that's not the greatest start with T2 already going down.
They're losing out on their Killjoy. A lot of space behind them is now wide open for Genji to take. So they've got to be a little quicker or move back towards the site, make this a brief site take. Instead, it's going to be much faster. They look to fight on the site. Meteor good for one at least, keeping numbers in favor. But Haodong, this man was impressive, able to constantly get behind enemies. But this time, he's taking them head on. 3 kills already.
Raven.
Here back in the round. A 4th just around the corner with Munchkin so desperately low. But Haodong falls. Texture putting up one hell of a fight. Connections, another with the headshot on Smoggy. And nobody, 68 HP. Texture's going to find it hard to get him dropped with 2 bullets left. He needs to be precise, and he has no idea where nobody has snuck off to. Texture creates some space to pop the reload, back to 6 bullets. A bit more spam ability, and he's right in the corner! Only 1 shot! And he needed both to land. That is 1-0 for EDG.
Hi Akash. No worries, yeah, no worries. They played well.
Already seeing a a little bit of what
किसको सपोर्ट यार जेन जी
definitely fearsome opposition. But I do like this, sort of a slightly more direct approach initially from that side of EDG, just looking to take their way straight in towards the side, and even Texture can bail them out of this one. Of course, just looking at this map in general,
वो कोच का
we've
जैकेट
already
मस्त
seen
है
the
जैसे
actually very good attack sides coming out of the side of Gen G. So they're starting on the weaker half, and for EDG they really struggled, but we've only seen them play it versus FPX, who, I'll be honest with you, that's not a litmus test of how you play a map, because FPX are playing the double duelist, Rainer, Jet, aggro, crazy style of play. So I don't think that it's something to really worry about too much in terms of that match going down poorly. And for EDG, obviously getting off to those good starts, being able to build the economy up a little bit. It's a good place to be.
Well, Tom, we've seen the famous words pop up on the screen.
हाँ भाई
Of course, we're in a technical pause here. After just the first round, best time for it. You know, realistically, if you're halfway through a series, that can really break momentum for any team. But right off the bat of the pistol, it's going to give
Himanshu Genji,
Kankan, for example, who had already decided to purchase an outlaw. Now, this is something I am thrilled to see. I look back at one of their previous games, didn't see them purchasing the outlaw, and got very sad because Kankan is one of the strongest snipers we see floating around the international scene. And I just think he can maximize the potential of this weapon. So super excited to see if he keeps that, what he can do with it. But for now, we're going to be sitting in this tech pause while Gen G get the gear fixed up.
Yeah, I think this is a match filled with storylines as well. Like, you're looking at Lakia looking to make his way back to a playoffs after a career that hasn't been where it should be. I think that's the best way to put it. He peaked in Newturn and now has been on his way back through the entirety of his previous rosters. For Gen G as an organization, this is a real opportunity for them to get into the playoffs. A team that last year started strong but then underperformed, now have an opportunity to do it at a Masters. For the side of EDG, this is a story of, can we now see China overtake Pacific? Because that's the thing, they've been pretty close a couple of times. They've battled versus PaperX many a time, and finally, just yesterday, now they have an opportunity to take down both Pacific teams and become, well, basically the kings of Asia. That's what we're looking at here. So it really is an important matchup for either side. Gen G to finally sort of prove themselves, and even just sort of what we saw from Munchkin earlier, the sort of like, okay, I lost to them on T1, but I'm not losing to them here. Maybe just feeling that little bit extra confidence with his new roster, with his new team.
Well, Tom, it looks like we're back. We got to see actually pretty cool over the shoulder of them just testing it there at the end. Mouse is back online, game's running smooth, and so the game is running right back into things with EDG 1-0 up. As we can see, Kankan didn't decide to take the outlaw. He's gone instead for the Guardian. Different uses, different ideas. This attack side, nice and slow, little bit of A control. They had the recon go up, but it was contested by the side of Gen G. They've refocused and they look towards the B site. Drone clearing out a ton, and a Viper wall that they can easily push towards the site with. You don't imagine Gen G will be playing ahead of that with their pistols.
Normally in these sort of rounds, you expect Gen G to, like, they'll have utility to deny these plants. Like, you're talking about nano swarms, snake bites, you're talking about the mosh, fragments. But this is a low buy round, so they haven't used any of that. So it gives a lot easier access, because that's always one of the things we talk about with this sort of composition being run by EDG. They have to take a lot more control to get that plant down. In this sort of round, though, just a farming exercise, a chance for Kankan to really build up those orbs. You know what, he's still going to get a couple. Still makes it a little bit costly.
Trying to see if we're going to have Chichu pick up a weapon. He did make it just about. So 3 rifles carried forward for EDG altogether. Decently successful round, and I think the main thing being that Kankan finds so many kills and the death. This might be able to cancel out some of the economic disadvantages that could be coming after this round. For now, they'll play it as a bonus with some pistols, and he's, Kankan's 3 away from the Blade Storm.
Yeah.
Again, he might be baiting me, but as we get back in, you see a scope in his hand. The weapon dropped over, Tom. We're gonna get it. Let's see.
Guys, कोई science people है?
He has to get kills here
हाँ
because
क्या?
he basically needs the Blaze Storm for the next round. Okay.
Notice करूँगा मैं, रुक जा.
Extra credits, so maybe they could drop an extra one, but it will leave them with some gaps going into the next. Obviously, again, the real benefits of their composition is being able to execute onto that A site. But yeah, and also can't just himself.
This is the thing, you've got Karen and Lackey
तुम हो शायद सुनो ना हम लोग ऐसा कुछ या तो अगर चाइनीज फूड खाते हैं या तो ऐसा बटर चिकन ऐसा कुछ खाते हैं तो उसके साथ ये सोडा पीते तो फिर खाना ज्यादा मतलब ज्यादा अच्छे से अंदर जाता है ऐसे क्यों होता है
डबल साउंड क्यों आ रही है
Either way, we are going to see them building up back towards this A site again. Nice work from Haodong to at least be able to find one. And in this 2v4 situation, it is not looking good. It is not looking really needs to get something. Really needs to get something here. And now Karon is the only one remaining.
मैं confused हो रही हूँ यार मैं तो एक ही फीड देख रही हूँ.
Try and turn this. They planted in an audacious spot. I guess expecting him to come around on the flank. This man has been a real showstopper when it comes to Gen G's success, and he might be able to get a second player planting. Definitely got a little bit tight for a second there. One of these jewels faking out the sound. Now know exactly where he is. Needs to try and drop one of them, and Haodong is waiting on the other side. Great start to this map from EDG.
Well, we've seen these leads fumbled before the 3-0 and the immediate bite back, but this one, it has a very sweet taste for the EDG fans. Their economy is stacked. You've got 3 players floating around that 5K mark. In fact, coming out of that round, you've got players close to 9K, but big reinvestments being made. Big upgrades too.
कुछ ingredients है कुछ ऐसा.
So definitely no economic struggles. And a Viper's Pit.
भाई इसके कोच ने जो जैकेट पहना है मेरे को चाहिए.
Will it be used in this round? That's a different question.
हाँ मस्त लग रहा है.
These are huge pieces of utility and abilities to have, where Gen G now find themselves trailing and on an eco.
Yeah, I do wonder when the moment will be that we see.
क्या सच्ची फ्राइडे कभी तू चाइनीज के साथ देख या तेरे को अच्छा लगेगा ऐसा कुछ पीने.
It's what this composition for the side of EDG really relies upon is these A-site hits, because again, it can be quite difficult without having a straight up blockade of something like a Cove, or even like having those extra flashes that you might see coming out of Gecko. For now, at least, though, already shutting down the players in mid, and they are just winning every single battle very easily indeed.
Well, Bladestorm even going to come out here to try and close out this round. I'm not sure this was needed, but you know.
Either a misclick or he's just like, I'm going to get 5 kills next round anyways.
Audacious play if it's the latter. I would side towards a misclick, but maybe it's just asserting the dominance. He's up in the
Bro.
Absolutely. Economic damage now looking pretty good for Gen G. Already 2 rifles dropped. Let's see how many more. Again, there's so much money. Munchkin was really starting to dice them up. Haodong was left on 8 HP. Luckily far enough away. Now 4-0 we go for EDG. And now the buy comes through from Gen G. But the thing is, the attackers have quite a lot to work with, not just on the credit side. Like we said, the Viper's Pit now is online. The Hunter's Fury is there. The Bladestorm isn't, but that's a different story.
Yeah, he hit 3 headshots, and he only actually got 1 kill from it. So far away. I'm looking at that operator, though. This is where Texture can bridge the gap a little bit. You can see that gamble already beginning. 3 players over. They're going to look to try and pressure, but this is why they have 3 players on the other side of the map. The reliance on Texture. No escape available at this stage, so he's just going to have to run. And he will hightail it out, but there's been a catch in mid.
Yeah, this is a big kill. Losing their utility, they're going to filter back in very quickly on the side of Gen G to take that space, but the cost is massive. 2 kills and a big player taken down. If Gen G decide, or if EDG, pardon me, try to switch directions, Gen G would be blind to it. Up close here, Texture's already used his dash. There's no easy way out. And with the shot, not hit. Nobody is punishing again and again. Lackey, the last man standing.
Bro.
The herald of this region. Hey, it was all we heard about again and again. Oh, wait till he steps on the international stage. Well, doesn't look too good in this one. There's a 1v4 though, so we'll give him a chance. 5-0.
Doesn't he only play Bind?
Yeah, I think they messed up their roster on this one. Oh, that was a
Those are dark days.
Yeah.
It's really funny as well because the first map Gen G banned was fine. So we're not doing it to you, buddy. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. But no, what a start from EDG. This is a map that they played once in the season in China. They lost to FVX, and that was in the final. And on the other side of things,
Shadow, तुम हो क्या? उसे challenge कर रहे हो? Day 1, Day 2, Day 3.
Twice, Team Secret, Zeta, and of course Loud, which we saw within this tournament. So you're talking about a Gen G in massive form on this map, and an EDG that have barely played it and lost. And right now they're winning 5-0.
Well, the sign in the audience might be spot on, op long, and right here they've given an op over to Kankan. An opportunity for EDG to further extend that score line. Their opponents not having a lot of credits. They're going to be coming in with a couple rifles, maybe a big iron on a couple players' hips. But for the most part, it's not going to be pretty. Tom, this is a flying start for EDG on their attack side. Do we expect Gen G to turn it around on the next?
It's
what's
possible.
what's their minimum, their benchmark?
I'm looking at this round purely because Texture is a Bladestorm.
Okay.
He is one of the OGs when it comes to the Korean jet. And if he starts hitting his shot, that's why they've actually invested a decent amount. Like Munchkin's bought a rifle, along Karon has as well, but I genuinely think they believe they can win this round when Texture has a Bladestorm. He is that good.
Well, he's had a tough time when it came to the operator up on B. And one of the other things is the consistent knife coming out of Smoggy early on sort of deters that early aggression. You're never really going to have a chance to actually use it now. We have heard that Bladestorm pop.
He's lost it.
And he's gone for a moment. It will be back, and there's no pressure immediately applied. But they are keeping 3 players towards the B site, and this is exactly what EDG want. The rotates just now started for Gen G, but EDG are already knocking on the door of A. It's all about pace here. How soon they're going to actually commit to this. It looks like not soon enough. Texture has rotated in, and in fact, Karen's on the way to help out. It's going to be a stacked site, and Munchkin at least grabs one. This is what we needed to see, and Texture now canceled out completely.
Yeah. Second time he's lost it, but he was given an opportunity. Nice shot from Meteor, though. We're going to go back in with the Sheriff. Still just means a 1-for-1 trade, but Karon starting to step up. This is like to the double as he gets a second off the back of the gun. Now that Bladestorm, at least a couple of knives should be online. Smoggy just waiting patiently. Little bro is going to give his position away, and eventually, finally, that knife comes through. The MasterCard Thrifty will give Gen G their first round.
Yeah, Texture waited quite a while to get to use that. A funny round from them, but the early contact on B, I guess from EDG, the fact that they didn't follow it up, you have the drone go through, the knife fall, and then they immediately move towards that A site, but shifted the whole way. It allowed them to rotate in on the side of Gen G on time. They were ready for this play. They obviously held back until you saw those knives come back online. Good crunch, and 5-1 on the board. This was not a round that most people would have expected. And if they did, probably off a massive play from Texture.
No, I thought they'd win it, but yeah.
You just expected the 1 kill from the Bladestorm, did you, Tom? Yeah, that adds up.
Let's just not play back any of the audio of what I said.
No, we can replay it later. It's okay. The op again on Texture. He has another opportunity, and a dash still online. Oh, they've been spotted. Yeah, that recon just saw the player in the corner. This would have been a great bait, firing the op, running back, telling them like, oh, I'm scared, and then easily mowed down by Lackey.
The aggressive position as well. Like Munchkin has pushed up. Nice shot from Meteor as always. Won that battle versus Chichu for the first time. Now this position becomes a little bit more audacious because you already have the man advantage. You don't really need to be in such an aggressive position anymore. But there isn't a safe way out. This needs to be at least a 1-for-1 trade. Maybe even more. The only thing is the timing. There's that burst with Smoggy comes around the corner. The hard check.
Really saved the day with that one. Nobody's gonna recon out after dropping. Making it up top, but Karon spotting it. For EDG, the spike is now down. They've got plenty of control. The B side is theirs. But what are they gonna do with it? Nothing without that spike. It's Kankan, 1 versus 3, 20 seconds left. And it seems like this round is already over. No, the angle's a little off on Timmy. So he's sneaking his way through, but now he's being spotted. And with 12 seconds left, there is no chance to plant. They're just going to send one player. Well, actually, they're going to scatter in every direction, ensuring no matter what, he can't get all 3 kills.
If it was anyone else, I think maybe there'd be a bit of confidence. You go, do we want to face into Kankan? Nah. Not really. They are going to hit the steps though. That's why. That's the exact reason why. So clean with it. But I'm liking the adaptations we're already seeing from Genji. That was the exact thing I was saying in the early rounds. Is, are they going to now adapt to stack up that ASAP? Because as said, with all the utility that's there for EDG and without having something to help them get the plant on that B side, it becomes a lot easier to fall back into the same sort of traits of going into the side and looking for that after plant. So they've just started stacking up players. You've had aggressive positioning from Munchkin, and then they've gambled in the early round. Okay, let's see if they push B. If they don't, we'll quickly rotate. And it's worked for them so far.
Certainly starting to find their footing on this defensive side. The 5-0 was worrying, concerning. But it's still very much alive. Even in the last series, thinking about the Lotus game, you saw Sentinels flying into the lead.
Medical turret छोड़ के charge and big है.
It's fairly common for teams to need that little bit of
इस बार इसने mid पे नहीं लगाया Lambert.
see how your opponents are playing.
नहीं है क्या इस पे? नहीं है.
5 rounds, I think Genji are fine. They've shown they have normally about 6 to 8.
लगा. नीचे देख रही थी तब तक लगा लिया.
Looking to now set up towards the take again. The read from Genji. They've got that early rotation. They've set texture up over on the A side.
Oh भाई. Oh भाई. देख लिया. Oh, he got him.
Nice work to take out Karen. That weakens the defense a bit, but there are still multiple players here, and the hold on mid to make sure they can't rotate back.
Well, that hold's just now given up, but they're aware it could still be online. Instead, they're going to commit towards the B side rather than going to A, and it's worked out fantastically. Just Munchkin left. He's got some support on the way. Meteor just making it through the halls, but look who's right behind them. Nobody snuck his way in, and he's grabbed a quick double. The lead now convincingly in their favor. And with the final nails in the coffin for that round, 6-2. EDG back on the board.
Oh, that was just gorgeous. The way they isolated each of the fights, okay. I'd say the Hunter's Fury had a little bit of risk to it, but you could normally gamble, especially after seeing the snake bite. You know that he's on yellow, so either you clear yellow or you have at least...
Yes, you're doing a good job.
And then on the other side of things, just lovely little interplay. The pot flash coming out of Smoggy, he's already racking up the assists, and well, you're going to bank on if you blind an opponent. Konkon's getting that kill.
I think I'd be pretty confident with that one. So long as he's on the same side of the map, that player's dropping now. Konkon wants to get greedy. He heard the orb be tapped, but there were players covering him from far back. Lots of big irons in play for Sheriffs, and a classic for Lakia. But the real danger here is when it comes to ultimates. Retake with a Viper's Pit, even the pistols can be deadly inside of that, and a Thrash online as well. There's definitely potential for Genji to play retakes with some success, although again, it would be risky. Really, if we see them commit anything big, I imagine it's going to be on the back of a couple kills first. They need to find those. Texture, a good candidate for it, but they're going to be forced back by this lockdown.
I think that's been the problem, because some of these ults have been online for a little while now, but they just haven't really found any opportunities to actually be able to use them. And a lot of that is because they've stacked the right sites most times. And at least the lockdown and other stuff is very good for retaking. Again, they do a little bit of damage, but ultimately, Mitch, not really much to write home about.
I think certainly not with the amount of credits that are in play for most of the EDG players. Even the reinvestments will keep them with a 2-round buffer. So for Genji, coming towards the latter stage of this half with just a couple rounds left to compete for, yeah, it's not ideal. They have those 2 rounds 6 and 7. Things were looking good, but we do need to see them build the rest of those foundations fairly soon. And, well, Tom, you've just pointed at my screen, and I almost just don't want to bring it up. But, yeah, I said Lakia has had a tough time.
It's the no assists as well. Like, it means that so far there's been almost literally no impact, which is a pretty scary prospect. I've loved the way that they've used this combination of Gecko and KO in the past. So far, it's just not really been there. Oh, Kankan has definitely a little bit of extra sound. I don't think it's ludicrous to say that Genji have a decent idea of where they're going. Already 3 players sat within the A site. Alert from Chichu. This battle between him and Meteor has been...
The timing, that time to
this time, it looks like it might go amiss.
Chichu's at least been spotted, but they don't react in time. A free kill for him, but not the follow-up. Meteor's at least able to keep this control, as the lockdown now is a big threat for EDG. They're going to give up the site control. Spams on the way as they retreat, keeping their back secure. But a Viper's Pit to stop them from getting back into the site, to stop them from keeping their Viper's Pit online. EDG completely shut out of the A site. Now they've got to go looking elsewhere, but in fact, they've already gone looking elsewhere. They've pushed up mid, made it through the tube. They'll be spotted immediately by the turret, but with 5 HP here, a big threat for Texture. He's got an op that can one-hit them. If they've got anything, they can one-hit him back.
They still have the spike over on A, though. They are still going in this direction. Haodong needs to find something here, and he does. It leaves it down to just one player actually within the site. They have to go running in, though. Karon might be able to just ruin it. That's exactly what he'll do. 3 kills. A good reaction initially off the back of the Viper's Pit, but also a solid hold as he was the last point of defense.
Yeah.
And just a really good read from him as well, that if he sits inside that pit, they'll push in. If they go through the pit, probably he gets them both. But there's a rope right up top, and it's dangerous. Instead, he just waits for them, lets them try to jump straight through to get the plant. The time was what was putting the pressure on them. Yeah. 7-3.
नहीं मैंने नहीं सुना है. Hello again. Hi Pause B.
Couple ultis to the previous, but they also managed to deny Haodong's Viper's Pit. This is an incredibly aggressive push.
Munchkin क्या चाह रहे हो?
No flash on the corner. Looks like he just wants to hold it, but soon you have to imagine he goes for that peak. He's out in no man's land, backed up by Karan, but now the real trouble comes into play. Where can he go from here?
They haven't actually pressured. I guess at this point they expect that there's an operator on the angle. Yeah. So they don't gonna go pushing around that corner and give Texture a free kill. Little do they know Texture actually isn't there at all. He's on the other side of the map and again has a little bit of aggressive support from Lakia. A slower approach though from EDG, and this is what works for them. They've been very good at pulling those rotations. The calls from Haodong have been fantastic. For now, at least, looking like a similar setup to what we've seen before. Now, Karan has to be careful. He got isolated last time. In fact, he's playing anti-flash, ready for it, and will even pick off that first kill.
He's done extremely well. They know he's here, but the backup is covering him until he swings into Kankan. A dangerous play for anyone to make. One that was punished that time, but the trade is good. 2 versus 4. Munchkin and Meteor extremely low engagement. But what can really be done by just a lone gun of Smoggy? 15 seconds or so to get that spike on the ground, and it looks like it will make it to the ground. Unfortunately, not planted. 7-4. Gen G, well, they've certainly recovered this one after a shaky start.
4-8, 7-5. क्या लग रहा है तुम लोग को?
The road. They could have a 7-5 half.
Yeah, and as I said, that's not bad. Like that will be workable for them. I do think they're going to have to be careful because, as you've already mentioned,
नहीं सुना नहीं यार, मैंने तो नहीं सुना है.
Of Kankan on the other side is always going to be a prospect, but they made this one look doable after what was a blitz of the first 5 rounds. Even still though, an 8-4 and EDG are not going to be too worried whatsoever. Looking to again build up in towards that A site. The real threat, as always, is going to be Texture. They're already going to clear the close angles. That it almost seems like a direct counter to just the position that Munchkin was playing earlier.
Well, here comes the Northern, and assumably the rest of the EDG squad will be following up with it. A full play towards the A site. Lakia seems to be point of contact. It's nobody to find one with Texture down. Munchkin soon to follow.
Lakia का
मारा मारा before he falls. As the defensive side is now locked out. 2 versus 3. Meteor, okay, he's caught nobody up top. The spike's still not planted, but Smoggy
4-8 is United by
to 4 at the halftime. A significant lead for EDG. But Gen G, they recovered it a little bit towards the end. They certainly seem hotter now, moving on to their attack.
Yeah, Lakia got his first kill in that round, so there you go. He's at least on the board, but it definitely was a rough half for him. Meteor is the one that we're really going to be singing about, but no, I think the side of EDG are going to be very, very happy with the way that one has gone. A fantastic start for them, but also just continuously adapting. I think they did very well, slowing down a lot of the rounds and just playing with their opponents for the majority of this half.
Yeah, most definitely well on the side of Gen G. They've gotten warmed up, but I want to hear what Chichu had to say earlier on in an interview. Let's see.
I am writing now.
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的球球，我在队里担任的是自由人的位置。我觉得赢下 Paperless 的感受是消除了这么久的争议吧，就是我们其实一直是有打赢他们的方法，但是我们一直因为我们的心态没有放开，导致我们的操作很变形吧。因为我们在赛前的时候有看他们的比赛录像，他们是已经有拿出过这套阵容的。 而且我们在赛前我们有很多的研究去如何去应对他这个。我觉得今天浩东是今天潜伏的最好的吧，他今天在图2的时候扮演的对我们的帮助很大很大，工作了，我觉得对我们今天掰平比分很重要，对。然后图3的话，我觉得就是我们整体的一个协同跟练习了这么久的战术的一个展现吧。
Managed to get one. The boombot's done a significant amount of damage, but he's still in the corner.
Not bad.
Still just surviving now. Chichu's found another as well. I don't know how these rounds are going down in the fashion they are. Howdong still alive. Howdong still cleared this match.
我觉得我们的信心就来自于我们的两位教练组吧，他们两位对我们的赛前的，就是如何针对对面做出了很多他们各自的想法吧，然后去帮助我们去。
जान पूछ के जिंक्स किया वाह 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 तू तो बहुत स्मार्ट है यार
变化吧，这就是我们现在临场比较厉害的一个地方。
हो गया लेकिन हाथ धोना है मेरे को
我知道我们一直以来我们队伍的争议很大吧，我不在乎黑子们说什么，我只知道我们的团队潜力很足。
I have a feeling that EDG gonna win 2-0 भाई आज सारे 2-0 what
Where obviously we can talk about the interview.
मेरे को हाथ धोने जाना है ये कितना टाइम लगेगा इतना टाइम में हाथ धो के आ सकती थी लेकिन मेरे को मजा आता है इंटरव्यू देख के यार I actually enjoyed the interview.
The fact is, he's had a decent first half, but it's mainly been a team effort. And I do feel like a couple of the pieces were missing in that first half. Now, the thing that works with this comp for Gen G is those executes around that double flash. The dizzy flash combo that you can throw out with KO is fantastic. So hopefully they're going to be able to get off the mark here. Otherwise, they're going to have to head into Split, which has been an amazing map for EDG.
Yeah, it's been tough so far. Like you said, that get-go on Lackey, it's hard not to be drawn to. He's dead. Well, that's about as poor a start as you could get for the poor guy. He's got the one kill.
What? तो शुरू होते मैं तो just ऊपर देखी.
Going to pick up the pieces here in the pistol. Already finding a lot of value is Meteor, and he's got backup. Even if they take him down now that he's super low or hear his steps running away, they should not assume that there's another player around here. It's free for Texture. He's also not being off to a great start. A lot of whiffed up shots, but this one, it couldn't get any easier. There you go. Smoggy down, nobody left. 1v3, Meteor low, but everyone else is healthy. And the time is on Gen G's side. This will be a impressive clutch, to say the least. He's got the first already. Okay.
देख लिया Meteor.
Meteor down below. Quickly shuts it down. Big round for Gen G to get on the board.
Yeah, you can take the man off the duelist, but you can't take the duelist out of the man. Meteor has been
कौन सी क्या?
far in this game. 17 and 10.
Nobody left and nobody left. Wow.
Just finding space. That was basically what he did this round. Just while the rest of
देखी मैंने reel देखी.
elsewhere on B long, just manages to get through that mid position and find that initial fight. It's going to put them at least. Well, if they convert this round within touching distance. And as said, that's all they really need. Like a lot of the games that we've seen from them, they've managed 8 rounds over on this attack. So they can easily get this over the line. And, wow, what a start to have already. Can't cut them down. One of the main danger players. Because you have to bear in mind, EDG have been unbelievable.
यार मेरे को हाथ धोने जाना guys.
When they have nothing.
कोई tag pause के बारे में सोच रहे थे.
Oh yeah, they were a very scary team when it came to those.
Tag pause दोनों में से एक भी चीज हो जाए तो.
Players stacked up and ready to go. Flash out, kill, not coming in onto the little guy. So the plant has been secured. EDG numbers thinned out. And that defensive side doesn't stand a chance at this stage. You have to imagine. Chichu 35 HP in a 1v3 with a sheriff in hand. And 2 of his opponents have rifles with a double.
Oh my God!
I don't know how he hit that shot, but thank God Texture was up top to cover.
Yeah, they made that one really costly though. 3 players go down, so they're definitely not ideal. And I believe they lost.
Hi Mohit, क्या बोला ज़रीफ?
So It's not like you had a load of pistols.
कौन सेंट्रल्स को बिठा दे सकता है प्लेऑफ्स में? हाई रेट्स
Especially when, for the
अपना
majority
रिश्ता है क्या?
fighting up against an afterplot. So
कांगन फड़ के पिस्टल कैसे पहले भरा है? कांगन भाई ने तो शेल्फ खरीदी होगी ना, पिस्टल कैसे दिखाएगा?
because of that, Lucky is only going to have himself a pistol.
कांगन को दिखाओ, क्लासिक होल्ड करते। कांगन जरा 1 सेकंड क्लासिक हाथ में लेना, 1 सेकंड क्लासिक हाथ में लेना प्लीज।
EDG know that.
हाँ, इसको देखते रहो, क्लासिक हाथ दो।
मैं इस पे कुछ नहीं बोलना चाह रही, that's so fucking.
No, early control is taken by the side of
High cross plays. Why are you late?
नहीं यार, मैं actually how down को मैं
That's a very
अबे जैसे तुम्हें याद नहीं क्या कल वो nobody को nothing कह रही
on their
थी।
attack
वो
side
मेरे
at
मजे ले
all.
रही है वे कल से।
इसको समझ
No
नहीं आ
turret to
रहा।
cover their back either.
Sorry, I'm being thick.
Where's that being placed? It must have been
मैच
destroyed
में
early.
देखने तो
And for
how down
EDG?
का आई थी कल उसकी game।
You said 3
उसके
players
match
on
plays
A,
बड़े
they're still
interesting।
there. But the drone clearing out some space might cause that rotate to come through. I just
how
wonder
down?
if Gen G are planning to go back here with Meteor still being so far up, or if he's trying to sneak behind them.
क्लासिक निकाल, कोई बात नहीं, क्लासिक निकाल। अरे यार, दिखाई नहीं दे रहा भाई।
Now you're going to have Lucky looking to try and lead the charge. There was a snake bite down. I don't know if that's actually going to deny it. No, it isn't.
No, because विंगमैन थोड़ा हवा में होता है प्लांट करते टाइम, उसको किलजॉय का मॉली डिस्ट्रॉय कर सकता है। वाइपर के थूक से विंगमैन को फर्क नहीं पड़ता है, क्योंकि वाइपर का थूक फ्लोर पे होता है और विंगमैन थोड़ा हवा में रहता है। केजे का जो नैनो स्वॉर्म होता है, उसका थोड़ा सा ऊपर ये है रेडियस, so that can destroy a wingman.
Continues to be a flawless round coming out of the side.
अरे ब्रदर, आप क्लासिक निकाल के दिखाओगे?
Yeah, this is a big round. I mean, as soon as they take down Meteor, they make the realization the push wasn't coming in there from the drone earlier, from the lack of footsteps and follow-ups, and the lack of entry. There was no dash in, there was nobody taking the space, no flashes, just a guy sneaking up. That's clearly
Thank you.
Immediately the decision.
ये भी ले लो ना।
And it was the right call. The value found absolutely massive. But it was one of those rounds for Gen G.
संभाल के गिरेगा।
But it's somewhat expected you don't get a lot of damage. I do think they'll be a bit upset that they got none.
Yeah, no, for sure. It means that now the
अच्छा, वो वाला रिट्स नहीं है क्या? ठीक है।
they'll have another buy and also
यार मैं हाथ धो के आती हूँ गाइस, ऐसे मेरे से नहीं होगा।
a little bit closer.
ऐसे ही बैठे रहोगे मैं वरना हाथ पे।
Already one online. That null command available. I like the audacity of Karmine to play this spot again. He got a kill from that in the last round. So you'd think it's going to be immediately checked, and I think it may have been. I don't know if Munchkin caught the angle, but Karmine definitely saw him, and here comes that double flash, but he's managed to avoid both. And Karmine, you can't allow him to survive in these sort of positions. Just continues his aggression. Apparently the only one left. He does still have the spike. He's going to try and get the reps off, but Chicho picks him out of the sky.
It's fair to say he expected that. Very nice crosshair placement from him. I assume that wasn't just a reactive shot, because that would be a little bit ridiculous. Double digits for EDG on the back of that round. And, you know, just looking at this, it's so smart. Karmine falls back, allows the contact to be taken by nobody.
Oh, is this a replay world and miss guys? क्या वो राउंड में खत्म हो गया? मेरे हाथ धोने तक 10 सेकंड में राउंड खत्म हो गया।
Try to equalize things into a 2v2, at least use the
बोलना मत अभी इसने।
to force a fight.
ये हमेशा ऐसे ही रहता है,
But it's
चिल्लाता
not
है।
worked out. 10 rounds for EDG.
हर राउंड के बाद
Absolutely
चिल्लाता है।
stacked, and Gen G going to be in trouble.
देखा इसका जो रेडियस है नैनो स्टॉर्म का, it goes in the air.
No more.
Whereas Viper Molly is on the floor.
It's just making them very paranoid about mid lane. There's a lot of bodies looking around this area.
फिर मैंने केजे खेलना छोड़ दिया।
The only real danger.
फिर उसने क्लासिक तो नहीं निकाला ना फ़नाइटेड? भाई क्लासिक निकाला होगा तो फिर तो ये जानबूझ के कर रहा है भाई।
Is that Viper's pit? Like if they can get that,
I am kind Riggs भाई, सही वाले Riggs तो फिर।
actually become valuable. That's so filthy. They've used it to force them back. They're pushing them into Karmine. They're looking to just feed him frags. That's such a disgusting use of an ultimate. Just like, here you go, Karmine. Bomb.
Yeah, it's not even a time thing. There's still 50 seconds left on the clock. It's just really locking them into a box. Fish in a barrel for Karmine on the first. As Gen G.
Which reminds me, इससे पूछूं क्या brother?
Well, I was going to say where they go. They don't even get a chance to. Sprayed through the smoke immediately. 2 players holding on the next fight. And Karmine clean. As the final one comes through. And again, we're not going to see any damage dealt. A flawless round for EDG. And if you're on this attacking side, it feels like they're just running headfirst into a brick wall. This is an opportunity as they get the rifles out, but Tom, it could be their last real opportunity. Some ultis online, some rifles in hand, and EDG 2 rounds away from taking it.
I'll be honest with you, the way this match is going so far, this could be a statement from EDG. Because they played versus Payfrex, a team they've never been able to beat. They beat them in a long fought-out series. They come in here, this is a map 5-0 for the side of Gen.G, and they're going into Split next, which is their best map. If they just demolish Gen.G here, I think we have to start switching our expectations. And for the side of Gen.G, well, we heard from Munchkin earlier, this was going to be the time that he manages to get his revenge. It is not looking likely right now.
My icebox is so nice. What do you mean?
So much information as well. Here comes the dash and the dash out of Concon as well. He is repositioning and caught falling out of the sky. Smoggy's made it out.
And Karen goes down trying to kill him.
Oh no.
G2's managed to get that kill. I think he was up top. Counter flash, but it shouldn't matter too much. The HP is so much in favor of their opponents. I don't know how EDG are going to find them. Gap in here. Tex just kind of got lost a little bit. No cover either. Somehow we're back in a 3v3.
Yeah, EDG have managed to create their own opportunities. The real problem, though, is the time on the clock and the amount of Gen.G players tucked away. EDG make the call. They go aggressive to try and root these players out of post-plant positions.
Icebox हिटर देखना, Icebox इतना अच्छा मैप है यार.
One but 2 players ready to pounce.
चलो.
A good response from Gen.G. The gap is only 4. It's obtainable, but this road is filled with peril.
Yeah, I'm not sure I feel like I believe at this point. There hasn't been too many convincing rounds, even when Gen.G have been winning it. We have multiple flawless rounds already from EDG in this half. Like, look, they're buying him with an operator and can still comfortably buy this round and the next. So this is already where the game changes. They also had to use the Thrash to actually be able to take the space. They're not going to have that one in this round, but they are 1 away from a lockdown. Already, a lot of information garnered by the side of EDG. That initial knife has spotted the majority of players. Viper's Pit could be thrown in here. Karen's actually rotated in very early, and they've got such an aggressive mid position that they can actually hold this spot and keep 3 players within the site. And similarly to what they did with the lockdown, if they throw Viper's Pit in here, it may just be used to deter. I don't know if that will connect. I don't think it did.
Doesn't look like it.
Yes.
Player slightly out of the circle, especially with the height of it. Flash in deep, but he already saw him. Well handled to find the first. The numbers sit towards Gen.G with the site under their control, and now the actual advantage, 4 versus 3. EDG on the fight back. They've got a flank underway. They managed to sneak their way up pretty close with that turret down. They've got a lot of control, but Gen.G have to be aware of this. Even as the turret comes back up for a moment, it's too late. They've already gotten past. And it's Karmine, the danger man. Now operator in hand, dash online, Bladestorm in the back pocket, and he's making his way forward. He's making noise while the rest of his team come in to fill the gaps, and the players spotted up top.
Ayo,
way to try and take that fight. Munchkin's actually got an opportunity. Smoggy saves the day for EDG. That could have been a way back through for the attacking side. Instead, it's 12-7. EDG on map point on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, this is the thing that's now become peculiar, because although Meteor has probably been the best player individually for Gen.G, that's a couple of times now where I feel like they've been boxed in either from him dying and just not realizing his util gone, or in that case, him being so far forward that his util goes offline.
But Gen.G का map है ये.
You just can't have. You're in a man advantage. He doesn't need to be that far forward, and if he is, somebody else needs to be aware of it. Those are mistakes that if you give those over to EDG, you're done. You can't allow Concon that much space.
दोनों अपने लेफ्ट वाले को दे रहे थे.
Smoggy popping the ult. It's just delayed.
Did you see the pistol? Please tell me.
Allowed that gap for Concon to sneak up behind. 5
I'm going to rewind on my screen.
to close out this map.
and send us to split, where EDG will look to close the door on Gen G's run. This is a scary time. Gen G, they looked very, very good regionally, but wow, it's a big challenge.
They also beat Loud.
That's true. Yeah,
That's the thing. Is like they look good regionally. They beat Paybrex, they beat Loud, they beat DRX. Like these are all teams that in the past would have beaten them all three.
हाँ बे फनाटिक वाला लगाया हुआ इसने.
Have been massively improving, but the fact is, right now Gen G look a little bit flat, and they're making errors that I just didn't really expect to see on their map choice on one of their best maps. It is not what you want to be seeing. And as said, there are a few maps that I would heavily hand over to the side of EDG, and one of them is split.
क्यों लेकिन उसको पसंद है वो टीम ऐसा है?
I've not enjoyed like Gen G have had some rough games of Breeze, so they lose this map, and wow, EDG have two opportunities on maps that I favor them on to close out this series.
But you know, 4 ultimates is usually a very strong position, but more so for EDG. If they had 4,
बोला तो था उस दिन ज़ाम्बिया तेरे को लग रहा है वरुंदा इसको पता है किधर है ज़ाम्बिया.
For Gen G, they have to be a bit more conscious of how they use these. So obviously off rip, you're going to see the blade storm pop.
ये ले फनाटिक मेरे पैसे नहीं इन लोग का इन लोग अपने पर्सनल अकाउंट से थोड़ी खेलते हैं इनको वो दूसरा अकाउंट होगा ना उसमें सारी स्किन्स होती है.
With a lockdown being the only thing they'll carry through to the next. I don't know if they will. That's the thing. If they keep it.
Yeah, the judge investment, I like it from Munchkin. He's going to play a close corner.
Hi Shrikant.
I feel like they almost need this one just to keep their economy strong, and they are utility dumping. Already Texture's going to pick off one, but so much util thrown in to clear him out. It's easier said than done. As he takes out Chichu along with it. Nobody trying to clear this backline. Somehow Karkon's found another. They may not get to use that ultimate at all, because they're being picked apart. It's left along to Karon, but the time is ticking low. If he gets this kill, it's surely done, and it will be. But he's going to go down with it. That was meant to be an economy builder as they spam all their ultimates bar one.
कैसे भागता है बे ये नाइफ यार.
I mean, just take a look at the credits. No one's able to get their full shields alongside the rifles. Maybe one player is, but that's about it. This is going to be a really tough position to play from because, like we said, there's almost 2 ways you could look at it. Save the ultis and try to use 1, maybe 2, incrementally tick them over and use them as safety nets in these rounds. Or
told you 813.
Economy. So you've got
क्या अभी एक भी बार 813 नहीं बोला था.
This is the worst of both worlds.
To Red Bull clutch. That's all you really need to know.
And now they've got
it was clutched by the spike.
Also, worth mentioning, I like EDG's approach to just not play heads up into the Viper's Pit, to move around the back and try to contend for the backside all the way down that laneway. It's a good idea, and you can see it very nearly worked for them. I think if Gen G had slightly less ultimates pop, the round would have fallen away. This man's crazy.
इसको पता नहीं है इसके राइट में भी है.
He also doesn't know that someone's already crossed to the other side. So this really is.
अब तो इसको लेफ्ट में वो.
He's dead. He's definitely dead. I don't know if that was maybe slight misinformation.
Bro, what?
Still a filthy shot to open. The take in the meantime is coming onto the B side.
मुझे भी ऐसा स्मूथ ऑप चलाना है. ऐसे लग रहा है उसके हाथ में जो ऑप है ना एकदम मस्त स्मूथ चल रही है और मेरे हाथ में इतना डिफिकल्ट लगता है ना जब आप आती. खत्म कर रहे हैं लोग. खत्म कर रहे हैं. खत्म कर रहे हैं लोग. खत्म करना है.
Highlighted throughout this tournament so far. He's got to find 3 to try and save them. The spike is down. Nobody has already spotted him on the angle. There is no hope. EDG come through with a dominant victory when it comes to map number 1, and they have their choice next.
Yeah, this is where it gets scary, Tom.
मतलब आज चैट ने जिसको भी वोट किया है वो सब हारने वाले.
After we saw the veto, it looks like we're probably going to go to that map 3, right?
पिछले में भी ऑपोजिट ही हुआ था. नहीं सैनी जीता था.
Quite a bit behind in this series with Split coming up next and Breeze afterwards. Don't go anywhere because we'll be breaking this one down after the break.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Guys, मैं वॉशरूम जाके आती हूँ.
You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies. A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
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 बोला ना नेटवर्क आइडिया रहेगी हाँ मतलब वही ऐसा ऑफर होगा एयरपोर्ट में मतलब if you अभी ये भी तो आईफोन का ही बोला ना बट अल्टीमेटली क्या बोला only on Verizon some offer only on Verizon नियोजन का रिलीज होगा नियोजन का ट्रेलर रिलीज होगा
Red Bull gives you wings.
मद्रिद के फाइनल 24 क्या चीज न्यू एजेंट वो कौन सा है नहीं एयरपोर्ट का है
अबे ये तो एप्पल ही है ये तो टेरिक की स्ट्रीम देख रहा है उसने ऐड रन करा है
मेरा डायमंड का वो चल रहा है नेक्स्ट गेम
ना वो टेरिक की स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं और उसपे उसने वो ऐड रन कर
अच्छा
नहीं वैलोरेंट ने रन करा है व्हाट वैलो ने रन करा है हां वैलो ने रन करा हां करा है
ऐड नहीं आ रहा बट टाइमर चल रहा है मेरा
तो तूने
ये शायद ये एयरपोर्ट वाला टेक था
नहीं उस पे स्पेशल
तो EDG का पिकअप था ना
और ये परफेक्ट दूसरे होगा ये बारी ये तो लग रहा है वैसा होगा
अबे लेकिन यार मैच खत्म हो जाएंगे
हाय रोशन
ये तो 1 बजे तक निपटा देंगे सब कुछ आज इस तरीके से चल रहा है लाइक 1 बजे तक खत्म हो जाएगा
कल 3 दिन मैच हुआ कल 2:30 बजे तक
कल मजा आ रहा है भाई कल क्या इंटेंस लेवल मैच
भाई बोतल में दे दिया था भाई भाई बहुत सारे लोग पहले क्रॉस टाइमर थे ना रेटिक्स बहुत सारे भाई वन स्ट्रैट एक्स्ट्रा के पीछे योरू का
क्रेजी चीज थी वो तो यार वो क्रेजी चीज
को आइडिया नहीं था वो आया उसने एक को मारा एक और का आइडिया भी नहीं मतलब हो ही नहीं सकता
3 मारा
Hey folks, I'm here with Coach After and Luna for the translations here. Congratulations on Map 1 victory. What was it about the Genji Icebox that you had identified and you wanted to try and take advantage of, and which of course led to your victory?
这个问题想问到的是，在森寒东港这张图，你是怎么样找到他们的弱点，找到了自己的优势，并且拿到胜利的呢？
其实就是因为他们前一天对战，他们跟 Loud 打了也打了深寒东港嘛，然后他们可能打得比较焦灼，然后把东西打得都差不多了，所以我们研究的也变得会相对来说比较简单，然后他们又在 很多次那种前压都是打得特别明显的，所以我们其实只要怎么讲，按兵不动，先听对面给出来什么声音，我们再从一想好我们的解决方法就行了。
Like the day before they play with Loud, just as the same icebox, we have already do the research and they almost like we know all what will they play in icebox. And also in today they have a lot very obviously like pushing forward, and we just see that and we do our move.
Oh, and if there's one thing that EDG does, it's their moves. Good job, coach. Good to talk to you as always. Back to you guys.
Golden boy.
A dominant showing from EDG, 13-7 against Gen G. Hello, Wingman. Thank you so much for opening us, by the way. They grabbed Gen G's map pick away from them, and I feel like Mimi...
Gen G हमेशा first map हारती है.
We have many things to say about this.
क्या बोल रहे हो मतलब अभी ये 2-1 करने वाले?
For Pacific, I feel.
Yeah, it really had to be, because EDG, it felt like this game was just trouncing over Gen G the entire time. In that first half, they were going for like crazy double lurks with only 3 people hitting the A site, but that 3-strong hit was still winning out. These Gen G players were so often playing forward, taking early fights, so they never, whenever they were actually playing the retake, they were down numbers and they couldn't properly combo this KO Gecko. There was 8 opportunities for a retake. Gen G won none of them in that first half because they were getting picked apart in these early rounds.
I love the fact that in that MVP graphic, we see Lucky at the end and we do not see the assists, just a KD, because it is probably one of the first times that I see a Gecko getting 1 assist in such a long map. The fact that they were getting no Reddit out of it, we were seeing it round by round, how the KO and the Gecko were not merging together because EDG was actually playing for the ego play in that instance. And Gen G has done something very, very, let's say, wrong for them coming into this matchup, and is enable Kang to go crazy.
Absolutely. I mean, Kang got the same number of kills this map as Lucky has had the entire tournament thus far. It's just true. And I mean, Kang was getting to feast on them. I think we're also seeing some lapses in awareness from Gen G. This round in particular, where EDG, I think, really having a great understanding of how Gen G plays this map. They commit really hard on their attack to these execs with the double flash combo, and they're going for these fast flanks. They were so far ahead the curve on these rotations, so they on their defense were just destroying with these floods.
I think it also has to do with the fact that they knew that on the defense they screwed up a lot of times, right? So that gets into your head, gets into like who is in charge of what, and that awareness of the map and the control that you have literally lives your brain, and that opens the window for EDG to do this kind of thing.
Yeah, and I'm kind of exasperated here because this is such a contrast to what we normally see from Gen G. This is a team when I watch them in Pacific that I'm so impressed with their protocols, with the way that they're slowing down these rounds. They're playing proper, they're thinking about these things like the flanks, but it really slipped away from them this time, and it's a real risk of losing the series now.
Totally. I mean, this is not the Gen G that we saw from Pacific, right? They were so unsure of themselves. They were so timid, and it's because, like, you know, it's because of that EDG was able to sense that they could be bullied, and they took that opportunity, right? The score line that we mentioned earlier, like 13-8, that did not reflect how, you know, one-sided a lot of rounds looked.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, Gen G made the same mistake when they played against Loud. Then today, they chose to go to Breeze, it didn't go their way. They chose Icebox, didn't go their way. But now looking into the agent select, what can we expect here, Mimi, on the side of Gen G on the attack?
Yeah, so Gen G here, they're playing the default comp. I think we need to see a lot more out of Meteor. This is one of those maps where he's playing the Jet, where they're rocking with that double duelist composition. I think this is an opportunity for them to kind of reinstill confidence. It's a comp they've played a lot. It's something they're very comfortable with, and they have, I mean, honestly, some good ideas. Take early map control with the double dive, have a lot of util on your defense for flood retakes. I think this is a little more comfy.
Yeah, and moving away from the Astra, having a little bit more utility, and also we've seen it a lot on the stage, playing with that Deafen and with that blind for the Omen has been a difference maker in many of the splits.
Gen G got dismantled on map 1. EDG here, if they can close out on split, a chance for the #1 Chinese team to lock their spot.
Well, let's find out. Let's toss it back to your casters. Here's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst desk yet again. As it looks like we're ready to dive on into map #2, Tom Split. We did have a lot of hope before the break.
Yes.
Has anything crossed your mind since that makes you confident?
I was saying something.
This one to a map 3.
I like the swap. I like that they've swapped.
Whom are we supporting? We are supporting. Well, I was supporting Gen G.
It removes a little bit in terms of some of the executes, some of the cool stuff you can do with obviously like the
I was watching something. इक्विपमेंट प्लस भी खरीद दो ना यार, मेरे पास भी नहीं है. मेरे पास कौन सा है? मेरे को राइट ने वो ऑक्टोपस वाला भेजा था, वो ये बस.
Again, though, I do think we need to see quite a bit from that double duelist. Meteor and Texture, they are both insanely
Oh, Max, they right now casting this one and who? Oh, no.
Almost immediately. Does take one with him, though.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the Fnatic Classic finds one as Kankan escapes with his life.
Fnatic Classic ने मारा है. Fnatic Classic.
Well, let's see if
Hi,
he
Vikas.
can find any more with his low HP. He's actually going back out to aggress for some information. This is a risky play, but he's cleared a lot of control. But it's up close, Munchkin, that I'm worried about. As the peak comes through, nice connection down to 47, but Munchkin finding that kill keeps him alive for the clutch. The 1 versus 2 that he finds himself in, a 3K to close this one out. And the first player he has to deal with is up in heaven. He hasn't realized that, and so that will be his downfall. With a defuse coming through from the Omen on EDG, it's 1-0.
Solid start from them once again, and I think this is the thing. They're always going to be pushing and pulling around, especially on that A site.
यार वापस से आई मुझे गाइस वापस जाओ क्या?
From nobody, always happy to get up in his opponent's faces, and I think this map is the one where he might be most comfortable individually. Like we saw him have a really poor performance, come onto this map and just be unbelievable. So not a great sign after he's just had a very good map, and now going onto this as well. And I think for Gen G, just one of the main worrying factors here was obviously coming into this map. They are starting on the attack side. Now, normally you'd look at this composition and go, oh, well, that's fine. You've got double duelist, you've got the sort of explosive nature of this composition, but they had a really rough time the last couple of times they played on the attack. In fact, even in a 13-11 match,
map के हिसाब से लेते हैं आदि लोग. Oh, he like walked into it.
This should be an easy farming round, but Gen G just left down to pistols. An opportunity for them to get a little bit done there, but no shots connected with just the one falling of Haodong. A good opportunity to build the economy seems to be just around the corner. There has been a retrieval. Caron posing a little bit of a threat with the Bulldog, but his HP is being chipped away at, down to 70 now. Good flash. The flank of nobody has
Bye, flash.
off guard. Cleaned up on this B side.
हाँ वो है अंकल, मैंने वो बोला मैप के हिसाब से मतलब people take like I think usually bind में people take.
Gone quite heavy into the Bulldogs though.
यार दादर की गोली पकड़ बोल रहा हूँ यार मेरे को.
These weapons, so it's not going to be the worst purchase in the world. Still a lot of opportunities for them to try and find something here. Nobody going to go into the stinger. Honestly, I'm happy to see it. As said, he's very good at getting up close in their face, and this is where we get to see if they can get off to that flying start, because let's be real, in the last map, Lakia had a howler, and for the most part, Texture got shut down. They're two players that are going to have to be impactful here, because Lakia has a lot of the setup utility that they're going to be running, and while Texture is Texture. He needs to be fragging.
Well, this is it, right? Again, we mentioned Texture wasn't necessarily as hot as we were expecting on the previous.
थर्ड मैप जाएगा क्या बोल रहे हो? 2-0 नहीं हो रहा है आज. मुझे लगा आज दोनों गेम्स 2-0 करेंगे.
Yesterday, the day before, now it's hopefully not 2 maps in a row though.
So like most people की favorite.
Up close, but it's Kankan. We push through the wall that will
बस जिस दिन मैं बुलडॉग चलाना सीख गई ना इसकी वजह से. कांगन जरा वो टिप्स वाला वीडियो तुमने बनाया था याद है? भेजने वाले थे मेरे को भेजा नहीं अब तक.
Yeah, they already managed to win the bonus in the last map. Bear that in mind. That was the 5-0 start that they had. Haodong just trying to play with his opponents, and a little bit of space being taken. Chichu, he got the timing spot on. He's going to just push them back. 40 seconds left, and as of right now, Gen G have no control. They're only just making their way into mid. This is such a slow attempted take. It's getting very, very scary for them, and they even still had a nade on the other side to deter them even more.
Smoggy still got the stun in back pocket as well, but it's not going to be used till they dive on the site. By the looks of things, Haodong spotted and now challenged by Munchkin. Good kill found, but it's Kankan. That's returning. Like for like, nade down is perfect. It's not going to be planted anytime soon, and time is running out. Just 6 seconds left with nobody all alone. He's not able to deny. Down, but he knows where both players are, at least roughly. Snuck his way past around the back of the site. They don't know that just yet. I like the idea to group up together, and Caron, before the heal even comes through, closes the round out. 2-1, costly, good damage from EDG, and great potential for them.
क्या खेलने वाला है अक्षत?
Yeah, I think that's the scariest prospect. Is Kankan's naked.
Cat is Cat.
Finished it, but
Is that your name?
GNG do manage to hold on and at least convert the round.
It's for
this
Chauhan,
time.
my surname.
They're not out of the woods yet, though, because as mentioned, that was bonus. That was Bulldogs and a Stinger. Now they come in with the full rifles, one off a Showstopper as well, so Ultimate's definitely closer to coming online, and those duelists are still yet to show up over on the Gen G side. It's early days, but it can't go on for too much longer.
Again, that's the anti-bonus round coming out from Gen G. 2 kills, or 2 players left standing. Their economy is going to be chipped away at, as we can see. There's 3 players very low on credits. And the big problem being that EDG close to having a very valuable ultimate. All we need is Kankan to find an orb or a kill. And he's been pretty consistently finding at least the one in some rounds. So massive safety net potentially there for them later on. Gen G early challenge, good damage on the one player that can't be healed back up.
एक earphone से समझ रहे हो. I hope that's not the case because I cannot afford any more points.
The only thing, Tom, is that there was a flash that just popped by nobody. It saw no one was there. The Tiger goes through. No one else here. That's a lot of information. And with the Tiger not being heard by Gen G, they don't know how much of a read EDG have on their current player.
They've been so good at this. They're similarly on Icebox, just being able to get so much information and then just play off of it. They're going to have 2 players watching into mid, 2 players on the B side, looking at how as well. Look, they've even got the stun at the back, 2 flashes, a paranoia. Like, they have so much utility for this take-in. Already, though, great start. Meteor, even while blinded by the paranoia, is going to be able to find one, and he gets the second as well. The duelist finally coming alive, but here comes that Showstopper. They have to back out. There's only 20 seconds left. Any time that could be bought could be paramount. It's done so much damage.
No किया लेकिन लाके देख 20 HP.
The HP healing back up onto Caron. He's going to TP to the other side of the map, but look how close nobody is. A flash just to try and catch him. He's going to be able to get the plant in, but look at where the rest of the players are. They've got to go sprinting to try and get back in here. It is shaky. I don't think it's going to matter, though. There's nothing they can do to stop this. It's a very peculiar round, and it ends with a Red Bull clutch.
Not their day.
माइक वॉल्यूम मैंने कम किया था बिकॉज़ वो तुम लोग को गेम का ऑडियो कम आ रहा था ना.
किक ऑफ पे खेला है यार, मैप का इतना सीन नहीं होता है. सब मैच तो प्रिपेयर करके ही
आज गुस्से में लग रहे हो. नहीं यार.
डीजी आज फुल फॉर्म में बात ये है डेली का नहीं चल रहा है.
I mean, it was a last-second attempt to get that spike down. It wasn't going to find its way to the B site, that's for sure.
The thing is, they're not baiting out any of the utility. Like, I'll be honest, what Meteor got away with there while being paranoid is a lot more than I was expecting. They still had all of Breach's kit, all of Howdong's kit on Omen as well. I think all that was used was nobody's utility. And sure, it doesn't come back anymore, but that you need to be getting rid of some of that util at some point in the round before you go running in with 30 seconds left. This is disgusting.
Reacting to it? Well, apparently, is easy enough.
Okay.
Texture just tagged a shotgun to the face. Chinchu's got a 50-50 if he checks left. Oh, no! Oh, Munchkin!
क्या शॉट मारा बे. मेरे को लगा मिस कर देगा. वो जस्ट पोजी से हटा था वहां पे.
EDG have the advantage in rounds, but not in this one. The man advantage was to Gen G. Now it's just right about even with a rifle recovered by Lakia and movement towards this A site. But TPE and Howdong's in position to stop them from easily walking into this A site. And he's checking heaven. Lakia needs to win this fight on the way out. In fact, timing will be a key factor for him. The flash goes towards the elbow. It seems like he's safe to cross with EDG too far away to do anything at this point with Smoggy still in spawn.
Again, the time getting a little bit low, but the aftershock won't be placed before anything else can be done. Lakia still having his Tiger.
Nice.
Oh, he is going to be able to spot the man in the corner. Howdong, though, not stunned up. It doesn't matter. Even
still,
Smoggy, with his full belt of utility still online, hasn't had to use any of it just yet. Instead, he's going to potentially just go walking through this smoke, and Lakia, the man who was silent on the last map, speaks loud in this round as Gen G get their second.
2 big kills from him, denying the vent control and then closing out the round as well. This is what we wanted to see. Lakia waking up, finding his form, finding his footing, as it's 3-2, a 1-round gap between them. And again, looking at how some of these rounds have gone down, you know, in the previous map, it was feeling pretty much favored to EDG from the get-go. After the first 5 rounds, essentially, they didn't really take their hands off the reins. Here, though, Gen G are already punching back.
Yeah, they managed to do it with a low buy as well. The pistols finding a lot of value, and that success could make all the difference. They've already realized that nobody's close, and while having that judge, you really don't want to pressure into this man just yet. Interestingly, you've got the lurk out from Meteor on the other side of the map, but it does seem like EDG are fairly happy to just sit passive. That's the thing, I said, I don't feel like Gen G have done a fantastic job of baiting out any of the utility from the side of EDG in these early rounds. This time, though, Paranoia not online, but they still have all of Viper's util, and in this case, the wrong read.
Yeah, even though the bird just went up from nobody and caught those players outside B, again, the problem's always going to be it could just be one player, one person lurking, catching that flash and running straight to A. But
डाल के दिखाओ भाई किधर जाता है ये बताओ.
how it's playing out, the judge, it could do a hell of a lot of damage up close like this, but the smoke is suspicious. They know there's something afoot, and Texture's dealt with it perfectly, well handled by Gen G, and that's the real threat in this round dealt with already.
When you put out a smoke like that, there's going to be a part of you that's thinking, okay, there has to be something within it. And I like the fact that Gen G play it safe. Boombot and Seekers gives everything away. They know that the site is clear, and that's the thing. They haven't had a lot of rounds throughout the series thus far that have been particularly clean. Now though, that can be found from EDG on the way back in. Probably not a lot. Smoggy at least will be able to find one, drop an extra weapon, but other than that, expectations desperately low. And
यार मेरे को लाइनअप देखना था यार.
a little bit of damage, but he'll fade out of there before his life is lost. For Smoggy now, the value might actually come from going down to the spike.
Yeah, that's definitely the game plan for him. As another round swings to Gen G, and again, I like their usage of their ultimate. Lakia puts out the Seekers just to confirm there's a player close in that smoke. They have a Boombot following it up. It allowed them the perfect timing to swing in on the back of that utility and catch a player repositioning around the corner. At 3-3, it really is anyone's game, and that was my worry, was that we'd come into this map after the first being pretty dominant in favor of EDG, and we would see this be a very I think at the very least we're owed a close map between these two teams, if not a third.
EDG are stellar when it comes to this defensive side. And I said, Gen G had some rough times when it came to their attack, so this is already a pretty decent start from them. They can keep things even throughout. I think they'll be quite content.
कास्टर का काम है बोलना भाई क्या मतलब ज़्यादा बोल रहा है.
It's been great throughout the series on an
उसका काम है कास्ट करना.
Oh, that's a little audacious though.
अयो.
Trade out with the showstopper will keep it in their favor, and Kanka just goes through. The movement's sublime.
यार ये कैसे लोग का ऐसा movement होता है.
Thunder's going to leave Texture completely stunned up, but he has him exploded. One bullet is all he needs.
Movement practice करना पड़ेगा एक दो दिन बैठ के.
Kill for him already, and he needs the ace. He's going to look to try and get it half, but he's completely blinded. Already baiting them out. A second flash, and there is no hope. I've seen that one before, Mitch, but it won't happen this time.
Yeah, thankfully not. Second flash, immediate peek, and you can see he just had nothing to do unless the spray landed on heads right away. It was done and dusted.
Somewhere someone from Giant X is going, no, don't peek him.
Well, considering a 4-3 scoreline and 3 ultis online, Viper's Pit to play with as well, this was a big round for Gen G because they've left their opponents with no money, no credits to buy back up. It's going to be a scrappy buy for the defensive side. And so far, we've seen Gen G be very clinical with dealing with these lower buys. They've not been giving away too much. They have a healthy economy because of it. They'll look to farm up an even better one right here and now.
Okay then. There's the Meteor we know and love. A lot of the time we don't see him get to play that star duelist anymore, but with this 1-2 punch of him and Texture on this map, they are really starting to come alive. We mentioned him and Texture as clinical pieces to this puzzle. Carol know already. Just mowing down two of the remainder. Howdong not particularly close to the angle, and
ये कार्तिक भाई तुम्हारी चैट में जो है ये इनका मैंने क्या उधार लेके पैसा नहीं लौटाया क्या इतनी क्या
It just
है
comes
भाई
down to
मेरे
can he
against?
make this one costly? But the fact is the economy now of Gen G is off the charts. You win an eco and then have a couple of cleaner rounds. He's still actually killed the player behind through the other. It's a couple of guns lost, but ultimately for the side of Gen G, it doesn't matter. They are stacked for cash.
Yeah, and even one of the players we saw there before we cut to the replay
148
he had a
way.
judge,
कैसा लगा ना
but he
उसको?
managed to upgrade to a rifle, and with the economy that they have in play, there's not really going to be too much bother. Well, it's unsurprising. In the previous map, we had Gen G.
क्यों किया ये? क्यों किया वो?
Towards the end of the game, before things ticked over into EDG's favor. This time, it's EDG getting off to an early start. They want to have a chat with the coaching staff and come to a conclusion.
Very nice, Nikhil. Very realistic. 2 HP jet देखना.
That's going to put Gen G in a very advantageous position if they find this one facing into an eco. It could be 7 rounds already.
Yeah, I think as well, when you look at what's online for your opponent, you don't want to allow them to get into an afterplan. Having that Viper's Pit online for Munchkin is going to make things desperately more difficult.
वैसे देख रहा होगा ना, fuck मैंने 148 दिया है,
And also you have a
देखो.
showstopper onto Kankan, so you can go for some of those set plays, put him into position. He has been thriving still, at least on an individual level, but over the last few rounds, I feel like Gen G have just been a little bit quicker in the pace. They've not allowed them to hold util to the late rounds. They've been taking control, and also just on, they're just a bit more confident in what they're doing. Like, you can see Meteor committing to these early fights, and everybody following him in. That seems to be what's working, at least for now. Let's see where the response lies. By the looks of it, they might be about to go for another fairly aggressive piece, as they've got no luck. That's something we've consistently seen for Gen G, as they now look to take some early control towards this B side of the map.
अरे यार ये क्या
I
हो
mean, they
रहा
have
है?
no control anywhere
यार वो
else.
लाइनअप
So
दिखा
much
क्यों
of a
नहीं रहा है?
backup
मेरे को
plan
दिखा
here.
दो
The
ना लाइनअप.
showstopper. Well, that's plan A, and it hasn't
हाय
worked out.
मिस्ड.
Players slowed down, sure, split, but they've already got players towards the site. Meteor's in position, teammates coming in to rally alongside him, and the retake attempt from EDG, it's not going too well. Kills swinging in favor of Gen G, trade after trade, and a 3 versus 2. But there's not exactly too much they can do to take him down. He's hit in those corners. Maybe Chichu needs a miracle snake bite to land.
है ना, अपन खेलेंगे इसके बाद United.
And it could come in off the back of the plant. It's Lakia attempting the plant.
वो चाइना गई थी ना.
I don't know just how low he is. Viper's Pit activated, and that's going to even the playing field a little bit.
Exactly.
So close to taking him down, but now Meteor in the right place at the right time. He's going to clear out both of them. The direct approach. Just working out perfectly for Gen G. Unable to slow them down.
डेडलॉक के लिए आदि कोई भी नहीं, प्लीज ना खेले वो.
There was some gorgeous movement in there from Texture. I don't think there was a lot else in that round, but the showstoppers fired towards him, and he just backs out of there.
हेवन स्मोक का लाइनअप है वो. मेरे को लगा पोस्ट प्लांट पे कुछ थूक का लाइनअप है. ठीक है, करेंगे हम लोग. हेवन स्मोक लाइनअप डालेंगे अपन भी वाइपर लेके.
They dodged the showstopper, and that's the one thing that was really dangerous. Kankan in the right place at the right time. He was there. He got nothing.
That's it. That's it. But hey, that ain't going to happen too many more times from what we've seen. Thank their lucky stars as we go 6-3. Gen G doubling up on the scoreline now. Look at, oh no, never mind. Look at this aggression coming out of Texture. He's running it down as Svensson. He is certainly chasing on the other side of the map. An impressive pace change from Gen G. And now they've got full mid control.
Again, it seems like EDG have their players positioned well, and these are some of the rounds that worked out better for them. These slower paced rounds from Gen G, it's been the quick moves in towards the site that have worked better for them. In terms of ultimates, not a whole lot online either. Viper's Pit for Chichu, but where to place it will be the real problem. And starting to throw out some utility in towards this B site, but I can only assume with where their players currently sit, this is a ruse, and it's worked. It's pulled at least Kankan for the moment, but that stun is sublime. Now they'll have an extra player in to support. Nobody already watching, but he doesn't get either. Luckily, Kankan is there.
यार मूवमेंट सीखना है मेरे को गेम में यार.
Good shot to start and a follow-up. That's sublime. 21 HP left. He's in danger, but he's got 2 players close to back him up. And with 20 seconds left, it's time to get that spike planted for Gen G. The last player standing will take Chichu down. 15 seconds left. And surely this plant cannot be acquired. He'll tap it first, try and fade into a fight. It doesn't go his way.
4 rounds for EDG. It's a resurgence. It's another foot in the door. But Gen G been looking good, and because of the rounds they've won, there's not going to be any thought of an eco for the rest of the set.
No, not even remotely close. Again, though, it does seem like when they split up and play these slower rounds, a lot of the time it ends up biting them in the back. I think just sticking together and just playing as almost a death ball has been one of the major sort of benefits for them. I also think as well, props need to be given to Smoggy. The stun there was just completely.
हाँ क्या खुराक लिया मेरे को सच्ची सीखना है मूवमेंट सीख गया ना तो मैं असेंडेंट से इमॉर्टल जा पाऊंगी अभी तक असेंडेंट वाला ही है मेरा थोड़ा जितना एम है उतना एम है थोड़ी सी गेम सेंस है उतनी गेम सेंस है उससे चला रहे हो असेंडेंट पे मगर ऊपर उससे ऊपर रैंक जाने के लिए ना थोड़ा ऐसा मूवमेंट ऐसा सब लगता है भाई I play better in immortal lobbies.
I'm excited to see it. Looks like they want to.
Zeref को गाली दी क्या?
Okay, pings go back towards heaven. Instead, that's going to be the play. Split heaven, put pressure on this A site.
फिर तो पक्का लोग बोलेंगे.
This time it's Meteor to pick them up as they start to rotate back.
One.
It's a nice idea. See how the execution.
अभी नहीं वॉच पार्टी के बाद देना प्लीज थैंक यू
You can easily see those rotates come through. That's the idea.
हाँ वॉच पार्टी के बाद देना
Look at this shift back towards heaven. They're ready to reunite, but Meteor can't go down. He has to maintain this control. Thought about walking into spawn. Instead, it's the sight on the back of a flash. A dash now up close to the pit, and as Chichu thinks about going outside of it, that could be the end of his life if he did. It's all down to timing. He's won the first, but that's all he gets.
Yeah, really nice trades. Lakia was well aware, and in fact, Meteor almost gets the kill himself. Kankan though, you can't give this man that much space. Quickly takes 2. This round is starting to fall apart. They know exactly where Texas is, but can't quite connect up to him. Time's going to go through, but he goes through the other side into the 1v1, but it's still Kankan. They just can't deal with this man. Again and again, he pulls off rounds that he should have. And EDG, well, somewhat luckily.
Bro, what? He just walked out of it and then got both.
Sensational play by Texture. That almost won them the round, just blitzing through the
should have won them.
It should have. It absolutely should have. If not for the smash. That's gorgeous, and the return was straight through the smoke.
That's just disgusting.
Okay, running through the smoke, that's even worse. But it works. If it works, it works. 6-5, EDG. In prime position to equalize coming out of this. That's what we like to see. Getting heated down there. Showstopper online for both sides. This should be an interesting one. It's right on rip. Both are you. A double kill. But there's still one man standing. Not anymore. This is Texture's round.
Yeah. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Spike planted.
Now, well,
क्या यार?
for the remaining players, what do you even do? You've just lost the entirety of your B defense.
हम लोग होते तो भाई तू पहले कुत्ता कर पहले इधर से वो सारा एरिया स्पॉट कर फिर ही मैं अल्ट लेके जाऊंगा पता होना चाहिए ना अल्ट छोड़ने के लिए और इन लोग सैचुरेट करके जाते हैं जहाँ लोग दिखे छोड़ दी गए.
The paranoia wasn't even utilized in that initial take. To find any space here is gonna almost rely on a mistake. Wow. You know what? The somehow Smoggy made this interesting.
Jordan.
He started this round and he will end it. Texture one-ups his opposing raise.
Oh, we had both showstoppers, Tom, but only one got to be fired. That is absolutely gorgeous for Texture, disrupting the plan of his opponents and getting ahead by just an inch, just a second. That's all he needed. And a gorgeous ace to add to Gen G's momentum. Now 7 rounds at the half. They're leading and moving over to their defense. I'm excited to see what they've got in store for us, but what we've got in store for you is a halftime.
हाफ टाइम में 1 मिनट होता था ना मेरे को लगा.
7-5 in favor of Gen G this time, and you can kind of see the team waking
Hey
up.
Ankkita, hi टकला पापू, how are you? Hey Ankkita क्यों हूँ मैं?
Moment of the match, Mimi.
यार टकला पापू तुम्हारा नाम मैंने दिया था ना?
I think I'm number 1, Gen G.
तुम वही हो ना कि दूसरे वाले हो कोई?
They weren't really
Just asking for, you know, reasons.
But coming into this map, they look reinvigorated. Their players in particular, like Meteor in this clip, were looking so much better. And also just their approach to the game. They're again playing these slow, very proper mid-rounds on the attacking side, but I think they did a good job at finding the opportunities against EDG, and these double dive XX were tearing EDG up.
Exactly, and we saw it especially on the last round with that ace. I think that, of course, now moving on to the defense, we're seeing a lot of aggression, we're seeing a lot of mistakes and a lot of punishment.
तेरे लैपटॉप है कौन सा एक बार बोलना ना मेरे को एक बार इंस्टा पे भेज
Individuality and some BS rounds like the one where Can just gets the kill across the smoke after a brilliant play and push. And I think that
आपके अलावा किसी के दिमाग में नहीं आएगा ये नेम भाई
Absolutely. I think in the second half,
इतनी क्रिएटिविटी इजी नहीं है ठीक है
they're playing this double initiator that is built around enabling Kung on the dive. We saw
लेकिन इतने साल नहीं आया यार मैं वही सोचूं मेरे चैट में कोई भी टकरा पप्पू नहीं दिखता आजकल
similarly where there's a lot of tools being put into one player succeeding into getting space on
Why missing for so many years
some of those same mistakes of
क्या suggest करूं वृंदा
giving these early opportunities to EDG. It could go a similar direction.
EDG, they're one half away from making it again into those playoffs. They have to make us dream, Mika.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to start dreaming. Let's get the second half underway. Back over to our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst desk for what could be one last time. As EDG on their attack side look to close out this series up against Gen G. It's their map pick. You know they're going to be comfortable on the attack. Remember, that means that Gen G chose to start on their attack side. Maybe it's the best of what they've got planned already behind.
It went well.
I'm stuck on something.
वो अच्छा लगा था कि फीमेल
Oh,
कोच
he
की
stepped.
टीम
Wait, what?
जीती वो बस अच्छा
Either
लगा
way.
बाकी जी तो मुझे
We are going to have
We'll just breeze right past that one, I suppose.
Flash coming in. Nobody looking
गेमिंग लैपटॉप बजट क्या है
Quieter this time around.
मेरा तो वही था
Yeah, not as pacey, that's for sure. EDG still just toying with that map control. It looks like they'll be taking the fight eventually, and it's Kan and Smoggy to find the openings. Heaven completely under their control. There is a fill back in by Meteor, but well, it doesn't look like EDG have decided on where they're going. The spike is still in spawn, checking for a flank. And they're just waiting for Gen G to make that move to re-clear the space. Player spotted up close, stun is good. He's only bought himself a second as that smoke fades. Chichu lands this shot. Texture on 45 in a lot of trouble. Emerging from the smoke element.
Bro, what are shots?
How has he got no three?
Yeah, एक सेकंड में उसने तीन मारे शलो गेम लैब्स जैसे
with nobody.
लेफ्ट राइट लेफ्ट करके मारा है उसने
Close in heaven, he has thread the needle beautifully for that one. And with Texture being on 15 HP, to be honest, after what I just saw, it's anyone's game. But 14 seconds left. Nobody has to be so quick. And look at Texture. He's already here. This could decide it. If he can speed his way through heaven, he might get the angle just after the plant. It all depends on where nobody's looking.
Bro,
The pistol goes to Gen G. This guy's insane.
I've had a lot, there's been a lot of plays the last couple of days on this map.
आपके तो मैंने आज भी रखा है भाई वर्ल्ड का सबसे यूनिक नेम है सबसे यूनिक
How he manages 3 kills here. Like the last 2 especially. Like that's better than anything you can ever dream to get from that position.
Bullets, Tom. 4 bullets and he gets 3 kills on 45 that's wonderful.
क्यूट लग रहा है
We are in for a treat.
हाय क्या कर रहे हो तुम लोग क्या कर रहे हो
Basically been competing for who can make the most audacious play of the day.
बढ़िया नेट
Well, that was a round that should have been for EDG, but for that man. And already, him and Meteor are showing why we talk about this double duelist coming into this map. If they were going to win this, if they were going to compete, they had to be fantastic. And you know what? They're doing it
आयरन है
right.
ना वो तो
All right.
हमें तो ये बुलाया हाँ भाई
What we've seen so far. Individuals are coming online.
Forsaken set the bar.
That's a bar.
भाई लोग जाना क्या शिवर नेम पे बट देखना यार जेंजी जीत रही तो फिर ये अभी 2-0 नहीं होएगा ना थर्ड मैप पे जाना नहीं है तेरे को फ्राइडे मुझे लगा तेरे को और देखना था हाँ मुझे लगा तेरे को और देखना था
Is the fact that it's only a 4-round gap. It's recoverable on the side of EDG.
It's definitely a long road back.
I think not helped by the fact that Texture got so many kills and is now one away from Showstopper.
And also the other kills all went to Meteor, which puts him a few away from a Blade Storm. So even if this goes badly, if he gets 1 or 2 kills and dies, that could be enough. They've actually got a great read as well. 3 players set up. Tiger through. Now there is a judge coming out from Karmine. The push through on the other side, but trades have come in. Kept things in their favor. They don't expect Meteor to be here. Why would you? Another man pushing into mid, and Karen's there alongside him. Gen G could give themselves a massive boost if they could take this round away. And well, Smoggy, he has now got some serious weight to carry. 3 players. Spike in mid, and they have a decent idea of where he's coming from, and his opponent's picked up a judge.
Picked up a judge and is sitting inside the smoke, so very best of luck to Smoggy here. Blind spray is probably his best chance. He could stun all of them. True, but he doesn't want to give it away. It's a contact play into a judge, and he got the contact he was looking for. 10-5. Double digits for Gen G. Showstopper online. Blade Storm close. And 3 rounds needed to pull this across the line. Oh, also EDG on an eco. So add up all those things, and it seems like it's a pretty heavy advantage towards the defensive side right now.
Yeah, I'll be honest. This game has not gone anywhere near the way I was expecting it to go. And yet it has been incredibly enjoyable.
भाई तो third map जा रहा है तो लग रहा है.
Expected a map 3, but
not in this order.
Yeah, the other way around.
The journeys look. The journey hasn't gone as
people
planned,
breathe
but
so
we know
much.
it's the same destination.
Exactly.
Like okay, split I get.
We've taken
Some people might have reasons, but why breeze? Why do people hate breeze?
The city's a little confusing sometimes. The GPS doesn't work. Nice shot by Meteor, doubled up on as well. The Outlaw putting in work in this round to control middle. And for EDG, you know, this is somewhere they have been dangerous before. We said it in the last map. When they've got pistols, they were able to upset a lot of opposition. But GG's got a real handle on it. Never letting these disadvantageous rounds slip out of their control.
This has genuinely become a race for who's going to be #1 on the scoreboard between Texture and Meteor. Karmine is still like in a close 3rd place, but those two have started to just completely run away with this one. But, you know, he's always terrifying. Guardian gets him a first. Now he's actually a couple away. 1 more kill, even if he goes down. He's so quick with it. A single bullet is all he needs. A plant is actually going to give him a showstopper, but he has to try and fall back from it. And actually, the defenders are going to use their own one. Karmine just found another one. Finally!
Oh, he finally got him, bro.
Bazooka to take him out. He's given some essence of hope.
What? What?
I don't even think he knew that he'd killed him.
Crazy.
I expected to come out of this round and compliment Howdong. A fantastic paranoia and even better decision making. He made the realization there's a good chance they're stacked up, one above the other, firing squad to take the trade. Blinds the guy down below, takes the fight against the top player.
Wait, where's this?
Nice. That crosshair didn't stop moving either. It went past him. He just clicked it at the right time. Yeah, I'd love to see this guy. You ever seen those arcade games with the boxes that go left to right? You gotta stack them all the way on top of each other?
He'll get banned.
He's out of the arcade. 3 minutes in.
They'll just go.
तेरे गुस्सा है भाई हाँ बे बोले 3 मैप तक तो हम लेके जाएंगे
Hey, that used to happen to me down at the arcade. The coin
3 मैप तक लेके जाएंगे
Oh, sorry about that. Some of those machines, you can game the system, and that's exactly what this guy's been doing here. Texture's 21 of 12. Yeah, I mean, he, like I said, he struggled last map. It didn't look too comfortable, but well, a completely different face.
Happy Soul.
Yeah, it is a 3-hole.
I will tell you,
board, but he's definitely
when I earn
from Karmine could have gone down
many lakhs, तब I will proudly leak it. But for now, I would not like to say
it. Be the only way at this stage. 11-5. He seems like maybe the only player that could cause any issues here for Gen G, because they now have 6 rounds to the good. Operator on the board for Meteor as well, who has also had a real step up.
ना बताओ तो ही अच्छा है.
Bit of a slow start to this game, but.
और देखना कैसे अब काफी टाइम हो गया ना, बहुत साल हो गए भाई टकला पप्पू, you went missing.
Players set up onto this B site. EDG.
I'm Arts.
Half? I
trying to play this one in a bit of a slower default. Problem is they've
पर रोल ही स्विच हो गया था।
No, Ron, I respect that. Thank you, thank you.
क्या पॉप ऑफ कर रहे हैं?
In the last round,
Thank you.
Karmine, I didn't actually notice it. He used his showstopper too, so that's now gone.
Must have been dropped extremely quickly.
I think it was he got showstoppered as he popped his.
Yeah, oh, wait, he did actually blast back up in the air. Yeah, true. How dong? Wrong way. Wasn't looking into the oncoming traffic. That's 3 players swinging out on B main. He doesn't even get the info that there's 3 of them there. It's the worst part. Gets shot in the back. Then you got 2 more players coming through vent, but a reposition from Meteor. He is more than ready for this, but okay, it's the right rope. It's being taken. Textures dropped on B. Now you might start to think it's a B play, although they've just heard them on the ropes. Yeah, now you're sticking around. Meteor's here. He's ready to fight, although they'll give up control up top. It's
क्या क्या क्लियर करते हैं ना इन लोग क्या क्या क्लियर करते हैं ना मतलब
been activated in heaven and EDG. I mean, look, they're playing blind no matter where they go, but as we can see, it might be the wrong decision. Meteor's already considering the rotate.
क्या क्या एंगल क्लियर करते हैं उधर तो
I think we're looking at Karmine and what can he find here? He's been stellar, and that's already the star they were looking for, leading the way into
नीचे देख अरे पीछे देख अरे
will be taken out, but that entry does enough. Puts things into a 2v2. Meteor blade storm out, maybe trying to deny any sort of plant, but hasn't been able to in the rotation coming around from Munchkin. You think he maybe wait a moment, he just puts it on himself. Almost disrespectful.
तू अरे मैं जाता हूँ यार तेरे को टाइम लग रहा है
But it works for Meteor.
Absolutely does. He found that space perfectly. And now that's a 12th round with this defuse coming through. It's going to be given to Munchkin.
I thought for a second, I was like, bro, you've just used your ult. You're like, I can get it again.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this stage, I don't know that either of those ultis are going to be online by the end of the game. Gen G have been snowballing. And we said it was a dominant scoreline on the previous map for EDG. That was 13-8. Well, here on their map pick, it could be 13-5. And there's a lot of weaknesses coming into this round for EDG.
Well, I think you can just clearly see a confidence difference from the last map.
100%.
Like the fact that Meteor, that is a 2v2. You wouldn't be surprised for thinking it was a 1v2 because Munchkin was still making the wraparound all the way through spawn. He's like, don't worry, bro, I've won the round. Let's go next. Oh, you on the defuse? Oh, hello. That's a bit problematic for Munchkin, but he is going to be able to get out there with not too much of a strain. Meteor, this is exactly what I'm talking about. He has Lakia in pocket to help him out here. Smokes could be gone within a second because this man is just not missing. He's now 1 away from Texture, by the way. Both players have been unstoppable.
Yeah, it seems like a formality with the way rounds have been going. The fact that it's a 5v3 and the amount of hero plays that would be needed from EDG to fight their way back into a 7th round in a row. A 7-round deficit. And yeah, has to be consecutive.
अबे हाँ 7-5 half था एक भी round नहीं दिया
slow play through middle to try to find a gap. They've not seen anyone in vents move towards heaven. Munchkin's in position.
हंस क्या रहे हो voice note पढ़ रही थी
Karmine has another challenge. Meteor's up that's come through with a dash still online and a player sitting down below.
अब Breeze अच्छा map है यार.
Seems to be destined to close this round out. There it is. Not just the round, but the map with it. A 13-5 statement from Gen G. They were down and out on map 1, but now we're going all the way to Breeze.
Oh, Lakia is definitely having a great time there, right at the end. But that's the thing. You look at this scoreboard. Karmine, 22 kills. Texture, 22 kills. Meteor, 22 kills. They all had fantastic performances. The difference is it was much better teamwork from Gen G. Either way, we're going off to a break because
Saturday night party यही हो रही है ऐसा लग रहा है. अरे बाद में ऐड डाल देते भाई कॉपीराइट क्लेम डाल देंगे फिर एप्पल वाले के मैं उनका कंटेंट देख रही हूँ स्ट्रीम पे कुछ नहीं देख रही भाई तुम लोग ही ऐड दिखा रहे हो अब तक 3 बार ऐड देख लिया मैंने ये क्लेम आने वाला है सच्ची कसम से बोल रही हूँ मैं मेरी गलती है भी नहीं सच्ची बोल रही हूँ गुड नाइट हिमांशु लास्ट मैप है इतने टाइम तक जागे हो 5 गेम देखे तो 4 गेम देखे, 5वां भी देख के ही जाऊँ। What is it? मैं शायद नहीं रहूं घर पे स्ट्रीम के बाद थोड़े टाइम के लिए। I will update you. और बनी को भी। तो दिन में कौन जाता है? हाय मान 1-1 चल रहा है, अभी तीसरा देखेंगे। एप्पल वॉच पहनूंगी ना जब मैं वर्कआउट करना चालू करूंगी, उसमें मैं ट्रैक करूंगी कितने कैलोरीज बर्न कर रही है। जल्दी चालू करो। हाय तनेश, हाय जैंगो, हाय 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 मोहित, इतने सारे हाय लिख रहे हो भाई।
Well, Gen G take it to map number 3 as they tie up the score. It is now 1-1 in this series, and we saw a much better showing from Gen G over here. Yes, there were some still small mistakes that were happening, but this is, of course, a Gen G that we are far more ready to see.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The difference between map 1 and map 2 in this series is unbelievable. And the difference in performance as well is insane. You play the double duelist comp, you need your duelist to go crazy, and my god, did Gen G's duelists go crazy this map.
Exactly. Thank you to Space who gave us some of the crazy stats. Actually, both duelists plus the 50% success in that first blood. 67% of the 4v5s won by Gen G. 70% of their post-plan and 100% of their retakes. Whatever says on the scoreline doesn't really matter. We know that it was about individualities, and the Gen G was always supposed to win this match.
Yeah, and I think that's so important for Gen G as well, because they're really like a vibes-based team. When you watch them winning their match the other day against Lad, you laugh, but I think that is a real thing.
Vibe checked.
When they're playing well, you see them out there laughing, giggling with each other.
I'm trying to understand you better. I'm getting to understand you better every time.
Okay, well, you're ruining my vibes, but Gen G's are good.
No, it is really good, and you can see them, right? You can see Texture suddenly, jumping up and waving his hands like he usually does. You can see like how Lakia is as well, smiling, and really carrying the rest of the team with that energy.
And I mean, for Gen G, I feel like they were losing a lot of rounds that they kind of had no for EDG, that they had no business losing in this one, right? Like Gen G pulling off some crazy miracles with individual plays, but also like this bonus round, for example, was a huge moment for Gen G.
Yeah, exactly. And how much of that is put into those controllers, into both Karen and Haodong, and all the smokes that we were seeing onto mid, all the spacing that the teams were taking against each other, and probably we were mentioning, right, those mistakes coming in from EDG, definitely coming into the third map. We need to be keeping an eye on the duelist head-to-head. I was saying, enabling Kankan to have a good game is a very dangerous game to play, and that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, and I feel like now with EDG actually, they need that second win. They need that second win to come out if they want to close out map number 3, because I feel like on Breeze, this is a potential aim duel.
मैं नहीं था, वो छोटा भाई बात कर रहा हूँ. वाह 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 वाह. जेंजी का हर बार का है, पहला हार के सामने मेरे को कॉन्फिडेंस देते हैं, फिर गेम कर देते हैं. अच्छा तो 2-1 बोला था ना तो स्टार्ट से, but 1 kills from meteor texture alone.
I think that, you know, we're gonna see a lot as well from Karen, who has to be pushed because he's up against Howdong, right? And that's the IGL who is carrying EDG through this run that we're seeing here. So it's a big test. I mean, like, you're up against an IGL, and you have a rookie who is just months into his professional career.
Yeah, of course. And coming on to the last map, we know that both of these teams, on the previous matches that they played, they had to win here in the last minute with the last train, just pushing it to the real limit. But for both of them, making it to playoffs means a lot. When we're talking about how the world has changed in the terms of Valorant, how the meta is swifting, Gen.G coming now into this stage, proving that they can make it to playoffs through 2 wins, I think that they will be such a staple for the team.
Yeah, well, right now it is time for our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. And this one goes to Texture.
भाई वो वाला ना pink yeah.
Pick in the history of the world. Texture was insane. We can't talk enough about how good this guy was. His raise has always been impressive, and I mean this one is just the raw.
Good Himanshu. Saturday night enjoy करो यार.
Now that we were talking about that aim duel, the possibility of going just in that head-to-head against Kankan.
क्या कर रही हो guys सामने? Hi, उठो. Good morning. Match चल रहा है. ऐसे बोला भी उठ के.
The Vice were on their side for this one, but they need to keep it up for Breeze if they want to close it their way.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, now we have both of these teams on their highest energy, right? You can see the exchange between
Thank you, Asian. Thank you.
On their feet,
Higher badge.
out of their seats too, and they are ready to take it to Breeze right now, Mimi.
You think about the history of this matchup between China and Pacific. It's been so back and forth. This time it's the new guard for Gen.G. They have to prove why they beat PaperX, why they beat DRX.
Cypher, Jet, Viper, Sova, KO. Okay. Jet, Sova, Viper, Yoru, Astra. Okay.
Map, and EDG play the old bog standard with Kong on that Jet.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like the Euro. I want to see more impact. I feel like
4 times played, 25% एक ही बार जीते उन लोग.
The impact was not there, especially now starting on the attack, but most so on that second half. Is he going to put that pressure onto the map? Same goes for Karen. I think that he had a great game, but the disaster was a bit lackluster.
I'm looking at the flanks and how Gen.G can handle it.
Hi, Maina. Thank you so much.
On their defense, on the attack side.
Good morning, Django.
They really need to have buttoned down how to play, because it's a big risk going to Breeze without Cypher.
Well, the winner moves to playoffs, and the loser will have to fight for survival on
क्या नहीं होती सक्षम?
Here's Mitch and Tom.
Very realistic spelling of Azam.
Analyst desk, Tom, as we dive into this final map, the third of the series, the last of the day, I'm very impressed with what we just saw from Gen.G. Do you want to put out a prediction for this one?
No.
All right.
What? No, I don't. Because so far, I said that I thought EDG would win the second map.
Yeah.
And I thought that Gen.G would win the first map. So, yeah, no. You know what? I don't fancy giving a prediction. I'm just going to let it go at this stage.
You know what I'll say, though? I predict Gen.G, if it's going to be the same as last map, where Lakia lost 1 opening duel, 1 none. Other than that, it was exclusively Meteor and Texture that took opening duel. It's rare you see that. The other 2 players absent in early fights. It was just these guys. And with the success they've been finding, hey, I'm not going to ask you to change that.
So the record that they have on this map for Gen.G kind of stinks. It's not been fantastic. They've lost it 3 times in a row to RRQ, Team Secret, and Loud. But according to Jen, who does a lot of the Korean translations and interviews, she said that they feel really confident on this map and in this composition.
मेरे को भी ऐसे मैप चालू होते इधर आके खड़ा होना है.
What she said, she can come find me if she wants. Either way,
you're not winning that fight, Tom. I know, you know. Just like
लेकिन मैं उधर ही देखते हुए खड़े रहूंगी, समझ रहे हो? मैं ऐसे नीचे नहीं बैठूंगी 2 सेकंड के लिए बीच में.
Not winning that fight as he gets dropped on that defensive side. An aggressive push that's now left Howdong in a little bit of an isolated position. If he didn't have 2 players right behind him, it's a pretty heavy stack up on B. And after finding that opening kill in this direction, especially if they took down Howdong, they might consider just full blitzing the B site. That seems to be the plan, Tom. But there could be danger here. Still a trap on site. It gets destroyed, and the cam's gone. A lot of control. Smoggy though with it.
Flawless.
No, never mind whatsoever. That has just been a slaughter.
खत्म हो गया.
Blink and you miss it. Every single member of the EDG side is gone, and well, that's exactly how you want to see it start if you are on that Gen G side of things. Clean, clinical. And that's the thing. Okay, it hasn't worked for them so far, this composition, but it's one I like. That you have two agents that can take a lot of map control. I think obviously the one sort of detriment to it is having that single initiator and not having the Cypher. That's the main worry. You can be flanked very easily. So it's something that they're going to have to definitely watch out for, but it allows for an awful lot of cool set plays.
Well, early peak. Karmine wants to get involved. Marshall out. Headshots being looked for, but no bullets landing. And the aggression from nobody has been spotted. They're anticipating it. There's not really much he can do in terms of continuing down that avenue. Gen G have been super patient in a lot of these rounds that we've seen before. Anti-ecos, anti-bonus rounds. They're always sitting back, always using their utility to clear up and then catching them on the fall back. I've really enjoyed the discipline that they've shown, especially on the last map, and it seems like it's no different here.
Yeah, I think they've definitely warmed up into this game. And you almost have to hope for EDG.
नहीं यार दर्श हम लोग को बहुत मजा आता है मैच देखने.
We've seen a lot of different heroes throughout, especially in their Paper X game. We talk about great performances out of Haodong. I think nobody had a fantastic map of split. But in the last map, I was basically like, how many kills can Karmine get? And if it's not at least 4, they're probably losing the round, which is not the sign you want to see. It reminds of almost EDG of old. He's the hero, and the rest of the team are just looking to try and put him into position. For this round,
30 seconds left.
expectations incredibly low. Sure, he has a Marshall, which, given the opportunity, could do damage, but now Black here on a potential late lurk. Now, there is a bit of a gap being left, but I think Black has now filled that. And it will now just be Karmine remaining. I think they've already, well, they should have spotted the sniper. He shot a couple of bullets at them, so I don't know if anybody's going to want to feed him.
देख रहा है यार कांका को बोल आउटलो उठाओ ऑफ उठाओ मार्शल
स्प्लिट पे भी कई टीम्स नहीं खेलती.
एक वेपन था मेरा, वो भी अभी इसका किंग ऑफ मार्शल कर देंगे तो फिर तुम इज्जत ही नहीं रहेगी मेरी. ये ओनली वन क्वीन अ मार्शल समझे. चलो 3-0. 3-0.
I think it was just the pistol that was lost on mid. So altogether, a very positive start to this match.
Okay, bye round for them now. Let's see.
Anybody has been actually able to get on the EDG side, so a very quiet start for them in a map that doesn't decide their fate, but it's still a scary fate to have. Like, bear in mind, okay, yeah, sure, they've managed to beat out Paper X once. There's a chance they'll face them again. You've got the likes of Loud, Heretics, like all of these teams that can come back, even maybe a little bit of chance for revenge for FPX as well. So those decider games are not going to get any easier. Getting through first time definitely has its benefits. Already quite a bit of information. Both duelists being spotted outside of that A site. And considering that this is a bonus round, it has some real legs to it.
मैंने अभी स्टार्ट ही नहीं किया, मुझे टाइम ही नहीं मिला.
Especially if
अभी देख रहे हो 120 थी पहले से इनके
muscle their way into a site. We're going to have the Outlaw leading the charge to take opening fights. Everybody on the side of EDG has got full shields. Of course, they saw the Outlaw last round, so they're not going to go running into that with light shields, giving them free kills, giving them basically an op upgrade. Textures avoided the recon. And he does go for that peek just to grab a little bit of info. They'll be in a lot of trouble. But
Ayushi, welcome back. स्वागत है आपका वापस से.
Got the information that they are still here. It's the split into middle that could definitely make things a little bit more interesting. Trying to almost bait with the shots. Ow, and they haven't actually seen it. Already first duel going their way, but nice work from Haodong. Smoggy as well, combining. Desperately low on HP, but they've managed to weather the storm, hold them back that little bit longer. Leaving just 2 players remaining. Make it 1. It is a clean sweep. Only nobody lost. Which sounds mental.
Only nobody lost by full pun intended.
Well, after a single kill in the first 2 rounds, they do quite well in the first buy.
Yep, a very well held push on the side. I mean, this is what I'm saying for Gen G actually breaking through. The problem in this round, short of any overpeaks out of the side of EDG, but they were patient. They took their time. And they certainly managed to reap the rewards for that. Now, coming into round number 4, I'm a little concerned.
Yeah.
Meteor
Hi, Pratham, I'm good, yeah.
and it's going to be pulled right away. Into another dimension he goes. He's got to fall back, so he's left his gate crash in towards A main, clearing out this like a recon. Look how far back they've gone. And yeah, I mean, they've made the right call rather than being blitzed on. Karen has such a good angle for the rotate through.
Ooh, what a shot.
No way Chichu could have expected that.
Yeah, it's the orchestrator, the conductor from the back of the gun barrel spot.
Hey, Zarif 2 second late react kara.
Texture. It's going to make this so much more problematic. Clearing out these players from the back line is going to be impossible. Bear in mind, they've got snakebite lineups. They could use a gravity well, but I don't think they're even going to need it. Picking this team apart, Smoggy at least has found one, but here comes those lineups. Anybody even gets close to that spike, and they've already spotted him.
Blinded
himself, but it doesn't even matter. And now the grab ball's also caught out Smoggy. A clean take from Gen G with slightly comical close to it, but they won't mind.
Bye, bot. Thank you, Pratham.
In my life, Meteor today, he didn't know where he was. The blind, he sees a player close, he has to run out of the smoke rather than get shot in the head.
Yeah, Mamba, मैं Raven, Sherlock, Zarif.
To step into that scenario, seeing them back to back. They were shooting for a James Bond poster. 3-1. Gen G in a prime position. Bladestorm online, not needed. With full rifles in play for that attacking side. And EDG having next to nothing to work with, just some pistols. I see the clock frozen on the top. I have to almost think this is a timeout from EDG. This early on, you don't want Gen G to be just storming away, and as we can see, yes, it is indeed an EDG timeout.
Yeah, I think it's almost just off the manner in which these rounds have been won. As I said, the first 2 rounds, they got a singular kill. Beaten. And then also, the last round, again, just 1 kill. It was only the round that Smoggy actually managed to sort of hold the line on the site. Other than that, they get forced back. But the thing is, so far at least, those retakes haven't looked good. And it's not your normal composition. That's sort of the benefit of not only having Meteor as that extra space taker, he can also cause havoc when you're trying to go for those retakes. But then you just have Karen and Munchkin. It's sort of like the yin and yang of the team. Like, you've got this crazy aggressive in texture. And then you've got 2 guys going. I'm line up now. Okay, there's the snake back gone. Okay, few seconds. And then that's basically the round over at that point. And in the meantime, it's like, you know, the guy that's sweating. You know, the sweaty guy. I mean, you've just got Tess going. I'm in the fight. I killed one. And just the others chilling, just having a nice time. It's a disgusting sort of matchup to try and play against, and you almost have to play into that aggressive nature. You have to try and, well, as GB would say, punch him in the face. You have to get up close and personal, and Gingy are just so good at denying that.
Well, this is it. We've seen so many rounds where they just pump the brakes right off rip, play it super slow. Early on here, I'm not sure what Meteor just did. Maybe popping a flash through A main, then TPing right over to B for a much quicker pace take to keep these players in position on A. Perhaps even grab the rotates over. But one man is still here. Standing his ground. Well, not anymore. Chichu's not standing at all. Good shot from nobody. And an angle lined up, but Meteor was ready for it.
Yeah, this round looking done already. Smoggy is going to get his ult online no matter what happens here. Well, unless he goes down to the side. I don't think that's going to happen. The thing is, Genji are just giving them nothing. Every once in a while, someone goes for a slight jiggle kick, but they're just so passive in their spots. Ratty angles being held as well. Okay, sure, as said, you've got players like Meteor who just want to try and farm up as many orbs as possible, but again, that's another player round with 4 players alive. There's been barely anything to talk about. Finances already off the charts for Gen G. If they wanted to throw in an operator, they could comfortably on pretty much every single player. This now has to be a response, because right now this is looking like a deflated EDG. This is not the team that we were singing the praises about in map 1. Even Kankan at the moment is missing.
Thank you, Mohit. लेकिन मेरी energy काफी low है आज. I'm not gonna lie. Comparatively.
Call that pause.
Yesterday I had so much energy. Today I have lesser energy.
For Gen G,
Gonna speak to my
It's a breeze
dog.
right now.
तुक्का लग जाता है
Gen G need to
कभी-कभी.
get back
वो
on
मेरा
that horse.
random
And we've seen a couple different approaches. The Gen G have shut down each time. This time, though, late aggression on the back of a flash. Did catch one of them, but the other sneaks into the corner, and that'll be aggressive A information for them with a rotate coming through. But the dash was hurt. They know Concon's coming around the second. Two players are lined up, ready to punish. And that was because of Texture being up here in the tube, being able to heal that. Perfect comms.
Again, no success for Concon is aggression. When they played this
हाँ
map
वे
versus
सब स्ट्रीम रेड डॉलर
FPS
जाते पता है वॉच पार्टी की
to qualify,
सब कॉपीराइट वाले सॉन्ग थे.
he was one of the only reasons they were even in the map. Like, he was so aggressive but successful with it. And right now, that just isn't the case. Again, they've sold a ruse, trying to keep a couple of players, but right now it's still split.
Yesterday was
A
Q.
solo defender in the form of Howdong, and just look at his HP. He's already low. He's
That is
about
how
to
I
come under
am.
some serious pressure, and at least support has began to rotate in. Smoggy actually pushing into his
वो
own
भी लेकिन
util
एक
to
घंटा
try and
फुल
just get
एनर्जी के बाद
anything
मेरे को
there, and
नींद
it's
आ
so
गई थी
easy.
यार.
They are making this look like a walk in the park, or maybe a walk along the beach. Finally, there's been a response.
But
just
yesterday
look at
was
where
me
the players
natural,
are.
right?
The afterplant will again ensue. The rats will go back into their corners. There's no hope.
कोई एक्सप्लेन करेगा कॉफी पीने से नींद क्यों आती है क्योंकि मेरे को सेम
Considering how we started this series out, Tom, I thought we were in for a quick day, and well, it might be 3 maps, but with the way things are going, it could be in the runtime of 2. 13-8, 13-5, and Gen G now leading 5-1. The question: how many rifles can EDG carry through to the next round?
मजाक उड़ा रहे
Already
फोन
one is
आइटल
spotted
ठीक है
towards the elbow, and there's the crunch coming in
एक
from
हफ्ते पहले वाले खेलना चालू किया बंदे टिकटॉक से क्यों आ रही थी म्यूट कर दो सबको इग्नोर करो अपना आराम से गेम खेलो सीखो. You can do this.
His only chance is to come out swinging to try and take the fight before they pincer him. Unfortunately, nothing is found. Rifles are dropped, and EDG, it's not just their economy that's in the
Ignore-
minute, it
ignore
should also
करो
be
उनको.
their mental. This is a
तुम अपना
really
गेम
tough
खेलो.
position to play from.
Yeah, they're so prepared for everything that they want to do. Concon's initial aggression, I think he's actually caught by his own teammate's flash initially, so unable to find anything on the peak. The push into middle, also, they're just waiting. They're ready. And the second he's dead, it does just look like, okay, now they can go for their executes. They get rid of the real danger. And the only round that they've won so far on the EDG side was purely based of Smoggy managing to get a multi-frag on the site. Again, the ult's being farmed up. Meteor one away, Munchkin one away. They've got a couple of marshals to play with in this round, though.
प्लेलिस्ट में 4 ही गाने देख ले.
Maybe could try and do a little bit of damage, but that's all the optimism I have left.
I mean, a little bit of damage. Look at their economy on Gen G. It's not going to do anything, like, short of them being able to completely break open this attacking side in the coming rounds. Good shot by Smoggy. That's Texture down already. Some economy damage. But we need to see a lot of rifles dropped, and really, we're looking for a round win for EDG.
This could be big.
Time they run a nice position.
Oh no! What's just gone away? And instead, it's a little bit later, but it still works out for Karen. There was a chance that he gets picked off, but that lurk was filthy. And again, look, they're just going to use the Cosmic Divide, get themselves the afterplant. And do I believe there's any hope in the afterplant? Maybe. They've at least eliminated one of the players, but I don't think they realize just yet where everything's going down.
Just look up in the sky. That'll give it away. But they were looking to clear out any lurkers around. Rifles potentially retrievable.
Ganking is like last series ka ulta hai abhi.
The real concern is Smoggy and Howdong being so low. All that's needed to take down the final player, and it is delivered easily. That one didn't really seem under threat. As Gen G tighten their hold on this map and on this series with a 6-1 lead. One saving grace. EDG have 4 ultimates coming into the next round, and they've called a timeout, and they'll be full bought. If ever they were going to put another round on the board, this is really where you want to see it.
Motu?
Not bad ultimates for a retake as well, because that has been their major problem.
अरे रहने दो, नहीं खा रहा था वो, अब भाव दे लो अभी खा रहा
Something
है.
I say too often, but look at the deaths over on Gen G. Munchkin has died once, Karen has died twice. And that's because they were playing for the late round every single time. Karen's lurks have been sublime, but they're so ready to just play in those after-plant situations. Now, at least with something like a Hunter's Fury, maybe an aggressive push from Karmine with the Blade Storm, they might be able to clear out some of those late flanks.
नहीं हो गया तो असीफ वो तो सेन जीत गया ही. पाने चैनल ना बाय द वे क्या चल रहा है, ये वैलेंट का टूर्नामेंट चल रहा है अदिति.
The gun that pretty much made him famous is in his hands once again, and if you're on that EDG side, we are going into round number 8. Both of your pauses are already gone. This is how dire the situation is right now for the Chinese powerhouse.
The squad that came out swinging on map 1 on Gen G's map pick, they set the tone for the series, and that tone has changed dramatically since we left Icebox. They've cooled down on EDG, and Gen G coming in hot on breeze. An 8th round about to kick off. Gen G could be on 7 when we leave this one. As I said, EDG have 4 ultis to play with. Bit of a concern though, with the retakes constantly being played on A, with an ult for Meteor that we've seen used before to just clear this side out, get them on there, and get the plant in. And then, if it's Munchkin planting, that's the Viper's Pit. If he takes the orb, that's the Viper's Pit. A really tough way back through. We're going for a Hunter's Fury, blind as a bat. And unfortunately, it's not found anything. With the orb retrieved, here comes the Pit to cover the plant. Now you don't have that Hunter's Fury to clear your way back through. The null command, it's not in on time, and there's not really a lot of coordination for EDG right now. They're still covering out some of this map. It looks like they want to go forward. There's a flank on the way from Karen. There's really not a lot going for this defensive side, even though it's a 5v4. The odds are stacked against them.
So much needs to happen, and I don't even know if they're going to get anything again! Cole with no command! Karen is just doing so much damage, devastation! Smoggy at least, it's just exit kills, padding the stats because the round's already over. Gen G are running a clinic over on EDG. The team that didn't fear Gen G are just getting ruined by them.
How many times have we seen a knife be pulled out? And that's the second that somebody peeks the angle. It's like a calling card. They're beckoning them in. It's just so unbelievable. Like we mentioned the flank, but I didn't expect that level of impact.
Well, the funny thing as well is, at that point, the round was already over.
They were going for a save, right?
They weren't looking
क्या चलो जीजी भाई, तुम्हारी कोई टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स की वीडियोस है? वैलो के लिए नहीं है, एजेंट के वीडियोस है मैंने डाले हुए.
More information. They're running the one with the double initiator with the cipher, and they're the ones that end up looking like fools in almost every single round.
बोला बे.
The fact is, I'll be honest.
Fools बुला दिया एडीजी को इसने.
I forgot they even had a cipher at this point. Like I just don't think that Chichu has been able to find anything. And it's gonna get one for free. Finally, Munchkin's died, by the way. I think that's only death number 2.
What? Really?
He's been.
I hadn't even copped that.
I think he was 7-1, unless he died last round as well. But even still, he's barely died. Where the Viper's Pit was online until right at the end. So yeah, I think that was literally his second death.
That's just
बिना आईडीएस खोल के ऐसा मतलब पास नॉर्मली ऐसे मारते हैं.
Maybe 3.
The thing is, the trade that they get there, Munchkin falling, it is big. It is removing a lot of the utility that gets them out to sight. Problem is, it was Karmine dropped on the other side. That's your entry. Howdong tries to fill the role, and he's shut down immediately. Lackey is caught in the corner, though. Trapped in there, and the big iron takes him down. Back up. Well, the first shot doesn't hit. Meteors most certainly does. They don't know that there's a player sitting on the site. Smoggy has a chance, but I think he just broke the gate crash, so now the info will be there that there is still someone sitting around. There's going to be a bodyguard on the planter, so no chance to deny it. And the real hope, okay, well, that was actually a good chance. Some damage done. The eyes focused forward. Good flash and good punish. Even though Chichu catches one from behind, he's going to swing straight into this op. I like the cage. Great use of it. Great swing. Oh, but he doesn't hit the kill shot. 55 HP, but that's enough for Texture to still be able to duel. And with Meteor coming around the other side, I don't see a lot of ways this goes for Chichu. He needs to be quick, clean, and clinical. Good shot, good correction as well. Meteor forced back, and the defuse is underway. No utility for the Yoru. It's going to be a drive peek, and it's worked out again for Gen G. One of the closer rounds for EDG, but again they lose, and 8-1 we go. It doesn't seem like there's any safe haven for the defenders.
No, that was one of the best opportunities for them. A few pieces of individual brilliance, an aggressive push, some team play that worked out, but they met Meteor at the end, and they went extinct. 11-4 for him, but there hasn't been a weak link. That's been the major issue. Gen G have peaked at the perfect moment.
भाई
as they
खुशी से
have
भी
done
दिक्कत
versus
है
most of their opponents
भाई
throughout
कैसी
this game.
सपोर्टर है चाहती है वो दुखी हो भाई देख
अबे मार के खुश हो ना
Time to lock and load, going in.
खुश तो रहने
For
दो
EDG,
मार के
they probably would have called a timeout coming into this round if they still had one, but they've burned them up. They're on their own now.
I cannot use that.
All on their lonely, just like the round count.
अरे देखा भाई
Viper's Pit online for the defenders. The way back through, that could help. You see a retake wall on B. One that lets them get close from middle and then pop. No!
इससे कुछ नहीं हो रहा है
He's out. Okay, cool. Oh no! Oh, he's been hunted! Oh my god! The damage is huge! That's one of the best Hunter's Furies I've ever seen! They just tagged both! That's ridiculous from Lakia! After a first map to forget, he has been fantastic ever since, back with a vengeance. And look who it is they killed, Tom. That's your Viper's Pit, down and out of the round. No way back through for them now.
Nobody's going to try.
बहुत गंदा हग रहे
He's got some support, but again, there's a smoke to deny them a Meteor in an aggressive position. Just doesn't seem to be missing a beat. Stolen away by Karen in the end, but 9-1.
Very much possible अभी जैसा चल रहा है
And the second map, I think you're a bit crazy if you did. But if you thought this is how map number 3 was going to go, props to you.
This is,
and how is it living in Korea?
This is just, so disgusting. Was there... Am I mistaken in saying that there was nothing to give away that player's position? That was a blind fire to Hunter's Fury, right?
Oh, hi.
He's pulled back
They're
the
both
bow.
doing it. They're both doing it.
3 pulls of the bow, and every single one hit their mark. Bullseye after bullseye. 9-1. Gen G are absolutely stealing this series away. They got dominated on their map pick, and then they showed up. They've only given 6 rounds on the last map in this one. Explain that one.
Australia. Hey, Rinchi, what's up, man? कैसे हो?
Either way.
सोचो 113 हो गया तो
कॉल कर देना मतलब क्या?
The drone's going to give a little bit of info.
हो सकता है।
It really is a
But
bleak
नहीं मेरे को लगता है
reality
EDG
for
पिस्टल
EDG
तो
right now.
निकालेगी
We saw on the player cams
Feeling
real
that.
frustration for Concom because it is rare.
मेरा mic off था इतने time what?
That you shut this man out completely, but that has been the story.
कितने time से मेरा mic off था?
Even being played with by an opponent. You can see just trying to make this awkward, trying to make this confusing. And there's Texture. Even still though, Concon has managed to take him down. A trade.
तो मैं कितने टाइम से वीडियो तुम लोग मुझे बता नहीं देते मैं अभी इतना हा हु भी की के बाद देखो वो उठ के अंटेस फ्यूरी वाला एक्शन कर रहा है तुम लोग और मेरा कैम भी स्टक थे तुम लोग कैम स्टक भी नहीं बताए थे मेरे को
He has had a cursed game so far. Finally, we see there's a cypher.
He got a tag, Tom. He got a tag.
It's because they're finally going B. That doesn't happen very often. It doesn't matter though. They're still losing every single fight ahead of them. Chichu probably gobsmacked that they've actually entered into the B site. I don't know where he's hoping to go here. They're so ready for it. He does at least manage to drop the player planting, but it's after they've already planted. And while just as every other round goes, it is 10-1.
We thought he was sleeping.
I don't even remember what round EDG.
कितने टाइम से कैम स्टक था भाई मेरा मैं कब से देख रही हूँ रिएक्ट कर रही हूँ बात कर रही हूँ सब कर रही हूँ तुम लोग को कुछ भी सुनाई नहीं दिया था अदिति मैंने बोला मैं पूरा स्केड्यूल के बारे में बात की तुम लोग को कुछ भी सुनाई नहीं दिया
Like, you could study this. You could watch this back again and again. Icebox.
Look at what they're buying. Look at what they're buying.
Stop.
Look at what they're buying.
This last round of the half.
Look at what
They've got backup weapons.
Look at what they're doing.
भाई यार क्या बकवास है यार ये इतना बात
Concom waiting angle.
What?
Where does he peek? Does he peek A main? Does he peek into middle? That's where Concon is. They're waiting for it. This is so disgusting. They know it's coming
ये
as well.
उनका डबल इनिशिएटर है ना, उसमें भी वो अग्रेसिव जाके पिक्स ना
Oh
ले
no,
तो
they know where Texture is. What a
अबे
disaster.
4 ऑफ मैंने अभी देखा.
Blade Storm used as well. Upshot fires out. It was Munchkin.
अभी गिराई है उसने.
हाँ अभी गिरा, उसने उठाई थी ऑफ, सबने ऑफ उठाई थी.
Phantom, and they're still keeping the three. It's just juggled around. Now it's Lakia who's going to be your opper. I don't know how they're running this. You know, you take one shot, then you juggle it over, right? That's your chance gone. Now it's someone else's turn.
Already gone. They're already dropping.
Poor form, but they do have to make a play eventually. 50 seconds left on the clock. It's time to push forward. Hey, 2 ops on attack. It's still pretty good. Still pretty unique.
Meteor taking space. There hasn't been a battle or a brawl.
Close है वो क्या? तू same team में confuse हुआ?
It doesn't make a damn difference. They're being battered. Karmine again tries to be the hero, but this time and every time he has been shut down. How long? Chichu. Well, there's nothing they could do. A nice shot at least. He'll know where they are. But knowing and doing anything about it, it's going to be another thing altogether. The plant not the safest, but let's cover. They didn't even need the plant. 11-1 scoreline. The most dominant half we've seen so far in the tournament. And it will have to be an even more dominant one if they're going to turn this around.
Fair play if anybody can beat that moving forward.
बहुत मारूंगी.
I'm not expecting to see a much
मार
better
खाएगा.
on any map. Absolutely gobsmacked by this attacking side of Gen G. 11
मत करिए
rounds,
सब.
an EDG that came in the start of the day looking like favorites,
बिल्कुल
playing like
नहीं.
favorites. But Gen G found themselves behind. Let's hear from Munchkin. We sat down with them earlier on.
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지에서 IGL을 맡고 있는 먼치킨이라고 합니다. 제 IGL링 방식 자체가 팀원들이 잘하는 플레이 방식을 보여주면서 더 잘할 수 있게 하는 게 제 IGL 스타일링이기 때문에 저희 어느 선수든 나 이거 지금 해보고 싶다, 진짜 이거 할 수 있을 것 같다라고 항상 콜을 해주면 그런 방향성을 최대한 밀어주는 것 같아요. 크레이지 라쿤에서 속해 있던 저는 그때도 나이가 적은 편은 아니었지만 되게 성격이나 게임적으로 되게 어렸던 것 같고 지금의 즈는 그래도 이제 청소년기가 조금 지난 그런 사람인 것 같아요.
Munchkin now just too late to the party. Tries. Actually might do a little bit of chip damage to Tui's here if he doesn't get himself out of danger. Tui's taking a lot of damage from this. That's a little surprising as Munchkin now ready for a dead set. He gives them the tiniest of margins.
사실 멀리서 이제 유럽 경기를 보고 북미 경기를 볼 때는 되게 다 무서웠는데 지금 마드리드 와서 보면은 퍼시픽이 가장 무서운 것 같은데 지금 한국 시간은 되게 늦은 시간인데 경기 끝까지 봐주셔서 감사드리고요. 저희가 남아있는 경기들도 좋은 성적으로 거둬갈 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Well, Munchkin sitting 10-2 right now. I imagine he's going to be pretty happy with his performance and probably the performance of his team overall. 10-round lead, 2 needed to close it out. The pistol may well seal EDG's fate, and even the best teams in the world will refer to those pistols as a coin toss. That's not a coin toss I'd like to be participating in if I was EDG.
No, I think the word screwed comes to mind. If they pull this one off, we'll be raving about it for a long, long time. But the fact is, Gen G, they started slow, they built in map 2, and now they are looking unstoppable. A chance for the first time in their history, not only making it to a Masters, but making it to a Masters playoffs. For a lot of these players, that was a dream that may never have come. With a roster that many wouldn't have expected to be this damn good. They are just 2 rounds away from making that history and being, wow, maybe even one of the favorites to take the crown. Still, players up against them are not ones that you can be foolish. They give chances to, and they have struggled on this defensive time before. EDG clearly not giving up just yet, but this pistol rounds is devastating as ever.
Wow, still 11-1 going on.
The lurking Karen is all that remains. Watch your flank.
It's a trap here as well. Just gets caught by that. There's the info to play with. It will be a legendary comeback. Karmine using Fnatic's pistol. You'll have to channel some of that energy and then some.
Yeah, you need more than that.
Well, it's a mini victory, so to speak, for EDG. 11-2. They've doubled their rounds here with the pistol win. That's, yeah, that pretty much summarizes this game so far. It's been tough.
But that was the thing. We saw that comeback happen because of a fantastic tactical pause.
Do you reckon they'll have one, Tom?
No, not until overtime at least. They've got to do it on their own. The coaches, they mentioned it. I think it was Chichu in the interview we saw earlier. How much they lead by example or they're silenced.
वॉच पार्टीज होगी सारी अदिति, ठीक है, शाम की सब 8:30 से चालू होती है वॉच पार्टीज. मैं ट्राई करूंगी 8 बजे तक लाइव आ जाऊं, ठीक है. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट देयर इज
not a whole lot to play with, and of course you don't really expect any players to be saving too much here for the side of EDG because
there is construction going on in that place. इसलिए 8 बजे के पहले वाले अब तक मेरा कुछ फाइनल नहीं है, तो ये महीने के लिए स्केड्यूल थोड़ा सा सिर्फ वॉच पार्टी वाला ही पता है मुझे. But as soon as everything is sorted, मैं पूरा एक अपडेटेड स्केड्यूल बता दूंगी, क्योंकि मैंने कुछ रॉकी के साथ कुछ चीजें प्लान कर रखी है जो उसको बताया मैंने कि अभी कंस्ट्रक्शन चल रहा है, तो अभी फिलहाल के लिए नहीं हो सकता, थोड़ा टाइम रुकना पड़ेगा, समझ रहे हो.
For Munchkin, he's picked up a sheriff. He's close to the spike. There's a couple players getting close to ultis. It's 11-2 though, he can do what he likes. Probably just going down to the spike.
मैं वोल्ट में शॉट का बटन चबा रहा था, वो ऐसे थोड़ी होता है भाई.
So many plays that have been based off confidence. I wouldn't even mind too much if he tried to just do some damage. They have such a ridiculous lead, but clearly just wanting to make sure that
बोल जाग रहे हैं. हाँ इतने जल्दी थोड़ी सोते हैं लोग.
Well, Khan howled on. Instead, we'll just go down to the spike. Now, I fully expect that any weaker weaponry here for EDG is just upgraded. You can't be playing a bonus round here. You are too far behind. If you allow them to get to 12, you're playing for overtime. We are at least seeing rifles purchased up. It's still not going to be the best advisor, that's the thing. I think an outlaw's been purchased in the place of a marshal. That's a slight upgrade at least, and it will still allow them to buy into the next round. But even with the slight weaknesses, EDG need to win this.
Well, EDG have 3 rounds, and Munchkin has 3 deaths. It's been a pretty strong game for Gen.G so far, and now the rifles come out. As you said, EDG have some upgrades, but there's no such thing as, oh, we lost the bonus, it's all good. You gotta win that bonus, and nobody's off to a flying start with Karen already down and out. Gen.G's numbers thin out on the A side. Well, you see, with the wall already up, I think they're gonna wait for another pulse. When the wall goes down, Kankan might have an opportunity to spray away. Good spray through. It's dealing some damage. Texture's forced back, caught by nobody. This is a good look for the side of EDG, trading out one after another. We said they needed to win this bonus, and it looks like they've got it locked down. But Meteor, he has a free kill, and it's been left to a 1v2. Very winnable for Meteor. TP, I love this.
But there's not enough time, right?
I imagine it's a fake for info, and then he can sneak his way through to the site. But let's see.
Both players sat back. He does take the TP. It's being watched by Kankan. Both players around this angle. It would have to be a mistake at this stage, and even Kankan, one of the most confident players, decides it's not worth it. Smart stuff from EDG.
11 is all they get by.
This is the exact start they needed to start what will be one of the most ridiculous comebacks of all time. Still, I don't think until we get to 8 or 9 rounds I'm even going to start thinking about what could be on the cards. You can see the confidence that's there. Like, that push from Karen is ludicrous. It just goes walking out. But you can kind of understand it at this point when you won that many rounds in a row.
You only needed to work once for Gen.G. They can throw out a couple of those curveballs. Now, here's the interesting thing. 11-4. A huge lead for Gen.G. And they decide to call a timeout. Funny, because you mentioned, Tom, earlier about how Chichu was complimenting the coaching staff of EDG, saying how important it is for them to touch base with them. The Gen.G have given them an opportunity to do so, but obviously they're just concerned about closing this game out.
When your coach is solo, one of the legendary Korean FPS players, you don't care who's on the other side. I'll be honest with you. He is someone who was there at the beginning of VALORANT. He was there in title.
Comeback चले comeback होगा यार.
So much experience that I think they're going to value that a lot more than okay.
Comeback तो होगा. भाई 4 already हो गया इन लोग already ये जीत के. बोनस भी जीते ना अभी इन लोग. ये भी जीत गया अपना बोनस भी जीत गया उनका बाय राउंड भी जीत लिया भाई. I think इनका ये strong है.
So create the calm. Use your pauses for that. It might even just be a small talk of like, okay, let's.
इनका अटैक स्ट्रॉन्ग लग रहा है मेरे को. अटैक सेटेड बात है क्या ब्रीज? तुम लोग खेलोगे ऐसे धनराज खेलोगी मैं खेलूंगी.
I can also understand just calling that timeout to say, yeah, everybody calm down. Let's play the game. Let's just close it out. We're not here to give EDG a way back in. And if you do, well, they will certainly take it.
क्या? ये डिस्कॉर्ड पे क्या चल रहा है किसी को पता है क्या? मेरे को सुनाई नहीं दे रहा. गेम का वॉल्यूम मैंने इतना लाउड रखा है.
Mostly sheriffs, Marshall, and Bucky to back them up. For Gen G,
26% way too loud for me normally, but तुम लोगों को सुनाई नहीं दे रहा. फिर मेरी माइक की आवाज मैंने कम की है लेकिन तुमको फिर भी गेम का साउंड नहीं आ रहा था तो मैंने थोड़ा सा इसको 26% पे रखा हुआ है. But I don't know if anyone is talking to me on Discord now. I hope no one is.
Definitely intrigued by
EFT खेलता रहता है पूरा टाइम.
a Bucky on Breeze.
Escape
Not
from
sure it's
Tarko
something
है
that
ना.
will necessarily be expected, but when you have that extra controller in the form of Karen, you can create little
Loud
pockets
Beard depends on map. ठीक है.
Ankkita to play, and as said, his resurgence in this series has been fantastic. And his resurgence in the scene in general. He had to go through being slightly trapped to a one-map player, to being trapped in the tier 2. And now he's been shot in the face.
भाई वो बाकी देख के डर गई थी मैं 1 सेकंड के लिए. 1 सेकंड के लिए क्योंकि इसने मार दिया फिर. ओह वाह. ओ मुझे लगा टेक्सचर मारेगा अभी एक.
But he will fall as well. Munchkin a little bit out of the action. Looking to keep the rounds to death's ratio the same. Although he did technically die to the spike, which doesn't come up on the score. Okay. If we're being pedantic,
सोने जाने दो. हाँ सही में.
for EDG, 13-5 on last map. Pushing up to 5 here. Full buy for Gen G next. Deja Vu starts to ring true, but the attacking side has had a good run of things in this round at least. Damage is very minimal. Nobody out on both extremely low to the sheriff. They're just going
Fnatic का record रहने दो नहीं चाहिए comeback भाई. क्यों?
Pushes out here.
Saturday night party नहीं करते तुमको?
Safe corner.
Watch party. Hot tea.
11-5. EDG on their way, but still look at this cool left to go. It's worth mentioning, Lakia, well, he's 13-9 right now, 3 assists. He was 3 kills, 18 deaths, 1 assist on map 1. I mean, it was an abysmal map for him on
एक रील कर डालूंगी मैं.
Split and Breeze. He's back in the game.
रोकी वाला संडे को रील डालो छुट्टी छुट्टी होती है.
how things are going elsewhere.
बोले ठीक है मैं तो आज ही दोपहर शाम को डालने वाली थी. उसने बोला नहीं नहीं संडे को डालो सबकी छुट्टी रहेगी. भाई क्राउड में कितना चिल्ला रहा है.
That's one hell of a way to kick off the bye round. I said there's always a worry if this man starts gaining confidence. Well, it doesn't get any better than that.
One shot.
What?
2 kills. Gen G left to rely on a very scattered hold. Look at the minimap. You can see those defenders are going to have big performances when the push comes down. And it looks like EDG want to shove into the A site. This is Texture's opportunity. The drone could clear him, or at least keep him behind this Viper wall as it's about to go up and the push to come through. Texture, no dash. He's being silenced, suppressed, but he still fires back. 23 HP though, and the players are quickly circling him, encircling him.
Oh, if he left, oh.
And finally taking
I thought
Munchkin and Karen to do
I
it
thought I
all.
saw no scope incoming. Karen.
There's an opportunity. If he can buy some time, the flank will catch another off guard, and now it's winnable again. Gen G has suddenly found legs.
Oh, he was about to
But a snake bite in hand leads to
Oh no,
Munchkin's
that was a
death.
snake bite in his hand. I thought I saw his art in his hand.
He's keeping his opponent behind the pyramid.
6 left, bro. Just come back for real.
Down as 6th for EDG. The gap down to 5. It's not quite manageable yet, but this attack side is really picking up some momentum.
Somehow, Kankan is only 3 kills away from being top fragger. I know, that's the thing.
They threw the op off the map. They did.
Look at that, bro.
They threw it right off the map. I guess because Kankan has the Blade Storm, he's going to use that for what could be a much quicker round.
हाँ.
Something a little bit more explosive. Blade Storm available on the other side as well. But yeah, I guess maybe the surprise factor of that operator now being gone. It's not like they don't have the finances for it. You can see the patience. Interesting, actually, considering how passive they're holding in this round at the moment. I feel like that operator could have had some value. They're going to remove the cam with a shock dart. Chichu now looks to reclaim that control, something that was given up earlier in the round, and it looks like they might be about to use Kankan as a bit of a sledgehammer. Information going to be found, though. Already clearing out A main, and I don't know if he's going to get far enough. Might be able to spot some of the players in mid. That would be huge. He has. He's seen that they're still passively waiting. Will TP back to the site, but it means that they're not going to pull any early rotations just yet. In fact, though, EDG are going to use that as a move towards B.
दे तो दिया वैसे इसने कॉल के भाई एक हाली तो दिख रहा है.
The rest of the players need to break through the B site. Viper utility to block them on the retake, but the fight is taken instead. Munchkin blinded them completely. But
ओ भाई कैरन अच्छा जगह पे जगह पकड़ के बैठ गया भाई. आयो. 6-12 no comeback.
Handle on this round from the get-go, and 12-6. One more needed for Gen G.
अरे यार मेरे को देखना था actually होती. I wanted them to give ऐसा tough थोड़ा सा.
This Gen G squad. I don't know if they need to play a one-map scrim before their next series, but they are just a. I would, if this was online, I'd say it's 5 different players, Tom.
Well, that's the thing. You look at their last few series, it does kind of feel like that. They always seem to lose one, except for an overtime victory for a 2-0 versus DRX. But that's also just something to talk about. The teams they're going through, it's not like they've had an easy route. You can't sit there and go, oh, you know, they beat one of the weaker teams in their region. They beat DRX, they beat PaperX, they've beaten Loud. These are teams that have all been within top 4 at international events. Now they look to beat the
He got nobody.
team again who's been in the playoffs before.
भाई खत्म कर रहे हैं इन लोग. इन लोग बोले बस हो गया. जेंजी वाले बोले बस हो गया.
Just 2 kills
We're
away
done.
from creating history for their organization within Valorant. And it's looked like it is done.
भाई उससे खुद ने अपने टीममेट को फ्लैश कर दिया अभी पीछे तक.
Second team to make it through to the playoffs.
Taking my words back.
To greatness.
Wow, what a resurgence for this man. Not only on the international stage and scene, not just
यार क्या इन लोग अटैक में क्या खेले उतने राउंड.
3 kills, 18 deaths,
Fuck.
and 1 assist to start it out.
मुझे लगा पक्का कमबैक हो रहा है यार. क्या बाप एंट्री निकाल रहे थे इन लोग. मजा आ गया देख के. अच्छे थे मैचेस. स्ट्रीक एंड बफ. हाँ भाई.
Scary, threatening, and they're able to come back from these huge deficits from a rough map 1 to a dominant map 2 and 3. EDG played well, but not well enough today.
मजा आया भाई. इनके जैकेट कितने अच्छे हैं यार. उसका भी मेरे को ग्रीन वाला जैकेट चाहिए.
The real story here is with Gen G. You've got returning heroes, teams that have been here before, players that have stepped into this team after maybe having underwhelming previous seasons. Like, expectations for this roster were nowhere near as high as this. Now, they sit top 4 in the world. They're looking at a chance of genuinely fighting for a trophy. And for some of the players, well, this is elation. This is time to prove themselves. For some of them, this is their first time. You're looking at Karen, someone who was stolen from ranked. And right now, as I said, top 4. That's where they currently sit within the VCT.
That's why you don't troll your ranked games. Yeah, you never know who's on the other side. Frankly, unbelievable turn of events. Gen G. There were doubters. There were a lot of doubters, even after regional performance.
बोलो मिल जाएगा जैकेट टेक्सचर वाला. अरे जेंजी का. I was supporting Valorant. I also enjoy यार. तू रहेंगे I supporting Valorant वाले जिसको support किया सब हार गए.
Just as hard as EDG came out and I mean
जिसको support किया वो जीत गया. फ्राइडे का उल्टा है. जिसको support किया हरा दिया उसने.
2 duelists that are better than most teams' first
Oh,
duelists. Back to that split game, it was just him and Meteor, both 22 kills apiece. You look at this game, okay, maybe Texture was a little bit quieter, but he's just basically running straight into the site.
दिया एक
was
shot ने.
thriving. And then, as I said, you've got that supporting cast. It truly is a roster that looks complete at this stage, and honestly, if you're heading into the playoffs, I don't want to face up against this team, because even on this was one of their worst maps, and they've just dominated.
Tom, what did we say? What did
Please United back karna, thank you.
we saw the meters come through? I heard whispers all throughout the state. Why the hell do they keep letting Breeze through? Well, you know what? I don't think that anyone's going to be asking that moving forward. Jen was right. This is clearly a map that they're confident on. It's definitely a map that they're good on.
मेरे को ऐसी फीलिंग आती है जब हम लोग कोई मीटअप पे जाते हैं और रेलिंग के उस पर ऐसे टॉल टॉल लड़के रहते फोटो खींचो ऐसे एकदम चिन वाला फोटो आता है मेरा.
Taking down EDG in the fashion that they did over on Split. Now we got to see if anybody can stop this squad. They're looking for the top.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's almost like you have to start picking their strongest maps in the hope that
We're the only hater allowed.
because they're clearly happy to play their weaker ones. It really is an interesting prospect with this roster, and honestly, it's been enjoyable. Obviously, for the other side of things in EDG, it's not the end. They're still going to be coming
Hello,
back.
Sagar.
We're going to be heading off now to an interview down with Texture.
लाइव ड्रॉ में ये भी हो गया था क्या?
Y aquí estamos con Texture y con Jen. We're here joined by Texture and Jen for some translating, and we're going to talk about a little bit what happened into this match. Actually, both of your map picks so far in this tournament.
3 language में translate होगा ये अभी.
Do you think that it is just you dropping the ball, or maybe the preparation is not on point for the tournament? What do you think is happening?
그동안 경기를 보면 좀 젠지의 맵픽에서 아쉬운 결과가 있었거든요. 좀 준비 과정에
Local language में translate नहीं की.
부분이 있는 건지 아니면 좀 어떻게 설명할 수 있을지 궁금하다고 합니다.
맵픽이요?
네.
맵픽에서는 사실 저희 생각으로는 전혀 문제 없었고요. 근데 오늘은 조금 되게 의외였었던 것 같아요.
왜요?
뭐지? 어센트를 밴을 할 줄은 몰랐어요. 저희가. 네, 그게 다예요.
No, I don't think the map vetoes or preparation were the problems, but what did catch us kind of off guard was EDG banning Ascent.
Ok, that is a good one. Parece ser que no les preocupa mucho que hayan fallado y hayan perdido los 2 map picks que han tenido hasta ahora. La verdad que la mayor sorpresa dice que baneado el ascent. Eso es lo único que les ha sorprendido un poco. Para la segunda pregunta, les voy a preguntar cómo puede ser que no se vengan abajo con toda la presión de llegar siempre a ese tercer mapa. Also, as a result, we've had very long matches. You always end up in that third map. Eventually, right, the pressure is going to catch up. Do you think that you deal very well with pressure, or is something that doesn't bother you at all, also moving on to playoffs now?
계속해서 시원한 2대0 승리가 아니라 2대1로 경기를 이기고 있는데 좀 이런 부분에서 앞으로 계속 플레이오프에 진출하면 점점 더 부담감이 강해질 수 있잖아요. 대해서는 어떻게 생각하고 있고 또 어떻게 좀 해결하려고 하고 있나요?
부담감은 전혀 없고요. 저희가 디심이 센 팀이라고 생각을 해서 근데 2대0으로 끝내고
चलो मैं चला मीटर बनने वालों में. Okay, see you, meteor बनो जाओ.
We're definitely okay with the pressure, but personally, I am desperate to close our series out 2-0. But we're pretty confident with our resilience and the ability to, crawl back or even just to recover.
Dice que no, la verdad es que la presión no le molesta en absoluto. Le encanta la resiliencia que tienen y cómo son capaces de darle la vuelta a la tortilla. Aunque la verdad es que le gustaría mucho tener un resultado 2-0 para ir tranquilitos. Esto es todo lo que tenemos. Thank you guys very much. We'll see you in playoffs. Go get a long rest and let's toss this back to the desk.
ये बोली बाद में ट्रांसलेट करके बता देना उसको.
Hey, I got a question for you, Mimi. And hello, by the way, to Tom joining us on the desk. I have a question for both of you. Does it ever drive you crazy just how fast the night changes? Because Gen G managed to
You sound like a philosopher. What does that mean? Yes, it does.
Wait.
Absolutely. What?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, it does. It does.
Strongly agree. Thanks for joining us, Tom. But yes, that match was a roller coaster of emotions. Some
I mean,
not
it's a
all
pretty
too
boring
pleasing.
roller coaster. It was like a really big high and then a really big low if you're an EDG fan, and if it's the other way around, it's a really big low and then a really big high. I mean, crazy how that one swings around. After, honestly, Gen G looked miserable on Icebox. They come out here, they dominate on Split, they show up to Breeze, and I think made great changes to this composition. They were constantly getting into these post plans with this double duelist comp, and their post plans were just unbeatable.
कौन सी chat
They
सिद्धांत?
were ratty. Like that's the thing. They had a double rat. It was like the first player obviously setting up with all of the snake fights, and then
You
they
and I'm
had
in the New York City
second
subway.
placer. Yeah, it was just disgusting. Like it was.
चलो
beautiful
guys,
in
मैं
essence,
चलती
but
हूँ
also then
फिर
they just
अभी
had the
अगर ये
disruptive
खत्म हो
nature
गया
of
है
the
तो
duelist. It was the perfect like 1-2 punch.
Yeah, it's so funny that everything that I was saying about EDG in the first map, suddenly I'm saying about Gen G.
I hope you
in
guys
this map,
enjoyed
you
the
know, it's
stream.
just-
Watch party हम कल continue
they were
करेंगे.
suddenly
अभी के लिए
controlling
इतना
pace and
ही.
bullying EDG in
Take
this way.
care, GG's. I hope you all enjoyed. I will see you in the next one. Take care. ये रहा बढ़िया सा एक end credit screen. यहाँ पे हम करेंगे play एक बढ़िया सा outro song. Outro song incoming. Haters outgoing. Hello, enjoy karo. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I really hope you guys enjoyed the stream. See you, Devyam. See you, Harshit. See you, Brinda. See you, Saksham. See you, Nishant. See you, Akshat. See you, Siddhant. See you, Sagar. See you, Punair. See you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you all enjoyed. See you, Aditi. Take care. Sweet dreams. Have a great Saturday night. And kal reel आएगी देखना मत भूलना daytime पे. Okay. See you guys. Like, subscribe, share on all social media. Take care. See ya.
I just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night.